Okay, are we back? Question mark? I think we're okay. Looks like we're back. I had to start a completely brand new stream, and now no one's in here, but we back, chat. Oh, son of a bitch. Seems like the internet is fine now. Let's see. Is it even going to post it in the Discord server? I don't see a live on TV now announcement yet on the Discord server. Yo, we're back. Welcome in, Marmar. We back. Hi, YX. Interesting. It hasn't. Pinkord hasn't automatically posted this new stream in the Discord server yet, though, which is kind of weird. Well, anyway, I just like, let me post this again on Twitter. Oh, there it goes. Pinkord called up. Okay, it'll take like an extra minute, I guess, because the YouTube. I had to like remake a brand new copy the settings over for a brand new scheduled stream and then just immediately go live on it, so that's probably why. Okay, yeah. I'm just gonna copy the fucking description text and be lazy. Let's see. Live and suffering. For real right now. Okay. Grab thumbnail. Post to Twitter. Okay, well, it seems like we're back, chat. We are indeed back. Hey, JD, welcome back in. Looks like hopefully peeps from the last quote-unquote last stream find this one and show back up. And since it did take a bit longer than 30 seconds for all of that to actually fix itself, and I wish YouTube made it easier for me to reconnect to the last stream or something, or at least open up the stream again. Because, like, on the Streamlabs side of things, if I just hit, hey, let's go live again, it went live on, like, an old, unlisted, scheduled stream for some reason, so I had to make a brand new stream event, and then stream specifically to that one. And, I don't know, I probably need to just stop using Streamlabs and actually just use OBS like a real professional streamer person or something. Because I'm still using, like, my Streamlabs setup from literally, like, 6 years ago, back during the Monster Hunter days. So that was kind of on me, but I wanted to say, with my point, is kind of the option that the sustainless just makes Ember a lot less desirable if you have the skill to play without sustain. So the issue is, YX, whether it's even a skill, it's even a skill thing with lack of sustain, right? Because the problem is your teammates also get hit. Admittedly, Ember only heals the main character, or the on-field characters, so that's a bit less of a thing, although her, shielding is a thing too. But because your teammates are going to naturally get hit, whether you can even play sustainless or not is a bit of a question. And, like, whether you play with the skill or without, Ember still has arguable value in the team. Because, like, the thing about Ember is, I mean, outside of her being just, like, basically one of the two actual sustain options for this team, is just the fact that when we're talking about SP, we're talking about, like, SP and stagger, because this is going to be roughly the same stagger per second and SP as doing this with Li Feng, right? Or doing this with PogChamp. Or doing this with Chen. Ember being able to speed this up by 20 to 25% with dodge cancels, while the others get less gains, if any, from dodge cancels. And as far as I'm aware, the only one having somewhat equivalent speed gains, not being able to sustain it, because it is Penguinistrator. Like, Penguinistrator can also get gains. Oh, wait, I forgot. It's 3, 4, and 5, yeah. Like, they can also get significant speed ups. The problem is they have to do 3 dash cancels in a row, and you run out of steam after, like, 3 full final strike combos. And so, like, it's not just that we're trying to make Ember... We're trying to force Ember to work, necessarily. But she is one of the 2 sustain options. It's more so that she is still going to be the best in terms of raw... SP and stagger game as the on-field character. And that's aside from the fact that Sundered Prince exists, right? Like, she is just going to give us the most amount of stagger and SP, and that does have a lot of value. Does that value outdo running like Penguinistrator in this team instead? I don't fucking know. I don't damage sims, but either way, I'm playing Ember. But this isn't just us trying to be like, oh, let's make Ember work. She actually does provide unique value to the team by being chosen to be the on-field stagger carry. And also does do a very big funny finisher Ooga Booga number. Theoretically, of course, you know, if you build Li Fang for DPS, and he would therefore most likely outscale Ember, then his finishers will probably hit just as, if not harder, right? In theory. I don't know if that's actually the case. I haven't done calculations. But in theory, Li Fang, when the boy is not spazzing the fuck out on a rock, someone get him his Ritalin, please, then he will... he should theoretically outscale her because he has higher scalar values through his talent 1, right? But I also don't know how weapons compares because that's also a factor. So if you're purely talking about, oh, well, you just need a character with high combat stats and a mastery 3 basic attack to land finishers, then yeah, it makes sense that you could just use someone like Li Fang or even like Penguinistrator or Chen or anyone else you really have like statted out for damage. Li Fang right now is not going to be the best option for finishers because he's not built for pure damage. He's built for stagger, right? Like, he doesn't lose that much damage running for stagger because it's still perfect attributes, but he has, you know, noticeably less attack than Ember does. Not just because my Ember's gear is increased, but even when my gear is unartificed, her attack's still at 4k because she's actually built for damage right now. And Li Fang is built for not losing too much damage while having stagger set.
Piece of cake.
But like, yes, Li Fang right now does less damage on a finisher because he's not built for it like she is, and he gets a lot of utility out of running stagger set for this team, so it still is most likely worth it. But yeah, you could very much run this team with Li Fang as your controlled operator, or Penguinistrator as your controlled operator. But you are losing the SP and stagger gains from running Ember. And that is a trade-off. I'm not saying that running Ember is better than running this because of those gains, but that is a trade-off. It's not like we're trying to force Ember to have to be on field and it's being like a objective, like, pure loss. That is running Catcher on field like we talked about last stream. If you were to run Catcher on field, you are doing it because you want to make Catcher do 6-digit finishers. There is not any benefit to running Catcher on field. But you can do it and do exactly what you do with Ember. But the problem is, since he doesn't have good animation cancels, he's not actually getting you the more stagger and the SP Ember does get you. I don't run damage sims, I will play Ember. Now, I mean, the thing is, I would run damage sims if I had a damage sim setup. I'm not spending hours making one. That's the real issue. I don't mind running damage sims. I like running damage sims. I literally made a career on YouTube about calculating set value and running damage sims. But I don't have one set up, and I am sure as fuck not making one. If someone makes a good, like, damage simulator publicly available, and I can work with it and maybe tweak it a bit for what I want, then I will be happily to do damage sims. But I'm not going to spend hours making a damage simulator and making sure that it's accurate to calculate sims for when I just want to play Ember chat. Just thought about Li Fang because Lasara placed him in her Ember comp, less about the on-fielding. As far as I know, conventional physical comps usually on-field Chen or Endman. Yeah, probably Endman, honestly. Endman because you're much more likely to have Grand Vision than another signature 6-star weapon, right? It costs $1. More people are just gonna have it. Chen also, Sundered Steel is so good on her. And, like, she has, like, very, like, nice stuff to do. Like, she has, like, a very, like, nice combo. So does Penguin. And the thing is, you can animation cancel Penguin. The problem is how many times you can do it, right? Like, you can get very good gains doing this. Oh, I fucked up. You can get very good gains doing, like, this on Penguinistrator, right? Okay, I'm not good at this animation cancel, as you can obviously tell. I don't play Penguin Illustrator, but you can cut off a lot of time. It's just it's so stamina intensive, you can't do it for a very long time. Ember, on the other hand, gets equivalent or better gains, and she can do it fucking forever. $1 water ripoff, true. What confuses me about damage systems in Enfield, how the hell do off-field operator and NA string uptimes work? You have to make assumptions. The thing to understand about, like, for those who haven't ever really run damage sims themselves or aren't familiar with the nuances, a thing you have to understand is that damage simulations are based entirely around assumptions. That's why, even when everyone is doing their math perfectly correctly, right? And because it's probably safe to assume that most theory crafters of any decent repute do their calculations correctly, right? The numbers are correct, the formulas are correct. What causes the variation is assumptions. You have to make assumptions of what the rotation are, assumptions of uptimes, assumptions of various sequence orders and whatnot. And one of the assumptions you have to make for a damage simulation in Enfield is just how often are the other off-field characters basic attacking, right? Like, you could say, for example, let's just assume they have a 30% uptime. They spend 1/3 of their time doing basic combo, and then the other 70% of the time, either they are locked in battle skill or combo skill animations, or they're fucking off in the corner because they like to do that, right? You have to make some kind of assumption and then just use that in your calculation. So two theory crafters running the exact same damage sim with everything else the same will have slightly different results because one is assuming a 30% uptime for off-field for non-controlled operators doing their basic attacks, and the other assumes 50%. And so that's why you will have things like, even though, like for example, like Guaba, who you should definitely go watch his content on, and his numbers are great, and his simulations are great. Part of the reason I like his simulations is because I've seen what like assumptions he makes in his damage sims before, and I agree with them. So that's a big part of it, right? And like same with Pridwin, I know Grim, and Grim handles HSR and Wuwa, and so I also know that Grim and Guaba like collaborate and everything and know each other and are friends with like the HSR side of things. So even when their numbers are different, right? Even if their like percentage calculation of this light cone on this character on this team or whatever versus this light cone or this gear set versus this gear set, even if the numbers Grim puts on Pridwin for HSR and Guabar are different, they're both still calculating everything correctly. It's just their assumptions for what the rotation looks like and what the outputs and various other things in there are different. So yeah, I mean that's the thing with like basic attacks on that's all a very, very long tirade to just basically say you just have to guess. You just make an assumption. The thing is, like, you can make that assumption based off of actual testing, right? Like, I could go into a fight, do like 10, 20 runs, and then just simply count. Just see how much time do my teammates actually spend attacking and use that as an estimate, right? But at the end of the day, that's why it's a simulation, right? If it's not, it's a simulation because we have to simulate what is gonna actually happen in game because we're not doing it in game, and simulations have to have assumptions. Yeah, we got a maintenance warning. Yay! If we gain stamina food on tactical slot, I can see huge value in Endman hit cancel for Mega SP gain. Yeah, I don't actually know how much the gain is though. I know it's a lot, but and I know that there are specific numbers for it in Lin O's video, which you should go watch Lin O's video about animation canceling, because he's the reason why I'm aware of all of this. And yes, it does get mentioned and will be linked in the video we're working on. But like, I'm still eating that. But like, that is at the end of the day why we use Ember, and that is actually something that is in the video. Maybe I should repeat it again in this using Ember situation, though. Because the thing is, like, I know a lot of you have been here for all of the script writing videos, so you know the stuff I have mentioned in the script already. But I also wrote...
People say that the essence shall reveal itself. Is there something I missed?
All of this before we ever went on stream. I had one sit-down session. I wrote 12 pages of script before we ever went on stream. And since we're going to be like editing this down, we'll get to go through all of it. But there is a very sizable section here talking about Ember and why Ember's design and Ember Stagger Team, and does cover that. Okay, but yeah. I'm wondering. I'm trying to think if there's another place that it would be good for me to re-mention this. Like, maybe I could add a little bit at the very, very end. I don't know about this section. I, like, started writing that bit and then hopped off and started writing the gear section in sticks. I don't know about how I actually like that being in there. Do we want to, like, we could, like, quickly, let's see, quickly mention why Ember again, question mark? Like, that might be a not terrible thing to put in there, but we'll come back to this when we edit down the entire script, because it's very, very, like, possible that I don't quite remember exactly how these earlier sections go, right? Which means that it might just be, like, completely unnecessary repetition if it's well established enough in a more recent or previous section. Hey, I have a question about how you do damage calcs for rotations and stuff. Also, it's been a while since I caught up with you. Last I was here was most Hollow days. Oh, well, appreciate you coming back through, Rave Master. It's good to see you. Your name does look familiar. I'm not sure if that's just because of I read Rave Master when I was a kid, but your name does look familiar. Yeah, what's up? Shoot. Any question you have, shoot. If I am able to answer it, I'm more than happy to. If I'm not able to answer it, I will still say stuff, but also be very clear that I don't fucking know. Oh yeah, also a YX. There's a thing earlier you mentioned, there's a thing you mentioned that I didn't get around to yapping about because I got distracted by the damage sim, talking about the damage sim thing. But you mentioned that Lasara replaced him in Ember comp. That's, since Lasara was in chat yesterday, and I got to finally ask them about it. Yeah, they don't have Li Fang built. The Li Fang's level 20. That's also part of it. That being said, is the Li Fang variation with Li Fang instead of Penguin better than the version with Penguin? I don't know. I don't think Lasara knows either. I don't think I don't know if I don't want to say that Lisara hasn't done damage sims because I don't know if she has or hasn't, right? But like I at least know I haven't done damage sims, and Lisara literally can't test the team because he's level 20. So that's the thing, is that like it's not necessarily that Li Fang is worse than Penguin. It's the fact that Lisara literally has a level 20 Li Fang. Because guess what, chat? Physical team is really fucking expensive to build. You have to build everyone. Li Fang won't like a Li Fang, even if he is like. Just purely theoretically, right? Not a real number, just saying a random number. He's like 20, he like makes the team like 15% better than running with Penguin, right? If your Penguin is fully like not fully invested, but like, you know, 80, level 9 skills, basic unartificed gear, a Li Fang with basic unartificed gear, level, like, who can't, well, let's say he can't even use fucking gold gear yet, right, because he's not E4, at like level 60, a level 60 weapon with like level 7 skills is still going to perform worse because he's not a support. That's part of what makes physical team so difficult to assess without actually doing, assess without having damage simulations, is because it's expensive to test. If you wanted to run, like, Surtur team, but you go, man, do I want to run Perlika here or Antal here? It takes very minimal investment to get them to the point where you can realistically test that, right? Because at the end of the day, they're the majority of their contribution to a Surtur team, because Surtur does like fucking 80 or 90% of the team's damage or some shit, is from how much they can increase her damage. Li Fang and Penguin Illustrator, and Chen, and Dapon, and Ember, and PogChamp all do a lot of damage. They all do a lot of damage. And so their value isn't coming from how much can they make Ember's damage go up. Because if it's from how much damage can they make Ember's damage go up, Penguin wins. The only damage amp Li Fang has for like Ember's damage is physical susceptibility, and even getting that on a finisher is not very consistent if you don't have P1. Penguinistrator will give you much more easily 15% attack from her P2 to make use of, as well as if you try to just make sure you time to have Originium crystals on the enemy when you do a finisher, she gives you another 20% physical damage bonus, right? So she's going to, if played around properly, Penguinistrator is going to give you more damage bonus for Ember's hit. But Li Fang does a shitload of damage. So now it's hard to say, because if Li Fang is contributing, like, if Li Fang fully built, the team's fully built, Li Fang's contributing 30 or 35% of the team's damage, suddenly, does the damage amp on Ember matter if he's just doing a lot more damage than Administrator? I don't fucking know. I don't have damage sims. Do you guys just assume you're fighting in the perfect conditions when creating a rotation? Example, always refresh buffs on time, never get knocked back, use everything on cooldown perfectly, etc. So, it depends. It depends. Personally, like I said, I don't have damage sims. I'm also finding my vape juice real quick, but I don't have damage sims. If I were to do damage sims, personally, I would calculate both at perfectly optimal, I'm hitting a training dummy, and I would calculate at reasonable assumptions of fuck-ups. That's how I personally like to calculate things. But that depends, right? Because in action gachas, it always gets more complicated. In something like HSR, even in HSR it gets complicated, but HSR is a turn-based game, right? So you have a lot more control. The problem is you still have, like, targeting RNG and crit RNG is a thing. And targeting RNG, especially in HSR, is huge because when teammates get hit, they get energy, and it completely can change energy breakpoints for rotations. And then you have characters like fucking Adventurine, too. But it depends. I can't say for other Theorycrafters. Most Theorycrafter CCs I know generally try to calculate for optimal scenarios. With certain things brought down to like less optimal values, right? Like, they may try to calculate, let's say we were calculating this Ember team time rotation, it would be like calculating the rotation assuming that you execute it perfectly, but your animation cancels are not frame perfect, right? We would calculate it assuming you got like a 20% animation, like, final strike speed up through it, instead of like a 20, I think it's like 27 or something. I forget. Fucking Lin-O mentions like the exact amount in his video because he can and has tested frame perfect. I'm just not frame perfect and never will be. Do you take animation times into account? You do need to take animation times into account, yes. If I were to do damage sims, I would have to make sure to do that. And that is one thing with Ember, is that her battle skill does take a long time to do, but also in her team, you don't really use hers that much. If you are using it, you're basically using it because it's going to, A, you get hit during it, so you get the extra stagger, and B, it allows you to trigger her combo skill for even more stagger, right? You're doing it specifically, you're shortening your final strike, you're delaying your next final strike to get that additional stagger output from that. Yeah, maintenance is happening right now, right? If you do the physical team, I think you can leave Chen for a bit and focus on the other three, and that's still expensive. That's the problem, is I don't even know if that's optimal. That's the problem, is I genuinely don't even know if that's optimal. Chen does a lot of damage, chat. Like, you think because she's a 5-star, she doesn't do that much damage. But Chen does a lot of damage, chat. Oh my god, is the maintenance over already? I was just clicking to meme. I didn't think it'd be over yet. I was just clicking because I wanted to click my mouse. In the case of Li Fang, can't you do damage sims and just change his stats in the sheets to go around the need of fully building him? Oh yeah, no, exactly. Like that is the thing with damage sims, is that you can also do damage sims. Like, damage sims always take into account stats, of course. So a good damage simulator lets you easily change the stats. And then that also means if you want to like really, really get in the weeds with it, you can check at what breakpoints it becomes more or less worth it. But even then, that's on a specific rotation assumption, right? Like, if we do, like, a specific rotation assumption of, like, okay, at what point does doing this specific rotation when we have Penguinish Trader at these stats versus Li Feng at these stats, at what is the breakpoint that the damage, the DPS output becomes equivalent with Li Feng's stats going down? That is a thing you can do, but it's also only for one rotation. Physical team doesn't have only one rotation. A lot of other teams in this game have much simpler rotations, right? There's not that much variation for it. Physical team's way more complicated because you have so many permutations of characters and also ways you can order things. It was set for 10 minutes, so you had done. Were we out for 10 minutes, though? Was I yapping for 10 minutes in the loading screen? I felt like I was shorter than that. Isn't the answer also just both? Most situational characters like Alcara and War usually have several rotation calculations, assuming different situation for some big borderline possible. Exactly, yeah. You can always calculate all of them. And I think that is why, like, in the past, when I've ever done my calculations, and I've ever talked about my simulations and my rotations and stuff, I always make my spreadsheets public, and I always show them on the video, right, in the past. Because I think that's incredibly important. A, because I can be wrong. B, because I think if someone really wants to, like, get a nitty-gritty, because most people don't give a shit, right? Most people just go, okay, you said do this, I do this. Oh, this better? Okay, this better. They don't want to think about it. But there's definitely people, like myself, who would like to be able to think about it. And so them being able to see what assumptions I'm making is important. I always had people who double-checked my math, so I wasn't really concerned about my formulas being wrong or stuff. But, you know, the assumptions you make for your damage simulations are important. And yeah, so, like, the thing is, like, it is... Everyone, I am a big believer in that. However, I also, you know, have talked to I've talked with, like, some of the more modern, generation of, like, gacha theory crafters. And it's very understandable that they don't want their sheets to be public. Because I liked doing that because so the thing is, like, I like doing that because I am a person who like, cares more than anything else about living authentically into my principles, and that's in line with my principles, but it also creates a lot of problems, and I do not fault anyone for not wanting the problems those creates. Because having your calculations and your spreadsheets visible to everyone invites a lot of really fucking stupid people who try to criticize you, because they don't understand things deeply or well enough to actually have a valid criticism or valid like counter-analysis of what you've done, right? Like, you invite a lot of really stupid people that way. And that's part of the reason why I kind of stopped engaging as much with, like, various comments and things like that back when I did full-time stuff, which is, from, like, a career perspective, a bad idea as a content creator, right? Like, you should not be disengaging like that, but it's part of what led me to do that. So yes, it is good that it lines up with, like, my personal, like, principles of transparency and open discussion and people being able to have access to the information they need to make their own assertions. But it invites a lot of fucking problems. I don't fucking fault anyone who chooses not to do that, because there are so many stupid people on the internet chat. Flashback to the Genshin incident. SMH, just smile. Loki has no snowing power about Woo-Woo. Why is everyone keeping their spreadsheets on there? So, like, the thing is, like, on EN, shrug, I couldn't tell you. I'm not really in the EN scene anymore. And I don't really have anyone that I'm super familiar with who is, right? Like, for ZZZ, there's, I know Rivenus. HSR, the HSR, and for Woo-Woo, I do also know, like, for Woo-Woo, I do also know Grim. For HSR, I know Guaba and also Grim on Pridwin, and I have, like, there are theory crafters that I guess more so I'm personally familiar with and trust. But with Woo-Woo, outside of Grim's calculations, right? Like, I don't really know any of the Woo-Woo content creators at this point. I don't know who makes guides, and haven't seen their calculations or their simulations or anything, right? So I don't really know. But I can say for a fact, because when Woo-Woo did come out, I did briefly jump back into TC for that one Calcaro video and kind of, like, catching up with old friends and stuff. And, like, I will say that with CN, China has always been really stingy. They do not show their calculations, they do not show their spreadsheets. That's part of the culture over there. They do not share their work, right? And if one says one number is one way and the other says the other number is another way, you just have to basically pick which one you trust more. That's just part of the culture of theory crafting in CN when it comes to gacha games. They do not share their work. Competition main incident, I guess it is the main incident. Oh, hell yeah. The Zhongli incident was less so that, in fact, but the Zhongli incident was also a consequence of me disengaging, right? Because like I said, like part of that, it partially caused me to disengage with like the discussion and the community, and the Zhongli incident happened because I disengaged. If I had actually been involved in the Zhongli incident, it would have been very, very different. The problem is I wasn't. I was not the one who was there and active in addressing the other sides in the Zhongli incidents, and I was not the one there to discuss or debate it. I was not the one there who could. I was not there to provide actual, factual numbers and calculations, right? And that's kind of what led to it spiraling as badly as it did, because I did not engage with it. And that's part of why I've been a lot bigger about like engaging with the community and chats and comments and stuff like that with like this casual streaming stuff I'm doing now, right? Because I realized that was kind of one of the biggest issues back in my full-time content creator days. Is I just never really, I pretty actively disengaged with like not just even the community, but like other content creators and drama and all that stuff, and like just realizing that that's not the correct way to go about things. Engaging with stupid people is tiring, yeah, which is why, like I said, I don't blame anyone who chooses not to disclose their calculations, because you deal with more stupid people if you do that, and me dealing with the stupid people got me burnt out on dealing with the people, so I didn't deal with the important stupid people. Because unfortunately, if content creation is a thing you want to grow, or it is a career, you do have to at least in some way engage with the important stupid people, even if it's not with them directly, but with like addressing shit, right? If stupid people are bringing drama and toxicity into your community, you have to address it. Whether you address the stupid person in particular or not, right? So, yeah, anyway, lots of old stupid shit with that. I don't mind talking about it. I also don't want to, like... It's not all just my story to share, right, with a lot of things, so I don't want to share what isn't my part of the story to share, I guess. Anyway. The streamer is calling us chat stupid. Cancel him. Hell yeah, go on Twitter, cancel me. It'll only make me stronger. That's how it works in gacha content creation, like fucking 90% of the time. Thankfully, people weren't done when I did my first public release of stuff, but now, oof. Oh yeah, what kind of stuff have you released? Oh, hi, Lusara. Welcome back in. Be prepared, Jinx. Once you release your Ember guide, you might also get people saying you ruined the player base or cause irreparable damage to the community. Don't worry, I am more than used to hearing that from back in the day. I already got people telling me that. That's so fun. You've done irreparable damage, Lusara. How dare you? That's fucking hilarious. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. Like, I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing. I am sorry that you are going through that, because I know what that's like, but it's also just really funny that people are saying stupid shit like that. Believe me, believe me. The Genshin 1.0 days. The Genshin 1.x days were fucking something, let me tell you. Especially when... there were, oh my god, it was such a it was honestly like some of the most fun time in theory crafting was like the first like 6 months of Genshin before, because literally nothing was like established. Like nowadays, general assumptions for simulations, lots of how to handle like simulations in general, a lot of, in fact, just pure simulators are available and shared, and like how we work with and how we calculate things and how mechanics work is all like very, very, very hammered out in Genshin, and also in future gachas because of like because we have so much to work off of from like those days. But for 6 months of Genshin was fucking wild. The only reason why, like, until, like, they did change the names to multipliers in certain games after, like, in ZZZ, but the only reason why all the spreadsheets use MV is because it's motion value, and because I use the term motion value because it's from Monster Hunter, because it's a fighting game term from Capcom, and then for some reason, like, no one else could figure out a better term to use, so my spreadsheets that said MV were just the ones that people started using for some reason. And then I actually remember I had a discussion with, I think it was Maggie, it was some like one of the like the newer generation of Theorycrafters, back when like Wuwa came out, about how they were just like, I fucking hate the term motion value, I don't know why we use it. I'm like, that is like legitimately, I legitimately trolled the community on accident by introducing motion value into the spreadsheets. Internet skill issue, hey Wilt, good to see you. Doesn't KQM use skill 100% nowadays? Probably. I don't engage with Genshin TC, so it's very possible they've changed like their nomenclature, and they should. Motion value doesn't make sense, chat. It's just what we had. We did what we could with what we had. Oh, you made a damage calculator for Monster Hunter Generations way back when release. Oh, very cool. When calcs were a lot simpler. Yeah, when they were a lot simpler. It was also a lot easier, like, back in, like, the pre-world days, too, because there wasn't much in terms of, like, direct testing, right? Like, all of our numbers and calculations and formulas came from the guidebooks. So, there wasn't really as much need for, like, weird testing things. Enfield has never been the same since the Lysara Nation attacks! Are you gonna play Wild after the new expansion? Yeah, I will come back to it at some point. I still use modifiers, but it's kind of long to pronounce and type. Well, yeah, like, modifiers make sense. Like, this is being, like, its a damage modifier makes sense. Not gonna lie, motion value still makes the most sense to me because it is, like, it is very specifically the term. Like, in fighting games, the amount of damage that a certain, like, motion does, or an attack does, before any other modifiers is called a motion value. So to me, I'm just used to it, but, like, it doesn't make sense because it's literally not a term from the genre of games. It just got dragged over by my ass. Just looking to do your own thing. Alright, good to see those wars, Wilt. Well, it's actually got good, surprisingly. Just wish there were more fights that helped do other ways. Yeah, I've heard good things about it, and they, like, finally actually fixed the optimization on PC and everything. Ooh, Tesla Quest, fun. Okay, so wait, did Umbral come out? We're still, like, waiting on Umbral to come out, right? Eventually, I'll stop jumping around in a circle and actually work on this fucking video. Let me take my meds real quick and drink a little bit more caffeine, and we'll start working on stuff. Love me, my frame count to min-max the damage and speedrun. That extra 0.002 seconds is worth it. It is if it gets you the world record, smile! Although realistically, in any like Monster Hunter speedrun and most speedruns, what's gonna get you that extra point, that extra like 0.001 seconds for the world record is RNG grinds more than optimization. When it comes down to like that degree of like margin, it's RNG based generally. Monster Hunter speedrunning is 40% skill and coming up with the script. Like, those are all important. Figuring out your combat script is important. It's like 40% that, and 60% raw RNG grind and tenacity. The vast majority of your time doing a Monster Hunter speedrun is going to be grinding the RNG to get your god run. Or your good enough run that still hits the world record. Like, still dunks the world record, right? Like, that is just how Monster Hunter speedrunning goes. You can create a perfect script, and you will still have fucking monster HP RNG of all goddamn things. 99.99% of speedrunning comes down to who can F5 the quest the fattest. That's so true. What is it? Fucking, escape, left, down, enter, left, enter. How quickly can you return from quest? Have you thought on tier list changes, changed over the years? If I recall correctly, you weren't a fan of them back in the Genshin times. Oh yeah, I don't really mind tier lists these days. I don't mind tier lists. I just think it's very, very important for the context of the tier list to be understood. Because that's kind of the big issue, is that team-based games are complicated because teams are a thing, right? I think the best games, the best tier lists are tier lists that also have team tier lists. In games like these, I think team tier lists are far more valuable than individual tier lists, but I think that having both in at the same time is great. That's one of the great things about Reverse 1999. Reverse 1999, both like Pridwin's calculations and the community and like the community, official Discord server's community tier list, both have team tier lists. So they do grade characters individually, but they also grade the teams. And then also, I believe Pridwin also counts for this. I don't know the Theorycrafter in charge though. And I know that the community tier list accounts for this. They do also account for the team when grading a character. So like, the team tier list is just so much more useful, right? It's like, in HSR, how good is Casterus? So she's pretty okay, I guess. How good is Casterus with Evernight and Hyacine? She's very good, I guess. How is Casterus with Alicia? She's the best team in the game currently, right? It really comes down to, it comes down to the team, right? Like, if you grade Casterus in a vacuum, she's okay. You grade Casterus as the main carry in Mono Remembrance, she's literally the best character in the entire game. So, like, I think teams are just as important in games like this where that's actually fucking important, right? And it's a really nice thing about Reverse 1999, and it's a really nice thing about Path to Nowhere. Sin.gg and Sin.gg grades also has team grades, because team grading is very important in a team-based game. Exactly, Soda without heat inflections is F tier. Like, Soda without even like a Wolfguard or a Nakakurian team is F tier. Physical units are kind of a bit weird, but they still do need like a physical team, right? The only tier list I see mostly general usage or versatile one, followed by the upper level of team tier list. The problem is like tier listing's really hard in Enfield right now because we don't have endgame content. Like, we don't have endgame content, and then outside of Radagon, the other bosses aren't really great for like grading team quality, because so much of the speed clearing for them depends on whether you can stop them from doing annoying time-wasting attacks. Like, Marble Agleroy is a great example. Like, physical team performs so much better against Marble Agleroy like, second phase than it maybe should from a raw DPS perspective, because you can just basically stop it from ever using its ult. And that hot statue thing's ult wastes so much goddamn fucking time. But, like, physical team being able to just stagger lock them out of it is insane for, like, speed gains. Made me remember my friend quit Soda Heat Inflict and ditched her. I can't use her ult at all. Yeah, because it gets based around it. Exactly. Like, I honestly think that team tiering is generally more important, but I understand why you have individual tiering, because it's important to know, because you don't pull full teams, you pull characters, right? And you can pull towards building a full team, and in some games, full team comp is a bit less important. It's not nearly as heavily leaned that way, but games like HSR and around 1999 now, and Path to Nowhere, and to some extent Woowa, there's some exceptions, are very heavily based on like having your full synergistic team comp, unfortunately. And Enfield is going to go in that direction too, because that's just how these 3 to 4 character action gachas work. Me pull for grid or team, not character. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you're truly talking about meta stuff, you pull for teams. That's how these games work. If you truly care only about the results and meta, you pull for teams. And sometimes pulling for teams means pulling for universally strong units, right? Like, sometimes in, like, HSR, pulling for teams means pulling Tribby, because she's, like, fucking best in slot or second best in slot support and, like, got so many goddamn teams and just universally useful and will be useful in future teams as well. Similar with Cypher. And sometimes you pull Alicia, because she's literally useless outside of Chrysos Air teams, but also is part of literally the best team in the entire fucking game right now. What do you think about the idea you sent me? Would you be interested? That might be interesting, yeah, Will. I can't promise you if I will be able to commit to anything like that anytime soon, because holy shit, like, my time and energy, is so limited as it is. I mean, I don't even fucking know how I'm gonna get this Ember video done in time. I say having now spent almost an hour and a half not working on the script. Ha 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 ha. Because, like, I'm probably, well, during the stream, we're probably gonna, like, if I can, we'll take a look at the last stream and cut out, that section of accidentally getting the, accidentally getting the trim the metal and make a short video out of that or something, so I can at least have something up and, like, teasing this video coming out, because realistically, I'm not gonna be able to get this video done before next week, and next week, my family's coming into town, so I'm gonna be fully busy Monday, Tuesday, most of Wednesday, and then I work. So, I realistically might not be able to get this Ember video out for 2 weeks, just because life exists. So, and then on top of that, there's, like, content I want to stream, too. I don't want to just, like, work on this video, and I'm a little intimidated right now, and I think that's part of why I'm stalling working on the video, about how quickly I can get to this video even done with how much I've gone into stuff with it, because of how long the script is already. And also, I haven't done a video in a while, so even the raw editing process is just going to be slower than it's been in the past. I'm just don't have as much, I just don't have the same, you know, raw, like, micro and macro with editing as I used to. Why is my internet dying again? Is my internet dying, or is it just Enfield? I think it's just Enfield. I feel that my life is currently chaotic, got everything going on. Exactly, and I still want to work on my, like, digital art stuff, but, like, I have been having a hard time finding time for it. I've been having a hard time finding time to even play my other gachas. Okay, stream is fine, cool. Alright, Enfield just decided to see for a second. Probably a server thing. I really hope Enfield doesn't go down the war route, using hyper-specific tailor-made gear effects for every new character. 4GF Bennett was so fun back then. Yeah, the issue is, I think, Enfield's kind of really well set up to do that, because of how they designed their gearing system.
The battlefield shows no mercy.
Because we don't have universal main and secondary attributes, right? Like, because like we talked about when we talk about gear for this team, it would be cool to run Stagger Set on Ember. Running Stagger Set on Ember drops her damage by like fucking over a third. So it's not worth running, even though the set bonus is ideal, because it just simply doesn't have the correct attributes. That's why we're running Yinglung. Yinglung is raw stat stick. This second 3-set effect is literally useless. Her combo skill basically doesn't do damage. Like, this is literally useless, but it's just purely the correct stats for her. It just gives her all the stats she needs to hit a big ooga booga 200k finisher numbers. Part of why Stagger Set is good on Li Fang and on Chen is because it actually lines up well. So the game was already designed to have exactly that happen. To have a new character come out and then have gear that is perfectly tailored for them, because even if the effect bonus is like, even if they release a set and the effect bonus is perfectly tailored for a different character, if the attributes don't line up, they're going to sacrifice so much running it. That's like the difficult part of PogChamp as a physical unit, and like it's a good thing that it's that way, because he's already fucking overpowered as it is. Like, he's already an insanely good unit, but like, Stagger Set misaligns with his attributes, so it costs him a lot of damage. Fucking SP regen sets, or like the SP regen damage bonus set, the Vanguard set, misaligns with his stats. Everything misaligns with his stats except for raw DPS sets. Even though he can use multiple other supportive sets, only the ones that purely give him damage can actually be run without him losing his attack stat massively. Yeah, exactly. Sword Man's an Apocalypse Ember stat. Because the thing is, like, this entire fucking, like, Ember Stagger, 6-digit finisher, red-headed Sancta Hag without a gun arc of the Jinx, of the, JinJinx life of past 2 weeks happened because I just got bored and said, what if we ran 4 Stagger sets on, like, physical team? And then it was really funny. But, like, we can't actually do that without throwing. It would be great to be able to run 4 Stagger sets, but we can't actually do that without throwing. In fact, me running it on Poggers right now is probably actually throwing. I have to do rotation calcs, or more testing to be sure. But at this point for testing, I'd rather just wait till Umbral comes out, because I'm sure with Umbral I can do testing way more rapidly than fucking rebuilding ults every time I want to do something.
Enfield won't stop progressing.
Okay. No strolling. Okay. How... I'm not even sure what I want to cover in this section, if I'm being completely honest.
Constant vigilance in every place and situation. This is a rule that I never break.
I don't know if I'd like to spawn. Me saying this kind of connotes that Last Right's team has simple rotation, which is kind of true, but also kind of not true. There's a lot of optimization that goes into maximizing your nuke output. Hey, Swan. Honestly, the Ember, ass window, I don't mind, but it is kind of like one of the weirder points of her design. I think she has an incredibly strong design, and like, the ass window is definitely like a moment of, man, this seems like this is only designed for the Goon. I don't necessarily mind that, but personally, I think it's if anything, it is like the one negative I can think of about her design. Not that it's even a bad thing, or that I dislike it, but just because I think her design is otherwise pretty much fucking flawless. It's not over-designed. That's a big issue I have with a lot of modern gacha character design, is that they over-design really heavily. But Ember's has a lot of strong practicality to it. A lot of the more complicated parts of the design are built into things like the armor and machinery, which, you know, kind of makes more sense for it to have a bit more of this complexity. She does her actual decals and stuff used in her outfits are relatively simple and definitely, at least, you know, can make some sense. Like, it makes sense that this little bust piece over here, it might have some related symbolism to her squad or to the Iron Order, what the fuck they're called, or things like that, right? She doesn't have just like random silly little decals that just kind of feel out of place, which is, if you've ever done fan art for like popular gacha characters, you kind of start to understand what I mean by things are over-designed. And Ember doesn't feel that way. Her outfit doesn't look boring. It's not, and obviously this isn't like a hyper-practical military outfit or anything, right? Like, it's still anime-fied. But it's like a very, very strong design. It doesn't feel things don't feel out of place. Except the ass window. The ass window feels out of place. But I also don't mind it, because if you think they sexualize Ember, you're fucking psychotic, right? So, like, if, like, she's not, like, an overly sexualized character, the ass window, I mean, I'm sure you can come up with some kind of, like, cope-ass, gooning justification for it, like, oh, what it allows her to, like, it helps her retain her flexibility and, like, vent out the sweats from her lower body or some shit. Like, it's just an ass window, guys. It looks nice. People like asses. She has a nice ass. She is a strong woman who is very confident in herself and her body and does not mind showing off her ass. It's fine. It's fine that there's a goon window. It's fine. I need cryogen to release the Last Ride Gaming. Agreed. She's basically wearing a bunny suit, covered with steel plates and parts. I mean, kind of. The thing is, like, it's a little weird to me that people say bunny suits because they're just talking about, like, a leotard. Leotards aren't exclusively a bunny suit thing. Like, she's literally just wearing, like, a one piece, basically, right? Like, this is just, like, a one piece. Like, the thing is that also, even then, it's only kind of a one piece because it's really just, like, a full bodysuit with... It's a full bodysuit with less covering the joints. Like, covering, like, her hip joints, right? Which, I guess, to me, might be a quote-unquote flexibility thing or something. I don't know. It doesn't look out of place to me because it makes sense for there to be less quote-unquote armor or just material around joints, and I think it works well because of the fact that she has the armored fantasy, right? Like, actual armor has gaps at those areas. Does it make sense for this fucking weird military space leather fabric she has to need gaps there? Maybe not. But it fits in the terms of design language with the idea of her being an armored unit, right? Because those are the kinds of places you see gaps in real armor. In real plate armor and things like that, right? Like, does it make sense for her to need to have, like, her armpits exposed and all of that? No. But in real armor plating, that's where you would see something like a chain shirt, or you would have, like, leather instead, or you would have less dense material. So does it actually make sense from a rational standpoint that that part is quote-unquote unarmored? No, but it fits with the design language they're going with her, and I think that's fine. Without it, she obviously couldn't sit on benches. Smile. I mean, she can still have pants and sit on benches. But yeah, at least it's not armor plates, right? And they show her ass because that spin thing control the armor and machinery parts. They turned it into her main design. Wait, what? You mean her like fucking like 3D maneuver gear looking ass thing from Attack on Titan? I mean, maybe. I haven't really ever looked at that thing that much now that you're pointing it out. I still can't really see any way that this kind of... So here's the thing. I don't have a... Like, there's not really a problem with, like, the ass being less armored and things like that, right? And there's not really a... And, like... My question is, why is it almost a thong? Like, it makes sense for, like, the underside of the butt, right? Like, where the joints are. Where the quote-unquote gaps in armor are to be there. But why does she have, like, a thong and assless chaps? Actually, no, I guess assless chaps have a real world reason that they are used, right? So the chaps make sense. I just don't understand why it's a thong. Like, that, I think that's my thing. The ass window is fine. Assless chaps have a functional reason in real life. I don't know what they are, but they have one. There's a reason cowboys wore them. But I don't know why she has a thong as well. It's not a thong, obviously. It's just, like, underwear. But I guess my question is, like, why are half of her cheeks exposed? Like, if it makes sense for the gaps... Because, you know, we talked about the whole, like, armored design language thing, increased mobility where the joints are. But, like, that's not where a joint is. That ass cheek, that glute is not where a joint is. It's just, like, it just makes her ass look nice. That's also not a problem. But like I said, it's just the part that feels the most, like, dissonant in her design. The rest of, like, the exposed skin and things like that makes sense to me because we're talking about, like, this being... like, speaking to the whole armored design language of having less armor and having, like, more flexible, like, joints and things like that in armor. Even if, you know, well, she doesn't have actual plating on the leather parts, at the very least it speaks to the same design language concept. But it's just, like, why I don't mind that half her cheeks are out, and just it doesn't really fit with, like, the design language they're going for. She just has, like, underwear on to have underwear on. Like, why are these not, like, briefs? Tactical fit bodysuit, so her skin doesn't scrape with the armor. Yeah, oh, exactly. That's the thing. It's like, you can actually make some arguments for that, right? Like, it makes sense why there is thicker pants right here. Because these thicker pants are the parts that need to have the most buffering with these gigantic fucking armor plates she's wearing. Like, that makes sense. Same reason why you have these bodysuit pieces here, where there is a literal bits of metal attached to her body. And she doesn't necessarily need that as much on these other parts, and I think... But, like... And at the very least, like, her back being exposed just looks nice. It's also maybe one of those things of, like, you know, just don't need to armor her back as much for whatever reason. Never show, no wounds on your back, fucking Whitebeard from One Piece style. And at the very least, because her, like, main core is covered, again, it's not actual armor, but at the very least, it's, like, technically more, like, armored, whatever, than, like, the exposed skin on her body. Like, it still fits into the armor design language, because that is, you know, the most important part of your body to armor. It's where your organs are. But yeah, anyway, I don't mind the ass window. I don't mind it. We are here at the Goondola To Gacha Hell, never kink shame. We will just simply kink ask why. I'm just pointing out that to me, it feels like the most dissonant part of what is otherwise an incredibly excellent design, and Arknights is incredibly good at very strong designs. And they execute on that really well in some cases in Enfield, and I think fail pretty poorly in others, and fall into modern gacha over-designing holes. Li Fang's design is fucking great. Li Fang's design is fucking great. It's a good-looking outfit. It's a realistic-looking outfit. He has an armored arm. He has an exposed shoulder, which is, he has a more exposed, slightly armored... Oh, he has more exposed shoulder because he is a spear person. He needs more flexibility specifically in that arm, right? Like, the boy has a good design. He doesn't feel over-designed because all the little design elements fit very much in with the whole, like, Wuling Chinese aesthetic and don't have too much going on. I mean, yeah, you have your anime bullshit of, like, lots of asymmetry, but I like asymmetry. I think it looks good. I wear asymmetrical clothing. Is it more functional, practical? Hell no, but I like the way it looks. I mean, do we even need to talk about PogChamp? Just, like, really solid military outfit. Really solid, aesthetically pleasing, like, asymmetrical military outfit. Chen also pretty good. Not much over-designed at all. Yeah. But then, like... I mean, we love Bochi the Sanctum, but what the fuck is going on with this design? Like, genuinely? What is going on with her design? Like, I don't think she looks bad. It's just when I talk about, like, post-Genshin over-designing what the fuck is going on with your outfit, like, modern gacha over-design. Like, this is like a poster shot. What the fuck is going on with Last Right's outfit, chat? It looks good. Just, like... Someone explain to me any scrap of lore or personality-related thing that makes any sense in this goddamn outfit. Li Fang is rad, my fave 6-star visually for sure. Yeah, he's got just a really solid design. He just does not look out of place at all. It makes you see it and go, oh yeah, like this guy, it makes sense that it makes sense that he's a spear person. It makes sense that he is like he has a very athletic, like youthful athletic look because he has basically a fucking half of a tracksuit on. He fits really nicely in Wuling, but it's understated. He's not like... He doesn't seem like the kind to really care about, like, you know, having really fancy, heavily embroidered clothing, and it's not. It's got very basic decals and very basic extra, like, little touches of design elements like you would see in, like, a lot of actual, like, traditional Chinese clothing. Like, he's got a really solid design. I vibe with Rossi's design. Yeah, Rossi's design is really good. I haven't had the opportunity to, like, really look at it hard, right? Because he just shows up in some cutscenes. But, like, what I, like, looked at on, like, a non-deeply, let's stare at her entire character model side, I do like. You're asking why her pants are translucent where her ass is, if I'm understanding you correctly. It's not even that it's translucent, right? Because it's not just that it's translucent, this is, like, specifically a different material, right? So she has, like, the leather. She has the leather, and she has this mesh. Like, this is just mesh. This is mesh, fishnet, whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? She's just wearing some kind of mesh over it. And, like... Again, I get having that. She's basically just wearing, like, a lot of stocking. Like, the material used for stockings. And, like, there's a reason you wear those in real life. It makes sense for them to be around, like, her creases, like, the creases of her, joints and everything like that. And, like, it would make, if this leather, like, if this leather cut off, like, right here, right? Like, around the bottom of her glutes, it would make perfect sense in the design language they have going here, right? Where you have, like, this leather for probably slightly extra protection, and then you have these fucking space stocking fishnet material. It's not fishnet. Fishnet's actually, like, netted. But, like, this, like, the sheer stocking material at the joints for better flexibility and mobility, and probably also just better, like breathability, right? For better breathability, because when you're intensely exercising, your sweat's going to end up pooling at creases. So that makes sense that those are there. And again, it feeds into the whole, like, armor aesthetic, because even though this leather armor isn't actual armor, it fits in with the design language of what real, like, plate armor, where like this sheer stocking material would be like chainmail, right? And these would be a chainmail or a chain shirt or leather or something, and this leather would be like plate armor. It fits the design language, even if it isn't directly using that. And who fucking knows? Maybe this is some weird, like, space future super leather that is basically equivalent of steel plating anyway, right? And, like, if her ass had like the leather going to like right here, it would fit perfectly. Like it would just fit perfectly, and the design would just like make sense for what they're going design language wise. But it just has like this cutoff halfway through for some reason, and that's the part I don't get. Why did they give her like a like a semi-thong? I'm not complaining, right? I love a good ass. I don't have a problem, and obviously we don't kink shame here. We are literally the Goondola To Gacha Hell. If you think this is gorgeous and you want to goon, then do so, because gooning is one of the most wholesome things that happens in this fucking fucked up drama-filled community. But I am just questioning why, right? It is the only part of her design that feels dissonant to me personally. I like it. I like tall, powerful, mature women with nice asses. She has a nice ass, right? She does not have flat white girl ass. She has like actually like well like sculpted like, oh yeah, this girl swings a fucking greatsword around ass. I'm just questioning like what, like, it's just like the one point of a design that just feels distant to me, right? They cut in the leather like even like around like here, right? Like, you know, like fucking like boy shorts style or something, right? Like they cut it in a little bit more, but because it's like right here, it's not quite a thong, so it's not like an unnecessarily like sexualized thong thing, but like it feels like it's creeping enough towards a thong that it makes me question it. That's all. And I know it's because they're kind of going for like the leotard bodysuit thing. And that's how a leotard bodysuit thing would be on that side. But it just feels dissonant, right? This does not really feel like a bodysuit to me. This feels like something going for that design language of like how plate armor is constructed, just with like this space future leather shit instead. But this like is like, oh, why is, oh, now I'm just thinking like, there's a good reason why people keep saying bunny suit, and it's because bunny suits have that leotard structure and then a bunny tail, and she has fucking 3D maneuver gear from Attack on Titan instead of a bunny tail there. So I am now seeing why people keep saying bunny suit, because it's literally the same construction elements of a bunny suit. It is just a leotard, but a bunny suit's just a leotard with a fucking bunny tail on it, so. Which our dupter, Lumao. Last Right's outfit reminds me of a dominatrix latex outfit, which really goes against the whole shy and insecure thing for of Last Right. Yeah, and the thing is, like, it's also like doesn't look like an actual dom outfit. Chat, I've been part of the kink the kink community since I was like fucking 17. No, I mean 18. Haha, definitely. I have never used a fake ID to get into an underground like warehouse party or something. I've been since I was young. Since I basically I was young enough to go to them. Like, and like I dated a professional dominatrix for 3 years, chat. Like, this, I can see what you mean in terms of it looking like along the lines of a dom outfit, but it looks like the costume of one, right? Like, I've talked about this before with other character designs. We've talked about it. Why am I circling her belly? See, that's part of the problem, too. Why does she have a womb window? Like, here's the thing. You put this entire, like, going with, like, the whole dom thing, right? You go with this outfit for someone who has more of like your temptress or like femme fatale or like, you know, mature using my sexuality as like as like power sort of character, right? Which, you know, the dom archetype is one of those, right? But you have like other ways to do it. Like Makima from Chainsaw Man is a good example of a character who does that through like more personality and actions than she does through like her outfit. Like this makes more sense because like having a womb window, sure, makes sense if you're like, you know, if it's the kind of character who very clearly uses their like sexuality as part of like their power, right? This is fucking Bochi the Rock as a sarcasm. Why is she wearing this outfit? Like, admittedly, I don't know much about Bochi the Sarkaz, right? So I'm going purely off of surface level things. And Arknight, can be a problem with Arknights, because in original Arknights, a lot of the designs look like stupid bullshit until you actually learn about the character and go, wait, that makes sense. I think there was actually a big funny moment on Twitter with the community that happened with Golden Glow on that, with Pink Dog, who was actually a cat. Or Pink Cat, who was actually a dog. Golden. Where, like, especially in her, like, E2 art, right? there was like this like one guy on Twitter or something who was talking about like how Golden Glow's design is like so stupid and just random bullshit, and then like the entire Arcanite community ratioed the fuck out of them. Not even like in a toxic way, but it's like, bro, you're so fucking wrong. Here's all the lore related and personality related things that all of this is like, all of this makes sense for, right? Arcanites, that's one of Arcanite's strongest, like biggest strengths with character design is making the design fit them from a lore and personality perspective. And I think they do a good job other than the ass window with Ember and with a lot of the characters. And then there's shit like Last Rite, where I could just be making a very surface level judgment on it. I could just be making a very surface level judgment, not knowing enough about Last Rite. But like, someone please explain to me why the fuck she's wearing this outfit. It's a good-looking fit, and like I said, I think it would fit really well for an entirely different character, but like, why is she wearing it?
About peace.
I think the ass is intentional. Oh, the thing is, the ass is intentional regardless. Like, the ass is intentional. This is not an accident. Like, they... Character designs don't have things in there that are accidents. It's just that whether they make sense from a lore and, like, personality perspective, which is what I personally care about the most, right? But that's personal taste, right? Fucking, like, Modern MiHoYo and, like, Genshin designs are, like, incredibly popular, obviously, right? But I think a lot of them are way too over-designed, and I dislike them for that reason. I like designs that fit the character from a personality and lore perspective. And sometimes over-design makes sense for that, right? Like, if a character's extra as all fucking hell, then hell yeah, they're gonna have an extra as all fucking hell outfit. Like you said, this is obviously intentional. Like, this is not an accident. They have the strong yellow accent color literally leading your eye down to her ass. You're naturally going to have your eyes immediately drawn to the primary focal point, which is the halo and the red hair. The red hair naturally leads down. You have natural flows of action down to the back. It's very intentionally cupping or like edging on the back to have this nice triangular shape, because triangles are a very strong shape, and it does fit well with her design language. Again, I think her design is incredibly strong. The design language is really good. It leads down, and then obviously it is aesthetically pleasing, chat. This leotard cuts after you have like this nice triangle leading you down her back, and then turning that into a diamond shape with the leotard cut looks really aesthetically pleasing. Like, this is very intentional. The yellow accent also helps lead your eye down into it and cuts it at a really nice angle. This is a very intentional angle it's cut at, chat. Right? Like, the designers aren't stupid. The designers know what they're doing. There is a reason for this. I'm just saying the reason isn't lore, and it annoys me. Okay, anyway. That's the B in Ember. The ass is intentional goes so hard for some reason. It is, though. Like, these aren't accidents. It's just that, like, for me, I think strong design is when design really conveys the character, right? Like, visual design should convey the character. I've actually put in quite a lot of thought into my own, like, VTuber's visual design, and I should probably hide the flag so you can actually see it properly, as much as we love LAPPIPI here. Like, I mean, mind you, my VTuber design is mostly this is how I dress in real life, right? But, like, I do believe that you should be communicating a lot about a character through its visual design. That's kind of the point. That's a huge part of it. I think it should fit in with the lore in the world, and it should fit in with their personality. And sometimes it being mismatched is part of it fitting in with their personality, right? Nikke does this quite a bit with the bunny girl characters. Where they have, like, a lot of characters who have alter versions who are in bunny girl suits because of there being storylines where they join, like, the bunny girl casino and or the maid cafe, and, like, they do a really good job with the characters whose personalities are not built to be bunny girls, feeling really awkward and out of place wearing a bunny girl outfit. And, like, that's a really good case of, like, it really fitting the personality well too, right? So, like, maybe part of Last Rite, maybe, like, I'm judging Last Rite's design too hard, and maybe it's something like, part of why she is feeling so awkward is because this is supposed to be like some sort of traditional sarcasm gear or something that she is supposed to, like, she is wearing for other reasons, but she feels really awkward and exposed in it, right? Maybe that's actually the idea. Maybe. But until I know that's the case, I'm still gonna be mad at this design choice. Alright, yeah, maybe this is like maybe this is a Aid Bunny or Milk Bunny from from Nikkei situation, where they're like really awkward and embarrassed that they're wearing something so exposing, right? Maybe that's the case. But until I know it is, I'm still gonna be mad at the design. I'm gonna have to bounce relay over here, have fun with stream. Have a good one, Rave Masters. Thanks for popping in. I'm more of a square person, not triangle, but I'll take good Dorito soil or something. I mean, the thing is, like, everyone has preferences, right? Everyone has preferences in terms of design language. It's just that triangles are considered strong shapes. From a design, like, from, like, a collective unconsciousness, like, how humans see things, like, design language standpoint, triangles are considered strong shapes, which is why I think the fact that Ember has a triangular design is a really, really smart choice. Like,
My crusade.
let's just, like, ignore all their animations, right? Let's just look at the character design. You know nothing about Ember. You see Ember. What do you immediately think she is? She's a strong woman and a tank. Like, this immediately, her design screams to you what her actual job and her combat style is. I mean, I would personally expect her to be doing, like, pile driving, punching instead of using a greatsword, but we don't have fist weapons in this game. Whatever. But her using a greatsword makes perfect sense, right? Like, her design language is fucking on point. Again, the triangles and everything really convey how she is a very strong woman, and not just physically, but also, like, personality-wise. It definitely shows off that she has some kind of military background. It's, again, like, even though it is weird space future leather and stuff, even though she's only wearing armor really slightly on her arms, and this is really more like offensive tech with shields in it and like around her waist, she looks like an armored character, right? She looks like a tank because they very intentionally designed these softer armored parts of her to replicate the design language of plate armor and things like that, right? Like, her design conveys her as a character and personality so well, even when she's just fucking Y posing. Or whatever the fuck this default pose is called, I forget. Like, even when she is, like, not moving at all, you don't see how she, like, cracks her knuckles, how she, like... Yeah, how she cracks her knuckles, how she, like, clenches her fist, how she has these, like, sharp, powerful motions. Just her standing here, you already... If I told you all of these things about, like, her personality and her background, you go, that all makes perfect sense. That is what incredibly strong design is. That is like literally peak visual design is exactly that. And I think Ember succeeds on that in basically every form except for the goddamn ass window. And if Ember were the type to use her sexuality as like part of her strength or power, then the ass window makes more sense. But that's really not her personality. She is like the personality where like she clearly doesn't really seem to give a fuck about it. Like, she's a strong, confident woman, but she's not like your Midnight from My Hero Academia kind of character, right? For Last Ride, she's just doing sponsored combat for Sask. Lol, it's the combat suit advertisement. Really? Okay. Specifically Witching Hour, who made her great sword Kravanger. Oh, okay, so I did guess it's kind of right then. So this is actually a Kashmir's sort of situation, where she basically has a corporate sponsor, and so she's wearing the combat suit because it's for the corporate sponsor. Okay, so I take back what I said about Last Ride. Apparently her design is fucking peak because I fucking guessed what her lore was based off of it. Never mind, maybe her design is peak, chat. Maybe I take everything back I said. Maybe Hypergriff still cooks. I mean, personally, I'm kind of just not the guy for sexualized character designs, which is probably another reason why I really like Rossi. Thank God Hypergriff did not sexualize the visuals. Oh, yeah, definitely. We went on a fucking tirade for like 10 minutes about it last stream, but like because Acid joked that I am like the I'm like a classic lolly hater. I don't hate lollies. I love hags, and so people assume I hate lollies. I don't hate lollies. In fact, I love daughter characters. I want to be a parent, and I have a real soft spot for daughter characters. But definitely don't. And also, just because someone has a lolly body type doesn't make them a kid, right? Like I love Rebecca from Cyberpunk 2077. Like there are real life women who are short and have small chests. And they're adult women, and they are more than allowed and should be respected expressing their sexuality. But when you're also either coding, like either a character is a kid or is very kid coded and you're sexualizing it, yeah, okay, that gets kind of weird. I'll admit that's kind of weird. I usually don't like a Guna design, but if it has a good reason or it's not over the top, then I like it. Yeah, exactly. Like, the thing is, like, the thing is, too, is that Guna designs can be strong designs still. It just needs to fit, right? Like, it just needs to fit. And Last Ride having this kind of Gunner design for, like, a corporate-sponsored combat suit, and they want it to probably look sexy because they want to sell more of the suit, actually fits and makes sense. And there's actually a pretty neat storyline in Arc Knights in Kashmirez, storyline that has a point like that, actually. Because the Kashmirez Knights fight for, like, corporate sponsors. And, in Blemishine's event story, there's a fight that she literally only wins because the guy who she is fighting, who is better than her, is using a corporate-sponsored combat suit that fucks him up. That fucks him over.
I'm fine. Where are we headed?
Okay, I take it back. Maybe Hypergriff still cooks. Although I still don't understand Yvonne's outfit, but that's a whole different thing. I mean, it kind of fits with her, like, full fun, like, nerdy bubblegum pop thing, right? It just feels a little weird for an engineer, I guess, but I guess they're kind of going for, like, the fucking Zoomer bubblegum pop obsessed, like, Eagle hacker thing, I guess, with her engineer design, so whatever. Me, haha, short. Then I remember I'm on shorter side in Asia. It's okay, Shirel. I'm definitely one of those people who think that it is silly to, like, especially visually, right? Like, judge someone based on things that they cannot change. And, you know, your height is one of those. So I do not judge short or tall, and we love and respect all husbandos and waifus here of consentable age and not creepy shit. Of all different heights, and whether they are tall or short, whether they are tall, gorgeous, red-headed Sancta hags without a gun, or they are short stack little gremlins like Rebecca from Cyberpunk 2077. What was the stream about finishing the Ember Stagger stuff? Ha 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 ha! Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, chat. Ha 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 ha! I'm not stalling. You're stalling. I'm eating another bite of food real quick. I'm finishing my caffeine. Yvonne is just Guna design so good, I forgot about the lol amount. I mean, and it's fine. Like I said, it's fine to have good. And like the thing is, like, I haven't sat down and really looked at Yvonne's design, but I can also accept it a bit because they're definitely going for like the whole like e-girl. Like, the whole, like, e-girl, zoomer, hacker, engineer sort of thing, right? Which, them having a silly bubblegum pop, or, like, kind of silly looking, like, bubblegum pop, or, like, e-girl pop, or, girl pop sort of look, makes sense. She's just supposed to look like an e-girl, that's fine. The outfit doesn't have to make sense if she's supposed to have an e-girl outfit, right? Because sometimes that's just fashion, right? Fashion isn't always about it fitting your lore perfectly. Sometimes fashion is just like, I'm like, this is my fashion. I dress like this. Gothic Lolita isn't necessarily a functional thing, but sometimes someone just likes Gothic Lolita fashion. Wait, the stream had a purpose? Ha 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 ha. I guess that's why I have a taste for the 240 centimeter muscle mommy. I will definitely admit that Ember is like the muscle mommy type. The problem is it feels weird for me personally to say muscle mommy because like it's like one of the it's like if you've ever seen that meme, it's like hag, sir, that is not a hag, that is your peer. And for me it's like I love strong, powerful women, and she is definitely a very strong, powerful, muscular woman. But I don't want a mommy. I want a peer. I love hags, and they aren't really mommies to me because I don't really, that's not my kink, right? Now, do I want a strong, powerful, redheaded Sancta hag without a gun who can tie me down to a bed and do horrible, unspeakable things to me for hours? Yes, but I don't want a mommy. I'm fucking 32. I don't want a mother. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna go pee, and then we're going to, like, actually lock in chat BRB. And we are so back, chat. Thank you, Brandon Background, for your service as always. You want a dommy, not a mommy. I don't necessarily want a dommy, but if someone strong and powerful who wants to talk to me, I'm definitely down for that. I'm very much a switch. The only thing I'm worried about Yvonne design is a tail placement, but that's somewhat common issue for Akasaur and some Ruven all Arknights. Yeah, that's kind of just some more of like a biology issue that we run into with Arknights. Like Tomimi being like the other Akasaur with the obscene tail, right? Is just that for whatever reason their tail's origin point lies above the tailbone. And I don't know enough about crocodile biology to know if that actually has some proper biological basis or not, but it's whatever. Let's get him back on Ember Stagger instead of Ember's Badunker. Need to stop gooning and start writing SMH. Look, this may have been Goon, but this was a deeply analytical Goon discussing actual design language and design principles, and not just haha, funny ass, make a brain go burr, alright? It was me going way too in-depth and analytical about why haha funny ass make a brain go burr. It's just in my case, the burr is not a happy burr, because it's the only dissonant part of her design for me. Should we clip that? I am kind of curious listening back. What is it? This is the 211 stream. That would have been like around 110. Ember design tangent. I'm kind of curious to like listen back to that at some point and be like, is that actually like a good 10 minutes, 50 minutes thing to just like fucking clip and post? Okay, yeah, let's actually get in on things though. Because I do have to end the stream fairly early. I do work in the morning, so I can't, like, just stream until 4 AM or something. Okay. Okay, for the most part, if you want to Unga, the physical team is very good at the Bunga. Ultimately, you can just use battle skills and ults until the thing is staggered, ideally with damage amps like Breach up, and then Ember do funny number. Case in point, as showcased in the previous teaser video that came out recently, on stream we accidentally got the max trim nettle for killing you down when I was just trying to rebuild ult for testing and never really used ults, food, or min-max rotations. In fact, I was mostly reading chat and not even paying attention or thinking. I just did random BS until 4 stacks and PogChamp breached, I guess. But Ember 6-digit finisher do Ember 6-digit finisher things. I literally even realized we had gotten the trim until chat pointed out. That's how little attention I was paying. However, this does not mean there isn't a lot we can do to optimize. So, let's talk about that. One of the biggest balancing aspects with Physical Stagger Team is when we use our ults. There are two primary arguments for ult timing. We can save and exclusively use our ults. We can say, I don't need to say exclusive, we can save and use our ults for building stagger while still doing a shitload of damage. Each ult does 25 to 35 plus total stagger, which is very significant for hitting our boss breakpoints for both stagger nodes and staggers. And naturally, it makes sense to use our ults at the beginning of fights, during which the boss will not be staggered, because we don't want to waste the energy generated from our initial rotations. At the very least, use some of them, and at the very least, we will want to use some of them since we don't need every ult to efficiently build up for a stagger. Maybe one note about, like, unlike other teams where they have supports whose ults are just there to amp damage, so you just press the button when you do Ooga Booga last rites or Surra nukes. Everyone in physical team deals good damage and stagger with their ults. In fact, we currently don't even have any physical ults that are supportive purposes like amping. Right? I'm not crazy. The pawn's ult is just also another fucking nuke, right?
My crusade.
Yeah, it's literally just a nuke. Like stagger, stack, and damage nuke. Every physical unit's just that right now. Including catcher. She's not a cookie cutter muscle mommy, but I know she would be a mom that berates me to clean my room with how strict she is! I just don't see Ember as anything other than Elizabeth Roseblood from Hololive. Using the same weapon doesn't help my dissociation either. Lol. I mean, that's fair. And you know that I'm not saying that that's like the reason why, but they both could have similar design choices for similar design language reasons. I know who Elizabeth Roseblood is, or Roseblood Flame. Is it Roseblood Flame, right? I know who Elizabeth is. But I'm not super familiar with HoloLive, like HoloLive VTubers, so I have just seen clips basically, and I don't quite remember her design in detail. I just remember that she's redheaded and has the whole like Queen Knight thing going on. Ember equals Isekai to Elizabeth from Holo, for real, for real. I also know she has an absolutely gorgeous voice, but who fucking doesn't in HoloLive? Hypercarry really is the same across every gacha. Yeah, except for actual Octanites. The idea of hypercarry is basically non-existent in that traditional sense, except for the most recent collab we just got, Ave Mujika. That's like literally the only case where we have like a true hypercarry team. Because everyone in the Ave Mujika collab, their entire job is to just make Sakiko do gooder things than she already is, and she's already the best lane holder in the game. Don't Endman and Pog buff on technicalities? Pog, no. Endman... Oops, sorry, I dropped my... Wait, well, I guess kind of? I mean, yeah. Kind of, like... On technicalities is definitely the best way to put it. Yeah, maybe we need that. Penguin. The handsome Birdman. Birdman do have some buffs attached through talents and potentials, but realistically, their ults are just nukes. Nukes with SP. Oh, whoops. Gen in Pog's case. Thermite Cutter, my beloved, but I choose Sundered Prince. Never regret your Sundered Prince. The only issue with Sundered Prince is it's locked you into the nightmare that is building physical team. Because it's fucking expensive. But the never regrets your Ember standing. She will treat you well. Given this, we naturally have a lot of nuance to how ults can be used in physical team. There are two primary arguments for ult timing. We can save and use our ults for building stagger while still dealing a shitload of damage. Each ult deals 25 to 35 plus total stagger, which is very significant for hitting our boss breakpoints. Plus 35 plus stagger, since physical statuses also deal stagger that increases with arts intensity. Total stagger. Wait, no, this needs to go after total stagger. Full staggers. Naturally, it makes sense to use ours at the beginning of a fight, during which the boss will not be staggered because we don't want the energy generated from our initial rotations. At the very least, we want to use some of them since we don't need every ult to efficiently build up our stagger. However, at this opener, we have a conundrum. The ults of physical team deal a shitload of damage. During the stagger stick, enemies take 30% more multiplicative damage. This turns it into a shit ton of damage. However, this means we also waste all the potential stagger build that could otherwise be used towards more quickly staggering the boss again, and potentially could even let us purely stagger lock them, so they don't use dangerous or time-wasting attacks. On bosses like Hot Modern Art Statue, this is potentially very significant because the ultimate attacks waste so much time. They are also the easiest to stagger due to he also easiest to stagger, and by far the easiest to execute stagger locks on. Boss like that, however, this is much less significant, especially because the main time waster attack he has, you can just still hit him during, and in fact, it's a great opportunity to use Ember's battle skill. There's also the fact that a faster next stagger lets us access Ember's next Ooga Booga 6-digit finisher faster, which if it hits a damage breakpoint such as a phase swap or killing the boss, can also save us time. So what is the right call? I don't know. It's something that, quite frankly, you'll have to experiment with. There's not really going to be a hard and fast rule of what is better, outside of running specific scripts like many goats do for speedruns. This IMO is This, at least for me, is a very fun thing about Physical Team. It gives you different options for trying to improve your clear times, and is frankly a fun puzzle to solve. When bold something about Umbral Monument. It's not out yet, but will be by the time this GOG Forsaken video is. However, I'm sure that for many of you, this will be annoying because you just want to do best rotation and Unga Bunga clear fast without gauging, without having to engage with adapting your strategies and rotations. In fact, this is something that, as far as I am aware, is something that only Physical Team really gets to do, and I love that. Most other teams mostly have quote-unquote solved optimal rotations for most situations, and you execute engagements with the combat systems is executing those well. This is also how the vast majority of action gachas on the markets work. Such as in WoWa, PGR, and I am told Genshin, but I haven't touched that game in years. But having more strategic permutations to work with is something that makes the combat in the original Arknights Even even ZZZ to some ZZZ, despite having IMO the most dynamic combats in action gacha. Wuoi PGR, Honkai Impact 3rd. Having the most armored, fundamentally has set optimal rotations for stun windows. And I'm not gonna go too deep into. I don't want to go too deep into like the ZZ rabbit hole with this comment. I can literally yap for hours about it. Umbral open for Asia? Hell yeah. Okay, time for Umbral later. Have a good one, Lasara. Have a good time in Umbral. I'm excited to see your runs. The puzzle itself doesn't fit perfectly, but that's the point of optimizing and problem solving. Exactly. Me rotation botting on last right hyper carry. I mean, that's the thing, YX. Like, that's also fine, too. But I am also very lucky, admittedly, that for me, I prefer these kinds of combat puzzles to solve, right? That's fun for me. But I just happen to accidentally main the team that does that, right? Like you said, Last Right, like, there is a lot of optimizing that goes into making Last Right's team deal optimal damage. You would need to make sure you are appropriately timing your nuke window and your buffs and things like that to do so, but it's basically a solve puzzle. Physical is not like that. And if I solve the puzzle for a specific fight with Physical, I can run a different Physical team. Arknight's so good. And this be fun puzzle solving still exists in still preserved in Physical team. Especially because if I quote unquote solve the rotations for a particular fight, can always run a different Physical team setup. For physical fights, a different fight will potentially have a very different quote-unquote solution. And I can always run a different Physical team setup. Fluorite nuke teams are very fun. Saw someone trim all 3 bosses with her as main nuke DPS. Hell yeah, we love that. I'm really glad to see that lots of teams are functioning, even if they're not meta teams, and I'm really hoping that Enfield stays at a challenge level where that still continues to be viable outside of, like, true mold, like, truly, like, mold flex pushing. Because that's the thing that the original Arknights is so good about. Like, and then people who are fucking insane people still manage to get, like, max flex pushing at, like, can get, like, 540cc clears, which is the highest clear you can get, that matters, at least. Max risk is, like, a different thing, but you get your max trim at 540. With, like, the world's most scuffed teams, like, 3-star only for the true psychopaths. And E0 only for that one crazy whale who fucking max potentials every character that comes out and then refuses to ascend them. Let's see. For that, well, maybe I'll have a specific rotation guide in the future, but no promises. Promises. Otherwise, I am sure plenty of other great content creators, theory crafters will figure out solid generic options. As for this video, instead let's cover the general concepts and ideas you want to follow in order to maximize your output. Starting with decision making about your SP usage. SP usage. Actually, I should mention something about Ember's ult here somewhere. Well, for Ember, her ult deals laughably low damage. It has basically half the motion value of all half or less the motion value of all of the other physical team ults. Its heat damage for some God-forsaken reason so unless the shield is really necessary for surviving fights, you just use it for stagger. How about for the rest of the team? As we discussed earlier, the biggest gate to rotations and DPS in this game is SP. SP, especially in a team like Physical, where we want to stack as much. We want to build stacks as fast as possible. Especially in a team like stacks as fast as possible. And SP is the primary way to consistently do so. Even strictly cooldown based stack building, such as our beloved idiots combo skill, is gated by another stack triggering first, which is very likely to be from another battle skill. Play the same Polika variation with big nukes, but less often. But good luck if you're trying to do that. It would be majorly useful for extra step in speedrun fight. Not that got clapped in one rotation. Talk about floor main carry. I see someone bringing non-6-star team and main Estella to get all 3 trimmed. Kelsey's did. Hell yeah, that's wild. Making Estelle and Alesh work. I mean, I'm really happy to see people making like waifu husbando teams work. It's actually awesome. And I'm like I said, I'm really, really hoping that Hypergriff keeps it to the point where those still remain viable for the truly dedicated. Because that's one of the best things about original Arknights is that you can do that. If you stan a character in original Arknights, you can make them and a team around them work. You just have to get good. Not every SP printer has to be Myrtle, please. So true, Pop BSD. And I think a good Vanguard design is going to be around having, yes, all of them print some SP, but doing so with different utilities in different ways. We already have Akakuri. We already have like the one true SP printer we need. We don't need another Myrtle. We don't need to get an Elysium, and we don't need to get a Salic. I think it's way more interesting when they do things like give us, like Inez and the other, oh my god, Stretch, and the other Agent Vanguards, like giving us the new Vanguards that like Silver Ash Ultra's gonna be and Matsukiri is from the most recent anniversary and everything. It's much more interesting when they give us I love Volpe. Volpe Folia. Folia is my favorite Vanguard to run, other than Inez. And I'm not gonna lie, part of Inez because she's so fucking busted. And they are a completely different archetype of Vanguard, because they do provide some DP, but the main thing they provide is incredibly good lane holding with a weird mix of being able to, like, elite and boss shred with proper skill timing. So, like, I think the best design is when they do that, and we have, oh, Vanguards make SP. Everything else they do is variable. We don't need another Myrtle, we already have one. SP is also how we build ults. Every battle skill. Actually, you know what? Give me a sec. I'm gonna ping. Who was it? Yeah, it's Valk. Do you have links to the on SP mechanics you're finding? I'm curious to see them and see if there are nuances I'm not aware of, and I haven't really been looking around in the space for guides or anything, to be honest. I believe it's 6.5 at 6.5 energy. Builds 6.5 energy for every teammate, regardless of who uses the battle skill. This might come as a surprise to many of you, because other action gachas have trained us to expect that the units using a skill gets more energy. Tong Tong being Ice Chen would be so funny considering both of them are dumb. I would love that so much. Since Pop 5 reduces cooldown by 1 second every time Nature Cry Infliction applies, in practice is a 27-second cooldown, which is not terrible. It's still shit, but it's not terrible. She is a 4-star. It's just hard because they made 4 stars cost the same as 6 stars to build in this game. So, like, in, like, original Arknights, there's very good reasons to build 4 stars. And, in fact, the new player recommendation by basically fucking everyone is build your 4 stars and 3 stars. They're cheap to invest to and help you fill out your 12 operator, because you get 12 fucking units. 12 operator, squad more quickly so that you can actually push story and events and clear, because Arknights is not an easy game. There are very, very few exceptions where the, like, debut banner character you start playing on, you can hyper invest in and be hard carried by. I got that experience because I started playing on Vishadel's fucking banner, but, like, it's generally rare for that to be the case. Can I miss Genshin's energy and elemental Geisha? Yeah, the elemental system in Genshin is so fun, and I'm not gonna lie, the best time in gacha theory crafting I've ever had was when we were all figuring it out. Because they don't tell us how it fucking works. Elemental gauge theory is literally a community-made theory, and I gotta be a part of the testing and part of the construction of that theory back in the days when I worked with Kuching mains. Because, like, I don't know, I've heard various things about KQM in, like, the past few years, because I'm not, like, familiar with them anymore or anything, but, like, I will definitely say that KQM did so much for the theory crafting community in the first year, because it's literally where elemental gauge theory got developed, in the West, at least. And I was a part of that, and it was really cool. It was really cool seeing this theory crafting community and all these theory crafters figuring out how this weird fucking esoteric system in Genshin works. Imagining OG Silver Ash ult and Enfield is diabolical. I mean, yeah, kind of, but, like, I wasn't around for the OG Silver Ash days, because I started playing in Vishadel's patch. I've been playing Arknights for 2.5 years now? 2 1/3 or something. And, like, by the time I started playing, like, Silver Ash had been, like, so thoroughly power crept by so many characters, I just didn't ever get to experience what it was like having that amount of damage, that amount of power loaded into a single character's skill, like, on-skill, window, in a game where that wasn't really a very common thing. Now it's just so common for you to have so many characters that have equivalent, better, or close enough output with significantly better skill cycles, like insanely better skill cycles, because that's the direction the game has gone. I tried Umbral and it's not that sweaty. Oh, okay, good. I mean, that's good to hear, honestly. I don't want it to be too sweaty. Like, I want there to be the option to sweat, but it shouldn't be for, like, main rewards. My fear was exaggerated? Yeah. We'll see what they end up doing, right? It would be cool to see if they... Because, like, the thing that makes Arknights so nice, right? And I kind of hope they keep this going with Enfield, is that the floor for clear is not that high. I mean, it's a hard game. I keep mentioning, it's a hard game, right, chat? But, like, you absolutely do not have to play meta. It just makes your life harder. Arknights is the absolute best game in gacha game that I am familiar with for playing for waifu and husbando, because if you're good enough, you can fucking make them work. You do not have to play meta, it just makes your life so much fucking easier. And I would rather they continue that pattern in this 3D action gacha and make it so that, yeah, you can run meta, but you don't have to. You can run waifu, you can run fluorite carry, you just have to really, really fucking optimize fluorite carry, right? Where, like, it would be so cool, I'm not gonna lie, it would be so fucking cool in Enfield if we developed something kinda similar to what we have in parts of the Arknights community, where people get kind of looked down on sometimes for running meta. Like, it is so opposite what you see in other gacha communities. But I mean, I'm not saying, like, everyone shits on meta players, but, like, there is definitely a good chunk of the Arknights community that is just like, oh, you cleared that with Vishadel? Doesn't count. Right? Like, there is a very notable sentiment in Arknights because you can clear with more skill, with switty meta ops where there is definitely a section of the player base just like, oh, you cleared with Exu Alter? That doesn't count. That doesn't count. You made it too easy. You used the accessibility option, right? It's like, you used the easy version. That doesn't count, right? That would be so funny if compared to all the other 3D gachas, meta got viewed that way in Arknight's Enfield. I kind of want that to be the case. It would be so funny. Yeah, exactly. People shit on Vishadel users. I was a Vishadel user, and I fully admitted the entire time that I am only clearing to, like, this deep in chapter 14, because that's the one that was out. That's the one that came out as, like, her quote-unquote event, because I'm using Vishadel. I'm only clearing, like, fucking Tallulah with this much ease because I'm using fucking Vishadel. I have literally picked the easy mode. I have literally built the easy mode button for me. Tallulah should not be this fucking easy for me to clear. I should need more team investment and better strategies. But I have fucking E2 Vishadel, so I can just fucking go burr. It's like saying you clear the stage with the journalist option difficulty. Exactly. I would love it. It would be so very funny to me if Enfield's community developed that view on meta units, right? It would just be so fucking funny if people are like, oh, you cleared that with Surtur? Doesn't count. Whatever, dog. Whatever. Anyway, watch this Fluorite main DPS clear. Oh my god, please, Hypergriff, please do this for me. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna note this clip down too. I feel like that would be a funny little Schultz rant or something. Now that I'm, like, actually planning on making a video, I'm actually caring more about, like, saving clips and stuff, because if I do post this video and it does pretty well, I will actually start wanting to post, like, shorts and clips and stuff like that, right? I haven't really been doing that because we have, like, a lot of really good clips from previous streams that I just never bothered cutting together, because I know if I put them out, nothing's gonna happen, right? The way the algorithm works, because I haven't posted any real videos, and because like the algorithm just hates the channel right now, understandably, it's not worth the effort. But Hypergriff, please make meta chat on. It would just be so funny, chat. Like, I cannot describe how base it would be if Hypergriff went that direction. Remembering that happened with Cholter, exactly. Well, there was also a lot of other issues with Cholter. I wasn't there, but I have, like, seen plenty of videos and stuff talking about it. Like, Cholter had the issue because she was not only overpowered and the easy mode options, it's also because people just didn't like Cholter. Like, Hypergriff had to apologize and give out like, Apologems, because she was just such a lazy alter, and people were just mad that they pulled what they, you know, viewed as a sellout move by making this new limited so fucking lazy. For those who don't know what happened with Cholter, Chen Alter was a summer anniversary unit in Arknights who was incredibly strong, and previous alters had been, like, cool, you know, new versions of the characters from the future, reimagining their, like, character fantasy and doing cool kits, and Cholter was literally, oh, look, it's Chen in a swimsuit, and she has a giant shotgun. And it was just, like, there was a big drama and a lot of backlash against Hypergriff because it was, like, by far the laziest, like, money grab move they've ever done. Viewed that way by the community, right? Because anniversary units are a great source of money. It's 300 fucking spark. And her being, like, that overpowered while being so lazy just pissed off the community. People did not react nearly the same way with Vishadel because Vishadel was a really good alter and also a really good, strong part of the main storyline. And, like, how they designed her, and both in terms of, like, character design, visual design, and combat design all fits really well with her. It's a great, like, reimagining is a weird word. It's a great, like, evolution of the previous character, despite the fact that she is significantly more busted, and even remains to be significantly more busted, even if she's been DPS crapped, but she still has way too much utility and basically can't die if you're not an idiot. And so, like, she's still incredibly disgustingly powerful, but no one had a problem with her. For the most part. I mean, people bitch, but, like, people didn't have a problem with her from a design standpoint or, like, a quote-unquote money grab standpoint because, like, they did a great job with her as a character. Okay. How an op does get more energy. However, when they use their battles, when they use their combo skill. This is a big reason outside of having 70 energy costs that Chen gets to shit out high damage ultimates. Big reason why. Also makes certain ultimates, like Voice, potentially harder to generate. Due to their combo skills being harder to use off cooldown. Man, Chicks, you were the reason, however, became an integral part of my English vocabulary. You know, you're definitely not the first person to say that, but I'm glad because however is such a good word. I don't want to say that because it's quote-unquote my thing, right? It's such a good word because however is, the reason why I say it so much is because it is like, one of the words that is definitionally used for nuance, right? You don't say however if you are just making a point and only supporting that point. You say however because there is nuance to the points and you're stating a counter argument or you're stating like a qualification or a specification. It is like definitionally a word that allows for, that creates nuance in an argument or in whatever, right? That's why I love the word so much and use it so much, because I'm the kind of person who doesn't just go, let me like see this point and then only talk about or look at the things that support this point. I like being proved wrong. I think that thoughts, and especially science, like science is based off of disagreeing and proving things wrong if new evidence comes up to show it's wrong. That's how science progresses. But I also think thoughts and like human thoughts and human knowledge progresses because we look at the nuance and because we look at the information and especially new evidence and adapt our thinking based on that. So I think however is a truly beautiful word because it is definitionally part of that. Okay. And it's also why I like using it myself, because I like proving myself wrong like that. That and I'm just kind of like a habitual contrarian. Not in like a trolling kind of like, haha, let me just like say something stupid sort of why reason. But I just like thinking about, wait, how could I be wrong here? It's funny to me. God damn it, let me add that clip too. A lot of these, like, clips, I will say, having looked back at clips before, because, like I said, we have, like, a lot of funny clip moments and whatnot in stream, and one of the unfortunate parts of YouTube is it's way more annoying to clip things. It's one of the main reasons why I should probably look at streaming on Twitch, is it just be a lot easier for the community to, it's a lot easier for the community to, like, actually clip things, so I don't have to note them down and go back and clip them, right? Because YouTube's just really annoying to do it. It's like the systems for it are fucking terrible. And not impossible, but harder. In fact, the way you make this much. Speaking of which, let's talk about the nuances of boys' battle skill. if you run a team with this Bennett looking ass high DPS shonen protagonist, the fuck you spell protagonist? Protagonist. You start off every rotation with his battle skill. This is because his combo skill. This is because when there are no physical stacks, it applies physical susceptibility, which is damage stonks. Stonks for the whole team and your upcoming rotation. It is also incredibly important because his combo skill requires physical susceptibility or breach to trigger. Breach to trigger. It also happens to have the highest raw MV out of all our battle skill options, and because Li Fang scales so well due to his talent 1, it ends up doing a lot of damage and is a strong candidate for being your general filler battle skill to use with extra SP. Combo skill not only deals decent damage, can stagger, and builds energy for his outrageously strong ult. It also is how he accesses his link mechanic, which boosts the next battle skill by 30%, or next ult. The next used battle skill with or next ult by 20%, regardless of who uses it. Realistically, you always want to use this on an ult if you can. I don't really say for obvious reasons. The highest raw MV out of all battle skills, all our battle skills. So it ends up doing a lot of damage and is a strong candidate for being a general filler battle skill to use with extra SP. The biggest problem comes with it only applying susceptibility with 0 physical stacks unless you luck sacked into P1 like I did, but let's assume you didn't. This makes maintaining his combo skill off its 16-second CD challenging, because challenging through himself, this makes maintaining his combo skill. This makes him solo maintaining his combo skill, so it's challenging. 16 seconds, right? I'm not crazy. Because his susceptibility only lasts 12 seconds. 50% more damage is always good. It's only 30%, almost 20%, right? I mean, 50% with enough stacks, but you're not stacking up Link with this team. You're not stacking up Link in this game in general. Unless you run Akakuri Leafing, and even then it's only 2 stacks. Are there operators who want to use Link on a skill Avi winner? Definitely Avi. Definitely Avi. The only problem is your only realistic source of that is if you run Akakuri. But 30% more damage on Avi's battle skill is a comical amount of damage increase. Loki, I forgot about Wolfgang and Yvonne even existing as I don't know enough about Yvonne. Right? I'm not crazy. Link's only 20 and 30, right? I fucking god, where is it? It's like under like the combat bonus section. I remember where it is. Yeah, Link buffs can stack, but have diminishing returns. And we don't have any way to like stack Link realistically, so it's just 20 and 30%. Accidentally dodge every attack with Ember, she never triggers a combo. Bro, yeah, that's why, like, realistically, you mostly just trigger her combo through using her battle skill. It's not bad to use her battle skill. It still builds a stack, and if you use it, and if you get hit during it, it's still 20 base stagger plus knockdown. That is the highest stagger you're getting out of a battle skill in this team. But, of course, if you're running arts intensity on her, so it's not as big of a gap, because, you know, the knockdowns and lifts on Chen are gonna be doing like an extra 3 or 4 if you're running like arts intensity on them, but it's still the most stagger you get out of a battle skill in this team. And then you get your combo skill for an additional 10 stagger and another knockdown. So like it's not worth using her battle skill, because you're essentially getting like 2 physical stacks out of it plus a lot of stagger. It's just not worth using if your combo skill isn't up, really. You'd have to clear your stacks with a Rush or Breach every Chen is the main other candidate, but more on that in her section. You crush or breach every time in order to 16 seconds and use boy's battle skill again in order to do so, which is most of your SP generation. Probably most of your. This is solved by simply running PogChamp with him. How long does Breach last again? I know it's 30 seconds at 4 stacks, but you don't always necessarily 4 stack. Breach lasts 30 seconds at 4 stacks, which is most of the... At 4 stacks, which is plenty long enough to permanent to for our boy. This susceptibility is a rare damage modifier. So ideally you want it up when you nuke through ults, and it is a huge part of Ember hitting her juicy 200k plus finishers. I want to make sure that line's included. I was thinking of ending at the end, but this is like a very good segue, like a perfect segue to the PogChamp skill. Speaking of the handsome Birdman, let's talk about his battle skill. Is a terrible filler skill, but probably the best battle skill in all of Physical Team. Let's see. It doesn't apply knockdown while it applies a physical stack. Physical stack at 0 stacks, like any other physical battle skill. It's damage when doing so, and there is basically always a better option for that SB. It doesn't trigger a knockdown or lift for more stagger and damage, and damage. What it triggers instead is strongest mechanic in Physical Team, Breach. What the fuck is this multiplier? 2 times arts intensity divided by arts intensity plus 300? Huh? Like, I understand the formula, just fucking why? Huh? Okay, sure. Reach increases physical damage taken by the enemy by up to 20%. 20% multiplied by 1 plus arts intensity. 1 plus twice arts intensity divided by arts intensity time arts intensity plus 300. For some reason. Just use the in-game tooltip. Just use the in-game tooltip to see the exact amount. That is such a weird formula choice. Like, I mean, it basically ends up being, like, a little under 2/3 of it. I don't know why they chose that, but okay, sure. I mean, whatever. This is obviously a lot of damage increase. Deals an okay damage nuke. But more importantly, covered this in depth earlier, but as a refresher, scales based on physical stacks, detonates your physical stacks to deal okay damage nuke will only increase physical taken by up to 20%, multiplied by 1 plus twice odds intensity divided by odds intensity plus 300 for some reason. Just use the in-game tooltip to see the exact amounts. This is obviously a lot of damage increase. And lasts a really long time at 4 stacks. Which means we, of course, want to use it at 4 stacks and have it active whenever we do notable damage nukes like alt and finishers. Did they just test 2 as a multiplier, found the damage gain with lower odds stats a bit too high, and just added the 300 to make it a bit less at lower odds intensity value? Yeah, I guess so. Like, I mean, because like you said, all it really does is slightly worse, like, gives it a slight curve in the scaling, to give you slight diminishing returns at higher odds intensity values. Like, that's all it fucking does. It's a weird choice, but I guess that's the curve they decided was the most balanced. For some reason, this gives it very slight diminishing returns on... It's very slight diminishing returns on higher arts intensity. On higher arts intensity values. But you're still probably just gonna want stack as much as you can. Anyway. Very slight. Small calc chart here. Yeah, I mean, like, we're talking incredibly, because it's inflated. It's already inflated by a 300 additive, so we're talking about incredibly minor diminishing returns, and like this is the real diminishing returns. Diminishing returns. This diminishing returns is one of the most misused mathematical terms out there, because lower returns on additive scalars is not diminishing returns. It's just how additive scalars work, right? Like the idea of, okay, you have like 100 attack, and then 50 attack increases by 50%, and then 50 attack again increases it by 33%. That is not diminishing returns. It's just people always say it is. That is an incorrect use of the term. Diminishing returns means when you increase a stat, you actually get a lower absolute less value out of it. This is actually what diminishing returns is, right? It's because like each additional point is actually worth a lower absolute value amount each time. Instead of you getting a 10 increase each time you get 10 more or whatever, or 20 more or whatever, you're now getting a 9 increase or an 8 increase, etc, etc, etc. Anyway, rant about diminishing returns aside, it's just one. I admit I was really bad about misusing this term in the early Monster Hunter days, and I'm kind of sad, and it annoys me that I did, but ever since it got pointed out, I was like, fuck, you're right, I'm an idiot. So it's a pet peeve of mine, chat. Is also actually true diminishing returns, because each increase gives you less absolute increase, and it is a huge pet peeve of mine how often the term is misused to explain additive. To explain additive value, additive multipliers. But anyway, moving on. If Pug, this handsome specimen, if this gorgeous specimen of a birdman is in your team, this becomes your biggest priority when it comes to stacks. 30 seconds. Just make sure you do a 4-stack breach and continue on with the Ungas. It can be situationally useful to use this at lower... Oh, well, also... Okay, let's... Pog additionally deals more damage, generates more SP, and deals more stagger on both his battle skill and combo skill. Combo skill. I just realized I didn't note something. Really important notes on this is that SP refund does not count toward energy. energy generation. This means that Penguin's P1, while still nice for SP economy, does not generate extra alt energy per SP. Does not help alt economy, but SP gen through Vanguards does. So, who battle skill we use? Now, Anop does get more energy when they use their combo skills, but this is a big reason why, outside of having a 70 to 59.5 at P5 energy cost, that Chen gets that shit out high damage ultimates frequently. Or stacks. May be niche situations where using hogs earlier than 4 stacks is worthwhile, such as a stagger. When a full stagger happens and there is no breach active, it's generally worth avoiding. Generally speaking, it's throwing. Not only because of the shorter and weaker breach, SP gen, and stagger, but because every time you clear physical stacks, the next lift or knockdown doesn't actually trigger, since they require one physical stack to do so, which is even further lost stagger and damage. Does that mean that the does that mean that the effect is multiplied at 2 times by at 300 intensity and 3 times at 900 intensity? Yeah, basically. Right? Yeah. That sounds right. I don't know. My mental napkin math is not very good anymore, but that sounds right. Something like that. It's something like that, yeah. But in fact, you know what? That's just check. Equal to whatever this value, equal to 1 plus whatever this value is, times 2 divided by whatever this value is, plus 300. Fuck. 2.5, not 3. Yeah, it's 2.5 times. Which, again, really low diminishing returns on odds intensity. I mean, realistically, if we go from, like, fucking 62 to 84 or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, I will do the calcs later. I don't want to think too much about that right now while I'm trying to make sure I'm staying in, like, the flow of discussing the nuances of, the script stuff. My brain very much, like, has to mode switch between, like, math-related things and, like, writing-related things, so I don't want to, like, risk getting out of the flow right now. Don't even need to count the seconds. Seconds, since Breach has a debuff icon on the enemies. HP bar. Second fight for Umbral might be a bit too unfair for a single target, you think, but that might just be you. Taking my time with Umbral, but so far I think it's somewhat balanced, and high-level teams will not really meta only clear. I'm glad to hear that. That's exactly what how it should be balanced. First one, basically bring healer if needed. Second one, kill everyone equally before they max stack buff. And last one, pure skill check. That's the gist of it. Hell yeah, I love that. That sounds great. Now, because this is a detonation skill, you know what? Let's actually talk about his. Let's just mention his combo skill. There is a weird nuance with this and his combo skill, because it has an 18-second cooldown. Has an 18-second cooldown, but we only need Breach for 30 seconds or so. This is not actually a hard and fast rule. It's okay to drop Breach for a bit if you aren't actually doing very meaningful damage in the downtime. You do lose the Breach bonus on some of the hits of Hogs. Some of the hits of Hog's battle skill, since the Breach is applied at the end, or whatever that's worth. Right, I'm not crazy. Let's double check that real quick. But I'm fairly certain that his Breach is on the last hit, right?
All set and ready.
So that does mean that you don't get Breach on the first few hits, for whatever that's worth. It's not that much damage. What is the default SP regen per second? I don't remember. I know I've seen the number before, but I can't recall it.
A blade unsheathed, let's unleashed.
Yeah, it's only in the second hit. It's not a big deal or anything. It's fucking not that much damage, but... Yeah, his combo skill is only a 2-hit, right? I'm thinking of his battle skill. Oh, his sorry, his battle skill is only a 2-hit. I'm thinking of his combo skill is a 3.
My crusade.
Okay, I'll say here.
Go over the battle plan.
First hit of the battle skill. But that barely matters. Alright, BRB chat, I have to pee really badly because I've been pounding water, and we'll keep going. BRB. Oh, yeah, so back. Thank you, Mero Background, for your service as always. If you're playing a P0, Lee Fong, and Pog is the only way to consume vulnerability. Also benefit for keeping max Vuln stacks instead of popping them. Pog every 18 seconds for his combos, since you need either Vuln to re-up Lee Fong's susceptibility. This is the reason. This is the reason. More damage increase taken. And this is the reason. 20 more SP compared to 2 Vuln stacks. Realistically, if we're talking about an 18-second pop, it's probably around 2 vulnerability stacks. Just from playing, it seems to roughly work out that way. I haven't calculated the times of rotations, but just from like fucking around and testing stuff, it's roughly around that. If you're doing like an 18-second pop when timing, and also that 10 more SP, 10 more SP, 5 more stagger on his combo skill. No Umbral Shroud. Is Umbral out on global yet? I thought it's only Asia. I don't play on Asia, so I don't think it's up yet, is it? I don't see like anything in the events for it. Am I crazy? You're in Asia server forgot? Yeah, no worries. It's fine. Okay. Okay. I need breach rate. With this in his combo skills, we only need breach everything. Need breach every 30 seconds or so. Oh, also, Merrick, I just realized, what you're saying is, like, completely unrelated for Li Feng's battle skill, because, combo skill is also triggered by Breach. That's part of why the synergy is so strong. Yeah, that's part of why it's so strong. Li Feng without Pog is awkward. It works, but it's awkward. Because this triggers on Breach. So, like... Want to spoiler a bit? I would appreciate it if you didn't, personally. I mean, earlier, Shiraush was mentioning some stuff about, like, the stage mechanics, but you didn't really go into detail, so I didn't really mind. But ideally, let's avoid the spoiler stuff. I kind of want to experience it mostly raw anyway, which is why I only half paid attention to what Shiraush was specifying. But also just because there might be people in chat who don't want to hear much about it. Early, then good, powerful, or guess good healer? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess let's stop talking about it now that you've brought it up, just for the moment, just because there might be peeps in chat who want to avoid information. It's okay, Shiraush, I should have mentioned earlier when you mentioned, I just kind of wasn't thinking about it because writing. Yeah, no worries, I mean, because it'll be out tomorrow, probably, in Global? I don't know what the timing is, but I assume so. Makes the synergy very strong between the two. But don't think this requires you to run them together. Slows down rotations somewhat. Our beloved here is still plenty strong on his own. If running with Penguin, Crush is scaling anyway, so there's not all that much reason to build for 4 stacks anyway. And the short rotations on Penguin can be good, but more on that in her section. Penguin aside, our beautiful Uber Penguin aside, let's talk about our equally beautiful specimen of beautiful Birdman specimen. There we go, that's a better transition. And mentions think. Poggers. His battle skill is a terrible fitter skill, but probably the best battle skill in all of Physical Team. And is your highest priority usage of SP in its ideal conditions. Oh, let's do this. Battle skill is a terrible filler skill. Whoops. However, it is probably the battle skill. It is probably the best battle skill in all of physical team, and is your highest priority usage of SP in its ideal conditions. This is because it triggers the best physical status, Reach. Side note, this gives a very slightly diminished to higher odds intensity values, but you're probably still, which you can't anyway. Side note, this is also actually true diminishing returns because each gives us absolute increase, and it is huge pet peeve of mine how often the term is used to explain additive multipliers. But anyway, moving on. This is obviously a lot of damage increase, yada 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 yada. Okay, cool. In my opinion, and anecdotally, from playing around with it, this does not seem to really be worth it. To really be worth. Faster detonations does not seem to really be worth it. Have I checked for acid yet? Shits! I was in live chat on the last stream, but then because of the fact that we, had to restart stream, I was no longer in live chat. Sorry. Hi, Acid, sorry. Didn't notice you were in jail. I thought Arknights was following you to C+A, but apparently it was the one-off for launch. Yeah, couldn't tell you. Which one is affected more? Amp or Link for arts damage? Oh, you mean in terms of like damage multiplier? They should be pretty much the same. I don't know for certain, but I'm assuming. Oh, sorry here. Amp multiplier. Amp is a separate multiplier, so they're equivalent. Assuming you don't have other amp multipliers, like if you have like arts amp and electric amp or heat amp, they're additive. But otherwise, they should be equivalent. Think about it, I kind of had David Vu with you ranting about diminishing returns. Did you already do that in the past? Oh, I definitely have. I definitely have. In fact, if I remember a very distinct moment of it, when I was on stream with Tuner at one point, and he mentioned something has diminishing returns, and I was like, okay, quick side rant about diminishing returns. I know that happened before, and then like, I mean, his arguments, which is a fair argument, is that it's still like it's still like an easy to understand idea for colloquial use, right? Like colloquially, saying diminishing returns, people understand the whole how additive multipliers work better. And so, like, colloquially, it's kind of fine to say because it helps people get the concept, right? Of, like, you know, additive multipliers, the more you add, the more saturated it becomes. But I think it's also why a lot of theory crafters after me and everything, like Guaba and whatnot, they don't say diminishing returns, they say something else like, you know, stat saturation. You know, like stat saturation instead. Because that's an accurate mathematical term for it, would be, like, numerical saturation. Because diminishing returns is a very specific mathematical concept. But colloquially, you know, it makes sense, right? People understand what you mean by... Like, it helps them understand the idea that additive multipliers just get worse the more you add. But... Anyway, moving on. Yeah, I think it was the stream with Tuna. Very, very possible, yeah. Okay, I'm taking a bite of food because I suddenly had a tiny little bit of, like, hunger spike. Is far more SP negative. Since you get Especially since a full stack detonation gives more than twice the SP of a 2-stack detonation. Also is and is less stack efficient since you are getting less damage and stagger per physical stack, and also nuking your stacks to 0 more often, which means less knockdowns and lifts. I'm sure there are niche rotations or strats scripts this is good in, but that's well beyond the scope of this video. Okay. That being said, between how SP positive Pog Champ is with fucking 80 SP on alt. Much is it? 30 SP plus 7 plus 35, 65 SP. Actually, does this go up with higher levels? Do I need to mastery him? Hold up. Pogranichnik. Pogranichnik. I don't know why people have so much difficulty saying his name. I feel like it's a very easy name to say, Pogranichnik. It's just kind of hard to remember where the ends are. Yeah, it's just Pogranichnik. Like, it's like very phonetic. But then again, I also like am a bit of a stickler about me at least trying to personally pronounce Chinese names properly, and Chinese names are way fucking hard to pronounce if as a Western speaker. And I don't speak that much Mandarin, so I'm still kind of rough about some of the accents and consonants. I remember checking that it didn't increase at mastery. Nope. Fucking hell, it increases at ugh, fucking god damn it. Color skill doesn't. Battle skill does. Okay, one sec, chat. Quick break to burn sanity, because I still haven't done that today.
Ready to break camp on
I hear the term dilute. Yeah, saturated and diluted is like a much more like terminologically. That's not a word. Probably not a word. It's a much more just appropriate term. Like, it is a more accurate term to say it is diluted or saturated. It still helps convey the idea without incorrectly using a term. Like, it's kind of like a similar thing where some people, kind of myself included, have a pet peeve about people using the word theory. Because in science, a theory is a well-established explanation of how something works, how the mechanisms of something works, based off of actual, properly, rigorously tested evidence and data in controlled experiments, or in observational experiments. You can't always control experiments. Sometimes it has to be based off observational data. What most people mean when they say theory is hypothesis, because it doesn't have a basis in, like, proper structured evidence-based confirmation. Anyway, That is another, like, situation. Like, it's a similar thing to that. If you couldn't tell, these are both pet peeves of mine. Yep, mastery one time. Good thing I have the extra, skill items for it already. Yeah, we actually gotta play the game, chat. Oop, I canceled too early. Ah, his ult's not up, sad. I tried to battle skill there and mistimed it. I'm good at this game. You bastard. Oh, I should have conserved SP there. I forgot there's a second phase for this. Why am I so bad at timing this battle skill right now? Oh god, I am not. I timed that, mistimed that too. You're like one, we wasted a stack. And then also I think, wait, did Pop just get knocked out of his battle skill? I think so. Yeah, we actually can't stagger this fucking guy because we're just doing too much damage for it to like actually reach that point, and I'm not burning ults, whatever.
The results speak for themselves.
Physical team doesn't have to do finisher, it just do big number. Regardless. Acid, do you think I hit on stream chat because of what happened with the stream going down? Is Acid hidden on like the top left? Oh, like sorry, in like the on stream thing. You don't show up in VOD chat. Interesting. Why? Yeah, Acid doesn't show up in VOD chat now. Huh. No, you just showed up. Yeah, there you go. You showed up. Oh, you mean like that one message? Yeah, I didn't even see the message. I have moderation, notifications set up on YouTube, and I didn't even see it. Like, normally when someone says something that needs to be hidden, it tells me, it like grays it out, and it's like, you need to review this message. And I generally click them because like you guys haven't said anything that's generally worth me not clicking, like saying it's okay to show up on chat, but like, it doesn't even show up for you, Acid. Like, I don't know what's going on with you and YouTube chat. You just need to make a new account. Like, should you just make a new YouTube account? Although it is kind of funny, like, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of a funny, like, inside community joke that you're in chat jail. But, you know, if you really care, it might be a good idea to do that.
Remissness and negligence boast the deadliest threat on the battlefield.
Okay, anyway, back to this. At Mastery 1 for his battle skill. He gains back. He generates 35 SP. Combo skill generates 30 SP. Oh no, it's also 35, right? Right. Yeah, regardless of level. 5, 7, 23, never mind. 5, 7, 23, 35, yeah. Be regardless of level, making it a lower investment priority. Making it a high investment priority. Its combo skill generates 35 SP regardless of level, making it a lower investment priority. This is most of an extra battle skill, and And this extra SP does generate alt energy when consumed. Four stack breach becomes your biggest priority when it comes to physical stacks. With 70 SP on 70 SP on his stack. On his 4 stack. On his 4 stack 1-2 POW. And fucking 80 SP on his ult at Mastery 1. Making it also a high investment priority. Is very doable to... Wait, what the fuck was I talking? Was I going into with this? Have T of extra SP burn outside of his 30-second breach rotation. Out of 30-second breach rotations. To burn within his 30-second breach rotations. Especially with alts like Bennett's building 2 stacks, 2 physical stacks by themselves. Means we can have extra stacks. Let me reword this. Hits 4 stacks. 4 Hogs 30-second reach is up. Wait, doesn't his signature increase the breach duration even further? I don't remember. I think I remember reading that. No, never mind. Is that something that increases breach's duration? Oh, arts intensity does. Right, I forgot. No, it doesn't. Does it? Oh no. What is it even fucking in? Where is it? I know it's in here somewhere, and I remember seeing something about the increasing duration. I might be tripping, chat. I might be tripping. Oh, wait, yeah, no. Wait, no, duration's been increased by vulnerability. I might be tripping, chat. I might be tripping. Into the Lord of Mysteries? I'm not sure what you're referring to there. I haven't known many Westerners of Caucasus descent that even heard about it. Meanwhile, Asian circles, it's the other way around. Like, it sounds familiar, but I don't know what it is. Yeah, it does sound familiar, but... Yeah, I might be tripping. I think I'm just tripping. I think I'm just gaslighting myself, chat. Do we do with these extra stacks? Nuke them with Pog early, as it has been 18 seconds for his combo skill to be back up. If I remember correctly, too, in combat, you can track how long for the combo skill based on, like, a little bar and bomb left. I'm not gonna bother mentioning that, whatever. This video's too long already. However, an alternative... Ideally, so long as it's been 80 seconds, we're going to pick back up.
My crusade is...
I just realized the SP set lasts shorter than 30 seconds, though, right? If running the Frontier set, this can maintain it does only last 15 seconds, but with how much physical damage percent this team stacks, it's is honestly a drop in the bucket. Physical damage bonus counts is the same, right? So that it does as damage bonus includes physical damage bonus, damage bonus stagger, and damage bonus. Yeah, so it's additive, and we already have so much physical damage bonus. Only a decently sized drop in the bucket. You know what, I should mention that in the gear section. God, I need to, like, actually section this out better. This is formatted horribly. Also, frankly, the 16% attack sense damage bonus is not all that is hampered by the stat by... Oh, let's just say diluted. Is diluted pretty heavily because it is additive with the physical damage percent this team tends to stack, as well as any other damage percents, any other damage type percents, like skill, ults, etc., combo skill, etc. Also, I don't have a set of a damage sim, blah 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 blah. Okay, cool, that's in there now. Second detonator. Such as our beloved sweet summer child administrator. Instead of battle skill, maybe I just make the skill usage. I'm talking about everyone's combo skills too. Battle and combo skill. And combo skill while we're at it, since even if it doesn't burn SP, it's burn SP, it's intrinsically linked mechanically with his battle skill. Other battle skills. Yeah, let's just change BS to skills. I didn't really consciously think about it until I started writing all of this, but like everyone's combo skill is like heavily intrinsically linked to their battle skill, with the exception of Chen, who just does it when things happen, when physical things happen. It's a Chinese literature franchise with a donghua manhua applicability. Okay, I have heard about the donghua. That's probably why. And I think I've also heard about the upcoming game. I really want to get more into donghua manhua, but I don't even read much fucking I don't really read manga these days, and I barely watch anime these days. I just don't have that much time. Anime is a thing that I do to watch like an episode or two before I go to bed at this point. Which is why I mostly just kind of keep up with some of my, like, seasonal ones right now. And a lot of the seasonal ones I watch are just kind of like, your generic, this is, like, the seasonal anime people are watching. Like Jujutsu Kaisen right now and stuff. Like, mostly I've been watching just, like, Jujutsu Kaisen and Golden Kamuy. I do want to catch up with the new free run season, but that one kind of seems like it's... I know if I start watching the free run one, I'm going to fucking binge all of the ones I've missed at this point for the season, so it's not like a before bed thing for me unless I want to not sleep for work. It's pretty huge in CN. It's like Dolwa, Dalu, and Dragon Raha Day when people talk about it non-stop. Not familiar with those either. I do want to get more into... Like I said, I want to get more into that side of things. I just haven't had the opportunity to, and it's just hard for me with the amount of gachas I play and the amount of time and like me wanting to spend more time on arts and also spending now more time on content making. It's hard for me to. Time is a thing, and I have limited. Is basically this game's locked in window. She literally just goes where she pleases. Shadow comps, yes. Stagger comps, yes. Arts comps, she can just vault stacks by herself. I would argue that's probably more like Aya. She works in both because she has corrosion and fucking physical susceptibility for some reason, but I get what you mean. Our favorite child of Doctor with a kinda shady daughter. Screen cap of Perlika shady dialogue. Chat, if you haven't, I'd have to look it up again, and I do need to look it up for this. But if you haven't like seen or paid attention to some of the stuff Perlika says, she's kind of acting a little sus. Like there have been like at least 4 or 5 times that we've been like, man, this Aripathy thing seems kind of man. These things seem like these like consequences of Originium and our actions seem like they might be kind of bad. And Perlika's just, oh, don't worry about it, sweetie. Don't worry about it. It's fine. And you're just like, okay, okay, child, okay, daughter. Thank you for assuaging my concerns. Let's keep spreading civilization and building Walmarts. But Aya is smart. Chen is Chen. Fair. Is Dr. Mundo actually dumb, though? Because he's a doctor. Like, is he actually dumb? Or does he just, like being an idiot? Like, is he just a himbo? Himbos aren't necessarily dumb. They just choose to be, you know... They choose to live the simpler life. Being a himbo doesn't mean that you don't understand quantum mechanics. It just means that you'd rather think about other things. Yeah, go back to the Ginny quest in the start. Exactly. It's not only an incredible... It's not only completely F2P, free to play, but also probably the strongest MC we've had in modern day gacha. Like, actually just meta and very strong and accessible. Her battle skill is one of 2 current sources of crush. Just does a comically large number based on which, as discussed earlier, detonates physical stacks for a comically large number, and increasing based on arts intensity. The other is the pawn. Chef is the pawn, but honestly, I not really be discussing him in this video. Not because he isn't. Not because Uncle Chef isn't good, but because I don't plan on ever really building or running him. I don't want to speak on something that I haven't taken the time to test and properly test and analyze. I will say on the subject is that he can only detonate, he can only crush on his combo skill that requires 4 stacks, making his gameplay stacks and his battle skill is likely not worth using over others, which makes his gameplay very unga and very unga, but also removes a lot of control with control. Also removes a lot of control. This might make him awkward with Pog Champ, since it's asking a lot to build 4 stacks for Pog's Breach and 4 for the Pawn Crush every 30 seconds. Also, why would you ever choose him over this adorable Uber? For Reach and CV, she's basically one of those Harvard level graduate with perfect score and work literally everywhere and anywhere. She gets instantly hired anyway. Wait, really? She actually like top of her class, studies wise? It's what she calls stupidly smart, but takes stupid and more. So, wait, is Chen actually a bimbo? Hold up. Are you saying Chen is a bimbo? And for those of you who don't know, bimbo, I'm not saying bimbo is like an insult. Bimbo is not an insult. Bimbo is like a subculture. Like, that's an actual subculture of bimbos. And again, bimbos and himbos aren't necessarily actually stupid. They just choose to, like, approach life more simply, right? Not stress about, like, the complexities of bad things in life. And I respect the fuck out of that. I love himbos and bimbos. Oh my god, she's actually just a bimbo? That's crazy. I'll take a look at that later. I don't want to get, like, distracted. We're so close to, like, actually finishing up sections. Penguin, on the other hand, does not need to build up 4 stacks. Brush is linearly scaling. You don't get any particular wise from detonating it at 4 stacks. I'm gonna double check again, so I make sure I'm not fucking stupid, but I am 95% sure I remember seeing that it is linearly scaling. Yeah, it's purely linearly scaling. There is not a... You don't have to do it. I mean, obviously, you know, whenever you go down to 0 stacks, you lose stagger and damage from knockdowns and lifts, so that's a concern, but... Going down to 0 stacks does, of course, waste a lift slash does, of course, potentially waste a lift slash knockdown damage and stagger nuke each time it happens. If we are using penguins. So there is some nuance to this. With the previously mentioned Birdman, is still fine since we're mostly looking to nuke off extra stacks between his 30 seconds 4 stack reaches. However, another reason that there is also another excellent reason to aside from that, there is another excellent reason to nuke, to crush at lower stacks, and that is because of Penguin's combo skill. Combo skill triggers off any other combo skill triggering. In the physical team, 90% of the time, this is because you triggered Jen's combo skill. Their cooldowns... I'm not crazy, right? Her cooldown lines up perfectly.
Battlefield.
Still waiting for something?
Cooldowns line up perfectly. Unless Shen is P5, which, again, is part of why it's kinda overrated. Stagger and no physical stacks or statuses. However, it does apply a unique... It does provide a unique penguin mechanic, rock cancer. Rock cancer crystals. Aside from the ethical and lore implications of Penguinistrator doing this to human enemies frequently, because yeah, it's kind of fucked, chat. It's a little fucked. These historical source of so much human misery and conflicts come with many murder benefits. Related to benefits. Jen is both academically smart and one of those street smart. She can tinker around with stuff pretty well. That's why our files show them being rich experience. Okay. If that's the case, we'll read it later. Maybe like after I get too tired to keep writing. Although realistically, I'm probably gonna go to sleep before that happens. Because we're in a pretty good flow right now, and I have to go to sleep soon-ish. Not soon-ish. I have to go to sleep in like 3 hours. Talk about Chen, Smorts, and Bimbo? Question mark? Okay. Oh my god, this is fucking 25 pages. This is 26 pages, chat. I'm almost definitely gonna have to cut this into 2 videos, which is fine. I don't mind doing that, but... appropriately come with many murder-related benefits. These sources of so much historical Feel her quality, she was hired not because of her smarts, because of her mobility capability. That's pretty great. Literally giving the enemy cancer. Not just cancer, rock cancer. Like, cancer sucks. Eripathy sucks so much more, chat. It's... For those who haven't played the original Arknights, Enfield has really been downplaying it, and my hope is that they've been downplaying it so that they are currently setting up, like, they are setting up to be able to really dive into how fucked it is, right? And maybe introduce some interesting nuance and complexity to the whole spreading Walmart thing. But Eripathy makes you grow physical large crystals in your muscle fibers and organs. So most people with Eripathy have to suffer chronic pain and probably pound painkillers. This also disrupts, you know, your bodily functions and is part of what can cause it to eventually kill you. And then when you die, you literally turn into a crystal dirty bomb that explodes originium dust everywhere. And all it takes to contract is a little bit of it getting in your bloodstream. And they're crystals. They're not sharp. There is understandable reasons why the infected are so... the infected are so feared, and understandable, if not necessarily justifiable or ethical reasons why they are so oppressed and so... what's the word? Mistreated in the world of Terra in the original Arknights. It's a really terrifying disease. Drain, clean the crystals, what everywhere. Yeah, I love having rocks in my organs and muscle fibers, and risking that if there are any going outside of my skin, risking giving anyone I care about also this horrible condition. And oh, also, you know, medication, and medication is not exactly easy to access in Terra. I'm sure I just heard you say terrifying, so fucking true. And ironically, cancer/AIDS, weird to say and not be an edgelord. I mean, like, it's worse than them is the problem. Like, that is part of the genius of Arknights' setting, is how they can use such a horrible, horrible disease as a way to really get to explore a lot of interesting human and societal themes, because it's not like they're just like, oh, they're getting mistreated and that's all bad because, like, they look different or historical, like, oppression. No, like, there are very sound public health reasons why people are concerned about this. It is understandable, if not justifiable or ethical, that these things happen. It's mega cancer. It's mega rock cancer. It's funny to think that she's Harvard level graduate, but always gets berated by her teacher for being lazy or dumb. Goddamn. Not Harvard level graduate. That one's Akakuri. We'll take a look at it later. Let's see. These cancer rocks last for... Let's see. These cancer rocks last 4 seconds, right? And then she just goes, attaches originium crystals to enemies and immobilizes them. The fuck thing about the immobilizing, too, is that, like, when you look at, like, the animation it does on enemies, it doesn't really, like, lock off their limbs much or something, suggesting that they're actually penetrating muscle fibers, which means she is actually just giving them eripathy. A converse skill deals really low damage, at least initially, and triggers off any other combo skill. Wait, no. Deals 10 stagger. Low damage, and no physical strength. However, the unique mechanic, rock cancer crystals. Aside from the ethical and lore implications of hanging a shade doing this to human enemies frequently, the sources of so much historical human misery and conflict appropriately come with many related benefits. These cancer rocks last 4 seconds, during which smaller enemies are immobilized, which is a bit concerning, considering it doesn't seem to lock off their limbs, so which suggests it's instead penetrating muscle fibers. And with it's P2, right? Oh wait, talent 1. And with talent 1 increases the physical damage enemies take by 20%, which happens to be a rarer multiplier. So, pretty good. Even here, outside of the gameplay, Polika tells us we shouldn't send people to Mount Originium if not strictly necessary. Oh yeah, no, yeah, exactly. She recognizes the concerns, because, like, Originium mining is risky, because, again, it just has to get in your bloodstream. So generally, inhalation of dust isn't normally enough, but if you have, like, lesions in your lungs or windpipe or something, or if you have, like, open wounds, it's possible for it to happen. It's just generally the density, like, the dust, like the originium load in your body doesn't get high enough to actually trigger empathy, but it can happen. And, if you're mining and a little piece chips off and cuts you, then, or embeds in you, then, And, when you're doing mining operations and your protective gear, but, maybe the corporation in charge of your mining operations cuts some corners, so your safety gear isn't exactly the best maintained, and then suddenly you're having revolutions because the Rimbilitans are tired of being in the press miner colony and risking Euripathy all the time from Victoria, who doesn't really care about them a lot, and you get really good event storylines. Within these, so pretty good, and a great multiplier for finishers if you can manage to time it. Yeah, it is damage taken, right? Yeah, and damage taken's pretty rare. It's not a lot of multiplier. There's not, like, a lot for that. Oh, wait, this is additive with Breach. Which, while additive with Breach, otherwise happens to be a rare multiplier pool. So pretty good. When a physical stack is applied, it then detonates hopefully without shrapnel. Shrapnel for safety for public health reasons. The crystals. I'm going to keep bringing up, like, the lore implications of this through this entire section, chat. It's really fucked. I mean, maybe we find out in the future that, like, the Prime Originium, whatever it's called, that she uses doesn't have a repetitive risk or something, but for the moment, I'm gonna keep bringing this shit up. And then the miners kill an Eldritch Super Soldier. Originium bad, but sure, let's just build a big fuck-off Originium tree in the middle of a city. Don't worry about it. Like I said, maybe there's something about, like, it's not called Prime Originium, whatever, Protocol. The Protocol Originium, maybe it's, like, got less risks or removes the risks or some shit like that, but, you know, until it's mentioned, I'm gonna keep bringing it up. Good thing in Talos, everything can be suppressed by medicine, unlike Terra, so it's less of a shithole. So true, Sharash. So true. I wonder if... it sure is great and cool that, like, everyone definitely has access to these neuropathy medications. All the people, especially the tribal people who are native to the land and everything. I'm sure this is not going to be a plot point in the future. It then detonates, and it deals a solid chunk of damage. Oh my god! Talent 1 also makes this. Increase Penguin's attack percent by an incredibly high, incredibly solid 30% for 15 seconds. Oops. I'm on all caps still. 2 gives half of this to her team. And with how rare the multiplier is, that's really good. Oh my god, I hate that escape doesn't bring you back to her main screen. Furthermore, Penguin detonates these with her battle skill. Her P1 refunds 50 SP. Very nice, Sue. I can't believe I haven't said very nice through this entire script so far. This... Before this doesn't count towards alt gen, but SP economy is... But SP economy is SP economy. And Penguin loves injecting Walmarts into the local economy. It's an expert. And Penguin is an expert at injecting Walmarts into the local economy. Okay. This makes her furthermore detonates these with her ult. It does very ooga booga damage number. And in fact, you should try to never use Penguin ults without the spreading the rock cancer. In Aubrey Quarry, there's a puzzle that you can brute force with bomb or dive attack and Chen has special dialect for it that she thought of it too. What? There's no way. That's awesome. What? I did use Chen's ult. There is like a chest in Valley Pass that normally is hidden behind a rock and you have to do a quest to get it. But apparently, and I did this, you can lock onto the enemy next to the chest behind the rock that is in your way, and just Chen ult, and it teleports you over there, so that's how I got that chest. Furthermore, is funnier than furthermore. Furthermore. Is there anything else really to know about her? Honestly, I mean, that's basically it. Even without poggers. Even without poggers, Penguinistrator is an incredibly solid and strong op, especially for being completely free to play. Actually, you know what? Let's let that at the end. That's a good transition into Chen, so I'll put that the very last clause in the paragraph. Penguinistrator puts the OP in OP-MC. Crushes just deal very good damage. She has very good damage amp. Has so much flexibility with how you can time her ults, and how you can time her skills and ults, while also being very simple to unga by just using her crush every time she combo skills or adds 4 stacks. Let me eat another bite of food. Why is super cheap a discount steak still tasty even when cold? Meat. It is just an to mention her strong viability outside due to being able to run in shatter comps as other future potential when we likely get other elemental versions, making her incredibly worth investing resources into. Huge hyperglyph. W for being such a strong and adorable goober, completely free to play. Also, $1 signature weapon is pretty based. Speaking of really strong, adorable, free-to-play goobers, let's talk about our Bimbo Premier, Chen. Free to play, even if her daughter is kinda sus, but I guess that's what 10 years of grabbing milk can do to a kid. Getting cigarettes can do to a kid. Is Street Smart plus martial art? Why the fuck did it hide that? Is Bimbo considered not an okay word by YouTube? What the fuck? That they're a legitimate subculture. Your mom likes what I make. Does that mean mom had no taste? This is really salty. Is that a line from in the game? That's amazing. I think she really flunked academically, albeit has a way to make a correct answer. I mean, I will read through, like, the actual Chen logs myself, and if I personally determine she's not actually a bimbo, and not actually smart, then I will change this line. We've already discussed most of the benefits of our daughter's gay best friends earlier, so we won't bother repeating all of that. Most of the nuances of the benefits of daughter's gay best friend earlier, but to summarize, combo skill, giving SP free physical stacks, lift, decent damage with lift, is fucking insane. Every team wishes they had a Chen. Every team wishes they had the Chen. Chen, and I fully expect one of the Wuling ops to be an electric Chen for Zhuang, who you cannot convince me is not going to be the premier electric DPS. DPS. Watch this age like fine. Jeez. Watch this age like milk. Probably just put that on screen while I say that. Well, the MSQ when she said her mom named Xian Yu, yeah, is to make rewriting her name easier. That's literally just having zero hope. You thought, yep, she did, yep. I swear to God, if Fang Yi becomes a cry unit, I will laugh so hard, yup. The main nuances I would like to instead discuss is her battle skill and ult. Will admits that I initially discounted her battle skill and didn't even level it until was brought up on stream while writing this script. I realized and I learned the error of my ways. Shout out to goddammit, who fucking was it? Who was it? Was it Grace? God damn it, I don't remember. Did I write it down somewhere? Why didn't I write it down, chat? I know someone brought this up. Fuck. I'm sorry. I don't remember who brought it up in the stream. But if you are in here or anyone remembers, please let me know. Fuck. Someone, please remind me who it is. I feel terrible. Okay. Anyway, let's see. If you have Li Fong on the team, his battle skill is arguably the best one to use for generically burning extra SP and got to just add that as a temp line for another progressive script. Yup. Imagine a nature DPS girl literally wearing leak color outfit. It would be cool if they made her like a dual elements thing, right? Like make her electric and nature, or working with both, similar to how Yvonne can. I'm kind of hoping they go more in that direction with things, because it opens up a more fun team avenues and combinations to have units working multiple elements. I'm beating Chens. He is generally more scaling. Vacuum because of his talent 1. However, Chen also has a talent 1. This talent 1 increases her attack percent by, is it 7% or 8? Forget.
Over here,
8%. Her 8% attack 10 seconds after using a skill, either battle or combo. Since this refreshes every time it is triggered, but her combo skill is 13 to 16 sec cooldown. This can only be maintained at higher stacks with her battle skill or ult. I mentioned at least, okay, I was pretty sure it was you, Grayerth, but I just wanted to be sure. Yeah, you did mention that, which is why I was like, wait a second, I forgot about talent 1 and the extra stagger on talent 2 as well. Oh, it's to Grayerth. Shout out to Grayerth for pointing this out. Stacks with a basketball ult. Just joined as a team Li-Fong, Chen, Pog, and Ember as MC instead of Pog. And they all work. They all have different strengths and benefits. I do think Pog is kind of too invaluable to remove from the team if you're going purely for power. Whether Li-Fong or MC is better can depend on a lot of factors and also on how you play. Because Li-Fong does a lot of damage, but you do have to play around his mechanics. And also, you know, it's a lot easier to get Penguinish Trader's signature weapon for $1 than it is to necessarily have a good weapon for Li-Fong, at which point stats differences can make a big difference. You have a dupe on Li-Fong? I do too. Okay, in that case, Li-Fong. P1 Li-Fong is really good. So you're considering pulling Ember? Yeah, I mean, so like the thing is that if you are going to pull and play Ember, you probably want Sundered Prince. What's it called? The Exemplar is good too. In fact, it might actually be more damage, but you lose the stagger bonus, which is kind of a big part. And if you do play Ember, you do have to be willing to play her on field and animation cancel, because the thing that makes an Ember team strong compared to other physical teams is the raw amount of stagger you put out and enabling you to do really high damage finishes with Ember. So if you're willing to do that stuff, then like, and it is definitely the best way to run Ember. But Ember is not the only way, and arguably not even the best way to run physical team, right? They have different strengths. But Ember team is going to output the most stagger, generate the most SP, because animation canceling Ember's basic combo allows you to final strike 20 to 25% faster, so that's more SP and more stagger, and also just very funny big numbers. So definitely a thing to consider. But Ember is only really going to be worth it if you on-field her, because the benefits Ember gives the team is primarily from the benefits she gets from on-fielding with animation cancels and ideally Sundered Prince. Aya, on the other hand, just like, Aya's just gonna, Aya's gonna give you, like, better performance as just an off-field general sustain you stick on the team, right? You're considering who to replace Aya with because Aya will be on your second fight team? Yeah, in that case, they're definitely a solid option. Basic 2, Basic 3, dash, Final Strike? No, you only dash cancel Basic 3 and Final Strike. Like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's like very stamina efficient, as you can see, too. Like, and the thing is, it's one of the easiest animation cancels at the time because you just dodge when you hit the enemy. A lot of other animation cancels kind of require you to dodge at, like, certain timings for efficiency. And, like, Ember can actually cancel a basic 3 even earlier, it's just that it's not that great a frame save, and you lose the damage, and Ember, when fully built, in physical team with a DPS build, is hitting like over 10k with a basic attack, so might as well not skip it, right? Because let me see if I can time it right, I'm kind of bad at timing it. Nope. See, you can actually skip that early. Like, you can completely skip the 3rd basic if you really want to sweat, and it is going to be a bit faster, but whether it's worth it or not, I don't know. It maybe can make a difference in, like, a speed run, and maybe make a difference in, like, timing a stagger, but I don't know if it's worth it. You see? Thanks. Yeah, no worries. It's just very easy to time. You hit an enemy, you dash. You hit an enemy, you dash. And that's it. And it's like, depending on how clean you are, it's like 20 to 25% faster animation time, because you can see how long the recovery... her hit lag is insane, right? Like, after Ember hits someone, she just, like, hit stops really hard. But then also, like, you can see how long it takes to get the final strike, and how long it takes to get up from final strike. So dash canceling those is really good. Ember is pretty unique in that she has, like, her combo is built for animation canceling. Unlike everyone else's, she is built for it because a lot of her animation time is in the recovery frames, which are what you can dash cancel, right? Some other characters, a lot of their animation time is in wind up. Like, we were fucking around with Catcher because someone was asking if Catcher can replace Ember, and the answer is you really shouldn't. I mean, if you really want to make Catcher work, this is by far the best way to play him, but, like, it really can't because his animations are too early. Like, all of his animations are in his wind-ups. So you can't really dash cancel him well. I wish we get female Pog replacement. I want to play physical too. I mean, we will eventually, I'm sure. Yeah, like, you can cancel it that early. It's just whether it's worth it or not, and if you're willing to sweat that hard, I don't know. My Ember still hits, like, fucking over 10k on a non-crit on basic 3, so why? And, like, those hits really add up, too. Okay. Yeah, I'm fine having, like, that little background music. Okay, with her battle skill or ult. And especially if you have a really well-built Chen. Then idiots, they both deal the same stagger and a knockdown / lift.
Over here, Edmund.
Just double checking to make sure I'm not fucking crazy. Yep, no, it's the same stagger in both of... Six-star give him higher base attack, actually? Let's double check that before I say that. $312. Yep. Has higher base attack. This means, especially if you have a really well-built Chen, that you can stack up a pretty absurd 40% attack bonus from this talent. That stacks up to 5 times. And considering how her ult is literally the highest MV, raw MV, Li Fang's has the knockdowns generally pushing it further. Of skill teams. This can be very funny numbers. It's probably 30% faster if you cancel the third strike super early. Oh, noted. Sorry. Yeah, I know that. So I know that. Because I know you said 23% on yours, which is like when at like around hit stop time, right? I believe. And I know. I mean, because I found out about this from Lin O's video, so I need to see what his numbers are quoted, because he does have like actual frame perfect numbers quoted there. So maybe 20 to 30% is a better number, but I will double check that on his video. It's also very likely you have potentials on Chen, which can push her damage even further. Potentials on Chen. Although can the girl leave me alone? I don't need P8 Chen, please. Even further. I have P8 Chen, chat. Which one is the better for filler SP? Again? I don't know. I genuinely don't. Her best in slots, at least according to Bridwin. Her best in slots weapon, at least according to Bridwin, is also P5 Sundered Steel, which is fairly accessible as a 5-star weapon, and also stacks up better with using her battle skill.
Over here, Edmund!
Out for funny numbers. I know damage sims. I can't say for sure. This is probably something you'll want to test yourself, because frankly, there are way too many variables based on account. Li Fang really wants a 6-star weapon. But Sundered Steel not being but Sundered Steel is still RNG to pull because it's not a targeted 6-star. So you could have none if you're a true lucksack. You're a true lucklet. I think it's lucklet is the one that... Is it lucklet or lucksack when you don't have luck? I think it's lucklet. You could also likely build away with building one for damage instead of stagger set. Gen potentials there. Potentials vary. Investment varies. Lifang pulls because it's not a 6-star, so you could actually have them if you're a true Lucklet, etc., etc. Yeah, Lucklet is lacking luck. Okay, luck site because of all good luck. That's what I thought. I just need to make sure. I like that Enfield's combat is deep enough, but also easy enough to execute from ZZZ's law. Yeah, ZZZ is a very high execution in this game. Think any of Lin Null stuff. Is it Lin Null or Lin O? Because I've heard him called both, but I've also heard him say Lin O in his video before. But I think I've also heard him say Lin Null in earlier videos, so I don't know which one it is. In this heavy situation, if you want to skip the third strike or something else, if you don't want to skip the time stopper for debuffs, etc. I need to look at his timer stopper video. I don't know the nuances of it yet. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. He's actually working on it now, not slacking. Excuse you, Cup Noodles. Calling me out like that completely legitimately. Yeah, Sundered was nice that one could get it from the pre-register thing. Exactly. So, although it was in the pre-reg thing, but that's gone, and also literally the only reason I own it. So get away building one for damage instead of the stagger sets, although this noticeably hurts stagger in rotations. That you focus more and use there and use them as your primary battle skiller. On the note of stagger, one thing to keep in mind is that Chen naturally procs it constantly. However, Li Feng, idiots. I've said Chen too many times at this point. I need funny names. Have a boy only can do so on his battle skill and alt, so you want to be rotating it one of those in every 15 seconds to make best use of Swordmancer. Mancer procs. This does mean if you really don't want to think, just use boys battle skill, because Chen doesn't need it to proc, doesn't need it for that. What the short reset pool also includes? It probably will. Final note, though, on Chen. Our COVID idiot is that her talent 2 does increase stagger on her canceling channels, meaning that she becomes the priority in that case. Etc., etc. Someone will probably do these calculations at some point. So there's that. They just aren't me. Let's see. Also, another reminder that Chen's ult is stupidly low cost. And because she combo skills frequently without needing to really set it up, worry about it. Her ult is by far the most spammable team and should be used as such. Generally the best to burn early, other than boys, other than when you have Link and the boys up, because you will get it back pretty fast, and get back pretty fast. That her battle skill becomes priority on case. Okay, am I fucking done? 28 pages of Jesus Christ. Yeah, cutting this in half is kind of like the only option at this point. Try Umbral yet? Is Umbral out on global yet, Grayeth? It's out on Asia, but I don't think it's out on global yet. I haven't seen it. Good morning, peace. Put the ban hammer away. I slept, had breakfast, and it's 8 AM. Okay, Daddy Robin, as long as you're getting ready for finals. If you're prioritizing the stream over doing well in finals, I will ban you. Oh my god, why did my throat just crack? Okay, I need to get wool to chat. Holy shit. I just fucking throat cracked like a goddamn teenager. This should also be happening to a 32... I keep saying 32. I forgot my birthday happened in December. A 33-year-old hag. BRB. Oh yeah, so back chat. Thank you, bro. Back on fair sugar. I got more food, chat. I got more food. We need more brain sustenance. You don't need to have a liquor collab. Get you an needs to happen. Yeah, I might. Maybe we'll do some polls on that later. I do have polls on UK, so not a lot though. So I wasn't cut all that on YouTube and wasn't thinking on server. Oh no, worries. Yeah. But did you ever be okay? Good. That's been cramming on the way to the exam hall. A doesn't actually help in B's can stretch more. Exactly. Yeah. No, I know. I agree. It's good that you know that. That's been cramming is shown to be not very useful. So, as long as you are not sacrificing your academic progress to watch your favorite streamer, then that's all that matters. Because things are fun, and we have great times together, and I'm very glad that you are a part of our community. But also, I don't want you to fuck up your real life for it, you know? More important stuff. It was one team in beta, and the video titles refer to only one team, so I'm presuming that still haven't watched them though. Okay, fair. Yeah. Holy fucking shit. It's over. Ah, it's over, chat. I don't think I'm gonna write an outro just yet. Because I need to decide how I'm gonna split up this video and everything. Because, like, there is literally no way this can be one video at this point. Even if we edit it down, there is no physical way this can go down to, like, below 20 pages and be a single video. A few days ago. Over a week ago. By the time this fucking comes out. Oh my gosh, okay. I think there's probably a lot of repetition here. Because I'm, like, scanning through, it looks like there's a lot of repetition between my teams and, like, playing the team section. So maybe we make all the gear-related stuff a separate video? There being a touch of repetition, though, is actually probably an okay thing if that's as part of a separate video, though, because it acts as, like, some refresher, essentially. Me doing Umbral Monument. Oh my god, finally, T-Creds just try to smile. My brain desires a dilly-dally ADHD, but I'm forced to lock in unmedicated, so that's what I did over the past week. Ah, fair. Fair. Yeah, I get it. We love unmedicated ADHD here in the Goondola To Gacha Hell, because I definitely have that. Unfortunately, the effective ADHD medication, like Adderall and whatnot, they're all like amphetamine based, and I have bipolar, which means I should not take amphetamines because they can trigger manic episodes. So we cope in other ways. Caffeine is a big one for me. I don't have the type of ADHD where it makes me sleepy. It does, and then when pure caffeine doesn't really help much. But caffeine with other synergistic compounds, like in certain nootropic formulas, and I've been doing Celsius mostly, because it's a decent formulation. It can help with some of my symptoms. Okay, let's just start by editing down. And then I'll figure out how, after all of that, gives us a decent chunk of review that will let me figure out how I'm leaning back in my chair stretch. How I want to, like, cut this video up. Okay. So that clip that just played is from the end of a 12-hour stream over a week ago that went viral on Twitter. Yeah, I know 2K isn't that viral, but I'm a washed-up content creator. Let me have this. It was honestly a shitpost meme that my sleep-deprived brain decided to try after I should have ended the stream hours ago that turned out to be surprisingly effective. While horribly unoptimized in every way, seriously, don't look at the damage levels or rotation too closely, it was the starting point of something beautiful for a criminally underappreciated op in the game, Ember. Ember, despite being a gorgeous, red-headed Sacta hag without a gun, which is really fascinating from a lore perspective if you're an Archetypes lore fan like me, has been getting a lot of flack from the community for being a bad operator. And for sure, she is not the best standard 6-star in the game, but as my Arknight's GOAT, Super, explains best in his video, insert Super clip, she is not a bad operator. In fact, she is an incredibly strong op in her own rights. Also, you should go watch that Super video and show him that Super video, link in the description, and tell him Jinx says hi. In fact, she is an incredibly strong op in her own right, and those who are deeming her as such are completely misunderstanding her strengths and quite frankly missing the entire point of her design philosophy. I was gonna add another line, but we're trying to cut lines here, so I probably shouldn't. I was gonna add a line about how, like, it's understandable that people think she's bad, because if you look at things from a service level and only think about her from the idea of being, like, a supportive tank, a sustain or tank operator, she's okay. She's not that great. But you do really have to, like, play into her strengths. I have the kind of ADHD that first makes me sleepy and then makes me vibrate once it crosses a certain threshold. Yeah, I definitely know quite a few people with ADHD who are like that. It is an interesting neurodivergence. Lots of nuances to how different people express it. After all, yet another goat. Lasara just put it. It's not just anymore. I wrote this initial part of the script like fucking 4 days ago. I don't remember. Lasara, when did the video come out? It was like right before that. It was like the day before your actual guide video came out. Actually, I think it was the day that your showcase came out was when I wrote this first part. At the time of me writing this script, holy shit, this has taken a while to make. Yet another goat. Lasara put out a showcase of Ember main DPS clearing every boss fast enough to get the highest tier speed run trimmed medal for each boss. For each boss. Link to both of these videos in the description. Oh shit, never mind. I don't have to cut this. She also made great Ember guide on this. Oh, well, I mentioned it. I I mentioned that later in the video. Alright. Links to watch these videos in the description. Go watch them after this video. Go watch them after this video. Do it. And tell them Jinx says hi when you do. But what are all the haters? But what are the haters? What are the haters all missing? What is it about Ember that allows the teams to be this strong? Well, I'm JinJinx, and I'm no longer a Monster Hunter math guy or a Genshin Impact math guy. I'm just a watch-up content creator who streams gacha games I like as a fun hobby, and is making a video for the first time in 2 years. LOL, it's 1.5. So, let's talk Ember. I'm gonna preface this by saying that the upcoming explanation is a deep dive into the nuances of Ember's design philosophy, which you may or may not care about. If all you want are builds, teams, etc., then there are timestamps in the description. If you want to skip this part, I didn't say if you want to see it. There are timestamps. There we go. There are timestamps in the description and sections in the video if you want to skip to those if you want don't want to hear my gorgeously confusing, slightly British voice wax poet about the more inherently esoteric topic of the design of this gorgeous Sancta Hag. Also, the game is still new, so a lot can change, and I still haven't gotten the chance to do that much personal testing, so a lot of the numbers and various other things are gotten from other sources I haven't been able to double check. If I quote an incorrect number or make an incorrect statement or assessment, I will have a pinned comment on the video addressing those things. Okay, on with the video. Nah, that all seems fine. Ember's design. Alright, so Ember is the best tank operator in the game, not that the competition is exactly fierce, shows Catcher, with fat shields and good single target healing. However, damage-wise, she has a bit of a confused identity due to her battle skill on ult dealing heat damage, but her kit being built around physical statuses. She also has the issue that her direct competition as a physical sustain is Aya. Yes, I know her name in Infant's Idalia, but she's Iron Archness, and I will stubbornly call her that. Who provides damage amplification, unlike Ember, who, unlike Ember, Aya provides direct damage amp and is free and is arguably the best generic operator in Enfield. Going purely from these traits from the perspective of non-controlled supportive sustains, judging them like this based on their value as supportive sustains, it is very fair to assess Ember as the least good 6-star in Enfield. She is quote-unquote classed by a free 6-star that provides damage amplification and AoE heals. Hell, even the red-headed Sancta Hag without a gun enjoyers are often calling for her to be buffed. However, this assessment is entirely missing the point of Ember's design philosophy and is trying to grade her based on the more obvious strengths we expect out of characters in these kinds of action games, aka sustain that directly damage amps, aka sustain that directly damage amp better than sustain that did not directly damage amp. So, what is Ember design for? Well, as the opening clip of this video, as well as Asara's showcase very clearly shows, Ember is designed to be a stagger operator. This is clearly showcased in the design. I said showcased twice. After all, After all, her battle skill deals additional stagger when she's hit during it, which is further reinforced by her first talent reducing damage she takes during her skill and giving her hyper armor during it. I don't think that's actually necessary. That's not really necessary to say here. It doesn't actually really help at all with the statement of her being a stagger operator. Wait, there's more. Ember is not only designed to be a stagger op, but to be a stagger op, that you controlled. Is your controlled operator. That is your controlled operator. This is clear from a battle skill requiring the controlled operator to be hit in order to trigger. This ability synergizes with a damage reduction and hyper armor from a battle skill. With this ability synergizes with her talent 1, giving her is it stag? What is the term in game?
My crusade is far from over.
Interrupt resistance. Interrupt resistance during her battle skill. Her combo skill, requiring the controlled operator to be hit in order to trigger, which perfectly synergizes with a talent 1, giving her a drop resist during her battle skill, for a beefy 1-2, for a beefy 1-2 punt, 1-2 pow, 1-2, 1-2 combo. Is there a funnier way to say this? For a good all beefy 1-2. Additionally, the healing from her battle skill only affects the controlled operator, meaning the most efficient use of her kit is to have her tank the hits with a battle skill that. That's a little wordy. I could cut that down. Additionally, the healing from her skill only affects the controlled operator, which. And talent 1 also. Take 50% reduced. Giving her 50% damage reduction and interrupt. I may say damage reduction second. It makes it kind of sound like interrupt resistance. She gets 50%, which is not true. We don't know, rather. Resistance and 50% damage reduction during her battle skill for a good old beefy 1-2. Additionally, hitting from a battle skill also affects a controlled operator. Which becomes more effective and this reduced damage makes the healing from her combo skill even more effective. Combo skill, which only affects the controlled operator, even more effective. If you control a different op, in order to trigger Combo's Ember's combo skill, not only will they likely get knocked out of their current animations, not only will they likely get interrupted, the combo skill would take more damage and risk getting interrupted. Speaking of healing effectiveness, Ember's secondary attribute is her will, which increases the amount of healing on upward road, further reinforcing this controlled tanking identity. That's fine, yeah. Furthermore, Ember secondary recruiters also will, and her second talent. Ember's main attributes is strength, increasing her HP, and secondary attribute is will. A lot of healing and up receives, further reinforcing this controlled tanking identity. Let's see. Our second talent increases her attack by 9% every time she gets up to 3 stacks, and for those no 27% attack is a huge damage increase. Goba does a very good job diving into specifics of this in his video. Link in the description. Also go watch this right after, because he is the math goat who is doing what he used to do back in the older Monster Hunter Genshin days, but quite frankly does it way better. Also, and tell him Jinx says hi too. But the short version. Short version is that attack percent multipliers in gear and skills is a separate pool of damage gain. But by default doesn't have any other sources. This is undiluted 27% increase, which is fucking absurd. Short version is that gear and weapon attack percent is a fairly rare damage bonus, since it's separate from attributes based attack percent, making this very valuable. Valuable and very attainable if you tank hits with her battle skill. How did it last? The webinar edition is Thunder Prince, I'm sorry. Isn't that Valiant right now, though? Which is really solid for Leafung. There's another guy expecting why attack percent because there's no flat attack again like in Hoyo games that dilute it. That's also another reason, yeah. I mean, yeah, there is no flat attack on the skills. I mean, it's just that the, I mean, yeah, that flat attack and attack percent being rare just makes it a pretty undiluted pool. Let's just say attack. Attack is a fairly rare damage bonus. It's separate from attribute-based attack gains. And plenty attainable. Whether second attack percent bonus lines up with damage spikes or with damage nukes is a separate matter. However, this bonus only lasts 7 seconds, meaning it might not always be the most. It might not always line up with your damage output. Instead of however, just admittedly though. But wait, there's more. From Bounty Intro, I mentioned that Ember has a confused damage identity because she deals heat damage, us damage, doesn't get physical damage bonuses, but is designed to be a physical op. That's because she applies knockdown with her skills, which is a physical status. For a super quick explanation of physical statuses, when physical things happen to an enemy, they get vulnerability stacks. When they have more than one vulnerability stack, vulnerability stacks. I might just call it physical stacks. When they have more than one vulnerability stack, they also suffer from the physical status. Both thing I'll lift up physical status is that both crowd control small enemies, but even against elites, they still deal 10 additional stagger when they trigger. Trigger more with arts intensity, but more on that later. I'm just adding lines, chat. They also... Oh, wait, I literally just say it right here, never mind. Stagger and an additional 120 marshmallow nuke when they trigger. I already say and here, so I won't say and the second time. It's not necessary for this statement. Both the dagger damage and stagger completed my 8-hour forward of 35 minutes today. Catch you live. Finally got. Well, welcome in. It's good. Welcome in. Appreciate you joining. Good to see you and all that. We are now editing down the script to try to cut it down a bit. And so far, I think I've kind of just hit like raw even of cutting out lines and adding that. Mobile also has a great video explaining this link in the description. Go watch the video and tell him Jinx says hi this time. This means that the 10 to 20 stagger on her basket actually becomes 20 to 30 if the enemy has a small. I'm not going to bother cut that part because we don't want to run arts intent. We don't want to. Becomes 20 to 30 if he has at least one vulnerability stack. More with arts intensity, but whether we run that on Ember herself is questionable. More on that later. Actually become, I'm just gonna cut that part, at least 20 to 30 if he has at least one vulnerability stack. That's a lot of stagger. But wait, there's more. Ember is a great sword wielder instead of a gun user, which again is fucking insane from a lore perspective because she has a sanctum, but this video isn't about that, so let me know if you want to if you want videos about lore, yap in the comments, I guess. Great sword wielders deal the highest stagger in the game with their final strike, which makes sense because it's a fucking great sword. I assume they also get the highest SP back on their final strikes, but I haven't personally tested this. Let me know in the comments. Even one great sword user, she also deals the highest amount of stagger in the game with her final strike tied to last right. We can make this shorter. Fact, she's tied with last right for highest stagger on final strike. This doesn't mean she's the highest stagger per second with her basic combo because it's very slow. As far as I am aware, most ops in the game are balanced around having roughly the same stagger and SP gain per second with their basic combos. Does this mean by default that she deals... Catcher, you will be missed with a 22 stagger. Yeah, and this combo is like a little bit faster at base. So you can significantly speed up her basic combo with animation cancels 20 to 30% faster, in fact. More on this later. 2 is that burst stagger is still valuable because stagger is a breakpoint. In order to stagger enemies, you have to deal on a stagger pill with the stagger bar. Having a higher amount of burst stagger love stagger. I can just cut this down to more burst stagger. Gives you a bigger margin to not be a few points short of staggering a boss. This is especially important because stagger interrupts attacks, which lets you stop bosses from before they do scary things to your precious waifus and husbandos. Admittedly, you can still be a few points short on stagger with Ember, which is why I made a stagger kill for this on stream. You can search if you want to copy and play around yourself, but the point is that her higher burst stagger I don't even need to cut that part, add that part. There's even more. Wait, did I already say more? There's even more. Everyone gets free stats on the Enfield career, and one of those options is Sundered Prince. This weapon is a massive stat stick that also has a Crusher trait on it. Not only does Crusher give another attack percent bonus on it after final strike, which will have better uptime as a controlled ARP because the other teammates like to stare at Dagon's sweet thick ass instead of attacking a lot of the time, but it further increases the stagger of controlled ARP's final strike. This is all incredibly clear design language. Also, I refuse to believe that it's being a sarcasm weapon that fits exactly with Ember's hair color is an accident. Again, lore things. That fits exactly with Ember's hair color is an accident. This is all incredibly clear design language from the devs that Ember is meant to be a controlled operator that focuses on stagger, and the teams are meant to be built around that. If do so and use her as a non-controlled sustain, then yeah, she's pretty mid. That's why we ain't gonna do that. Reason I've even bothered testing last night's basic string is that she mostly builds skill damage percent anyway, so she will normally want M3 basic attacks. I don't know if her skill scales with that though. Oh yeah, couldn't say. Yeah, I mean the thing is like she does have like a very cancelable basic string. Lin O does cover it in his video as well. And in her case, there is a much bigger argument for like actually skipping damage in her basic string and speeding it up. The SP and the stagger are nice, but it's also because her core mechanic is based around her core mechanic of a battle skill is based around getting her her final strikes out. So speeding those up is definitely very nice. But I can't really say that I've done much outside of, like, very cursory, surface-level vibes crafting for Last Rites, so shrug. And on top of that, she's not wanting to run Sundered Prince. I mean, you can do it, but she has a signature that is very good for her damage. Well, it's a short version around the two really saw amounts of sets with the physical teams, so you should have very fun amounts of stagger. Roar damage stats. on Yinglong for Ember. No, wait. Never mind. Physical team, so you shit out funny amounts of stagger. And then damage stats on Ember with Yinglong. So she do the funny finisher that does many damage. That's it. Video over. Turns out this video is actually just a long, nuanced love letter to Ember's design. Get over it. Bye. And beep. But seriously, let's talk about what this Ember team is. Okay, so yeah, we failed to cut this down much. It's also only 3 pages. It's also only a 4-page. Only 4 pages. Son of her seems kind of cool. Yeah, like I haven't seen that many damage. Oh, that many like calculations for it, but it's like so disgustingly targeted to her her damage output. I can't imagine that I can imagine the gap's probably pretty big. Wish I could go back in time before I use the aforementioned box. Yeah, a lot of people have been saying like post Ember, like yeah, I can imagine after your Ember vidless a lot of people are saying that for sure. A lot of people said videos that kept saying pick Thermite Cutter. Did you get baited into that? I mean, I do mention in this video when talking about Sundered Prince is that like it is bait, but also it's not, because if you're not like if you specifically run Ember as the the controlled stagger team operator, then Sundered Prince is definitely the best option for you. That is literally its one use case. I mean, I guess you could use probably Dapan or some other like Greatsword on-fielder, right? But that's basically its one use case. So for most accounts, it's probably the smart option to get Thermite Cutter. But we stand red-headed Sancta Hags without a gun here, and we will use Sundered Prince for funny 200, 300k damage numbers, and we will like it. Okay. Explain the nuances of this team is all about stagger. With a bit of stagger, they get stagger state, they get 30%, do a very fancy finish at least that deals big dopamine number. Bosses and some elites will have stagger nodes and a stagger gauge, which when hit will make them stop doing and fall over like an idiot for a few seconds. This lets us disable them as we build up a full stagger state on them. When executed well enough, this team stops the boss from getting to play the game. Party built team, enough staggering, good enough to make bosses get 1 or 2, or in some cases you can stop them from doing. I'm just gonna cut that part, I don't even need to say that. However, how worthwhile even possible to truly stagger lock boss instead of letting them attack 2 times. Attack once every so often. However, how worthwhile for stagger locks is questionable because it requires to save resources of busting out the stagger instead of using them doing a 20% damage state, but more on that later. Does Nikke have a lot of story completion power rewards? Yes. You get a lot of crystals from pushing story. I want to push for Lycoris, but I'm not sure if I can do it if my account isn't really. But yeah, but also like doing they shit out so many pulls for you in Nikke from doing the event stuff as well. But yeah, story pushing is a very good way. The only thing is that Nikke is very heavily gated by daily play for progression, because the scaling is basically infinite, and the scaling is determined by how much you do daily, how many times you've done dailies, basically. Sundered Princess Aura Ember. Yeah. Yep, true. Yeah, the reality is that Thermite Cutter is very much like the generically smart option, and also what I would recommend to most people. But if they're watching this video, that is not what they're looking for. Right? And like, even if I feel like we talked about this on stream last time, but like, even if you like were wanting to do Ember, in theory, there is the case that getting the only one of these with Thermite Cutter on it for some goddamn reason is Aya's, right? Like Aya's weapon, which we all get for free. So, like, if you want to pull Thermite Cutter, you have to pull for a weapon we all fucking got for free. But you can get Sundered Prince guaranteed at 10-10 pulls on Last Right's banner. So if you're also building Last Right, there is a solid argument for it still being better to get Thermite Cutter. Because you aren't pulling for Sundered Prince, but you're actively throwing by pulling for fucking Thermite Cutter. That being said, we still stand the Sundered Prince over here. The standard Prince. I'm already seeing how people complain how this like weapon in shop is climbable instead of Sundered Prince. Yup. Nah, I mean, at the very least, with like this Ember stuff happening, with your video, with other people's videos, and I eventually with my videos, when Sundered Prince does come in, then people will be able to be like, yo, well, I can get to the thing now. So that's a thing at least. Thermite Cutter is on the Gilberto one. Oh, is it? I almost clicked Arsenal issue chat. I almost fucking threw. Oh, it is. That's nice at least. So yeah, at least that's a thing, I guess. Well, that's good at least. Yeah, because it's not on like this one, is it? No. Well, that's good at least. So if you do get Angelina, then you know at least there's that. Okay. Okay, there we go. During the states.
We must hone our skills with true devotion.
Every Enfield, in fact, the entire design philosophy of the combat period is built around physical statuses and reactions. Physical team is entirely built around status called vulnerability and its stacks. Yeah, let me cut the pot from earlier. Go more in depth about how physical statuses work in a little bit later in the video. But the important thing to know is that knockdowns, that triggering knockdown deals 10 stagger. Why am I copying that? And an additional, yeah, stagger and a 120% motion value nuke. Both of which scale with bronze intensity. Okay, cool. There's no point in me explaining that twice, because I actually am gonna get in deep with explaining it here. 4 physical stats in the game: knockdown, lift, crush, and breach. They also exist, but it's a damage and mechanics, so I'll just call them physical stats from here on out. There are 4 physical stats in the game: knockdown, lift, crush, and breach. When an enemy has no physical stacks, the first one it takes is instead converted into a single physical stack. After the enemy has at least one stack, Physical statuses actually apply their statuses. Actually, the physical statuses actually trigger. It's more concise, and it's the terminology I've been using in the rest of the script. Actually trigger. Okay. That's actually trigger. Both lift and knockdown. Both lift and knockdown. As mentioned earlier, both lift and knockdown deal 10 stagger and 120% motion value. 120% motion value and a additionally, you can build up to 4 stacks on an enemy if you trigger the physical status crush. The clear stack is the additional number based on the count. Reach also increases damage they take, which is pretty poggers. And then we can have an image of PogChamp come up, haha. I can cut that part, we're gonna talk about teams and stuff. I want to include this part, actually. Right now, we're just talking about stagger. And I do talk about Breach and Crush in more specifics later on as well. You know, the Ember's auto beta one was the defense reduction instead of shift. Really? Imagine still had that. I guess Emperor Griffin knew what they're doing after nerfing a kid. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, it definitely seems like they want to move her more into tanking identity. But she's still already performing like she is as a fucking tank, so yay. Yeah, no, at that point it would have been she would have definitely been, she definitely would have been assessed by most people a lot higher, because really the biggest argument I can see for why Aya greater than Ember is just because damage amp, right? It's at a surface level that is, you know, the very noticeable boot benefit she has. The bit on the Shaman Catch that makes me wonder how well changing keep her attack stacks up should help her out a lot. Oh, yeah, makes sense. It'd be interesting in longer fights if you could exchange with just cover skill. Yeah, makes sense. Because his weapon banner is Pog, the off-base are Pog, and he is Pog, true. I just hated chasing her sheep, totally fair. It is kind of an annoying minigame mechanic. Yeah, I'll just leave that in, it's fine. Do a lot of stagger. And a lot of damage. Let's even further by making use of the gold gear sets 1247. Okay, at 3 pieces, the set gives a juicy 20% multiplied 20% more total stack and a very powerful pass effect. Building physical status, the op will deal an additional 250% physical damage, nuke, and 10 more stagger once every 15 seconds. This lines up since most cooldowns. So most cooldowns go over that anyway, and SP generation limitations make Enfield a slower pace. Actually, gotcha. Anyway, if we take, why the fuck is this? However, while it is funny to use 4 stagger stacks to truly maximize stagger stonks, not everyone in the team may want to run it, especially Ember, but more on that in the gear section. Now, physical team can run anyone as the controlled op. Operator. But there are two big reasons why we run Ember. A, we stand red-headed sank the Hags without a gun in this chat. And B, I'll just say B. B, she deals the most standard, gets to use inspiring fast ammunition she can and gets even more stagger from getting hit through a battle skill, the combat skill, which is going to be efficient trigger if she has a call. B, because animation cancels. Can animation cancel? To 30% faster, therefore faster stagger and SP gen. Sundered Prince gives more stagger on final strike. Her battle skill and combo skill 1-2 punch wants her to be controlled op. Was there another reason I had in this shit? I think that was the only 3, right? Yeah, okay, it is just the only 3. Cool. All of which I went into more depth earlier. Go watch that. Go watch it. Depth in the last section. Go watch the figures. It actually goes contrary to two common arguments for who to use as a controlled operator. Since Final Strikes are so important for building stagger during SP and many mechanics like Perlika's combo skills, it's generally considered best to field off to do it very fast. But Ember's power-driving fist drills through that common sense to reach heavens beyond the haters' imagining. I forgot I wrote that fucking line. I don't really think that I need to have that part on there, because, you know, everyone's kind of mostly balanced around having the same SP gen. Isn't using Ember already a self-imposed challenge? In a sense, yeah. I mean, I know we're here for Ember, but are you the type to find self-imposed challenges interesting? If so, any setups you're wanting to clear / trim with? Yeah, I do very much, like, enjoy the self-imposed challenges, and that's kind of a big thing about, like, the joy of Arknights, and something I'm really hoping that, and we've like yapped about this already a lot in this stream, but it's just something I'm really hoping that Hypergriff pushes in the direction of when it comes to Endfield, because if they keep the floor for clearing decently low, then it allows for more silly comps and carries and things to still be able to clear with enough skill and min-maxing and investment, right? And not make meta chasing a requirement or like the desired thing. In fact, I am kind of really hoping this happens, and I kind of went on like a whole fucking thing about it earlier. But in Arknights, there is a pretty sizable opinion in the community that playing meta is the coward's way out. Like, there is a notable chunk of the community that will, like, in most cases lovingly, but will, like, shit on people for playing meta. Because you can clear things in Arknights with such scuffed fucking setups, if you are good enough, that using really meta options, especially characters like Vishadel, is literally just easy moding the game for yourself. And it would be so funny to me if they maintained that in Arknights, and the community just started being disgusted by people playing meta. It would be so funny to me. Like, I would love that. It would be a huge Hypergrip W if people are like, oh, you clear with Surtur? Doesn't count. If I had the resources, I'd really like to try some certification units. Yeah, certification seems neat, but I have no idea how well they do. I'll be honest, I haven't really done that much outside of very surface level vibes crafting for any team other than physical, because it's been my primary focus, and because I can't even test the comps. Because, as this next section says, physical team is fucking expensive. I can't afford to invest in any other teams right now. I need to finish building physical. And I'm like extra bricked in building physical because I didn't get PogChamp until we got the selector. So I already built Endman. So I'm like extra starved from building 5 units. Trigger. It seems like that's and as far as I am aware, most of the ops in the game are balanced around dealing roughly the same stagger and SP gen per second. Their basic attack combo. Self-imposed challenge is really fun. We kind of did that on this rotation's Umbral, kind of self-imposed challenge where I still use my Alesha Stella, Chen, and Min to get the trim metal. Hell yeah, we love that. Hell yeah. What surprised me is the most is that Pog is the one that can get away with the least investment. Mine's rocking level 40 Fort Maker, Stalker Gear, and Purple Essence that happen to roll +4 ult gain. Oh yeah, definitely. Well, he gets away the most, but at the same time, yes, but also no. Yes, because his baseline amping just comes from, like, Breach, right? And SP. No, because... I think it was... whatever, just pull PogChamp again. Rogranishnik. No, because he gains more SP on battle skill and ult at Mastery 1. He is the only character in Physical Team that actually needs to hit Mastery 1 on skills to fully unlock his output. So, like, yes, because he's very good without investment, but no, because he actually has the highest requirement for investment to maximize his team output outside of just raw how much damage he deals. You get another 5 SP on battle skill at max stacks at mastery 1, and you get fucking 20 more SP. Sorry, yeah, you get fucking 20 more SP at mastery 1 and alt. On top of that, because Breach is multiplicative with Art's intensity, and that increases the entire team's damage, he wants Art's intensity more than anyone else on the team. Right? Like, if Administrator doesn't have Art's intensity, she loses crushed nuke damage, but it's only part of your team's damage. You increase everyone's team's damage, everyone on your team's damage by increasing Breach. So he also wants to have max Artifice gear the most out of anyone on the team. So, like, yesn't. Pog yesn't. He gets the most value out of low investment, he gets the most value out of high investment. Agna has him clear switch. One wouldn't realize a possible unless you've leveled those weak units. The 2-man clear of Shagodia events and the 2 units being Midem and Highmore was pretty amazing. Yeah, that's just fucking insane. There's also that one Arknights runner who is like a hyper whale who max potentials every new character that comes out and then levels no one past E0. He did a fucking I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, he did a 540cc clear with E0 units. I forced myself to clear all risk 18 CCs with Ifrit before I quit. God damn, hell yeah, let's go. Pog is greedy, but also yes, exactly. Like, it's very much, like, and mind you, like, the gains are big, but not obscene, right? But he is the only one who, like, his full team output is locked behind investment. Everyone else is just personal output locked. Is Ember a comfy character? Hey, Fake DVR, good to see you. For daily content, very. Yeah, you hit the thing. You hit the thing, and then physical team is very comfy for daily gameplay because it doesn't really require much thinking. You press battle skills and combo skills, and then when stacks are high, you use Crush or Breach, and then you keep hitting the things until they're dead. Like, it doesn't, like, especially compared to, like, ult-based teams, Surtur, I imagine, is probably a pain in the ass for daily content, because her damage is locked behind her ult. So, like, it's like the whole, like, running around with Jian and Wua issue, where it's like, if you want to kill things fast in the overall map, you have to ult, but then you have to build up your fucking ult again, but slowly killing the next 2 groups of mobs you fight, and then finally get to use your ult to kill something that dies in the first third of your ult anyway, etc. Physical team just kind of unga bungas. It's comfy, you're tanky, your team just kill random mobs and combo skills automatically, and that leads to stun. Like, exactly, yeah. And on top of that, Enden plus Chen being started is super nice. Exactly, you also get to build a team very easily, because Chen is the most important team for physical. And Penguin is free. Like Tara's Blitz support level comfy? Thank you. I don't know what any of that is, but sure, yeah, let's go with that. Okay.
My crusade is far from over.
Faster final strikes. So common sense suggests. So common sense suggests that strikes are just better. Run stagger sets. Hits things a lot. Stagger sets. Run stagger sets. Run raw damage on Ember. Hits thing with lots of physical statuses and Ember final strikes. Stagger enemies, funny 6-digit Ember finisher, profits. Remainder of the video will be going in very in-depth with the team's gear, how to play the team, and how to play Ember. Timestamps in the description section of the video. Feel free to skip around. I already said that. It's fine, repeat it. Also, if you wanted to calculate, it's like I really want this video to be a single whole video, but like I'm kind of struggling with where I would even like cut it in half, right? I feel like it's like I feel like the only part that makes sense to cut into a separate chunk is the stuff about skill usage. Let's see. I do have this section about how to play Ember. Theoretically, I could talk about Ember's design, talk about the Stagger Team concept, talk about how to play Ember, and then like very briefly talk about like the basics of team and gear, and then have the second video being going way more in depth with all of that. It's like just this section about team is just so long. One, two, 3, 4, 5.5 pages. It's actually not that long. It's just because there's so many sections. This fucking script. It's 28 pages long. Get rid of all this though. Actually, let me make sure there's nothing in here I missed. No, doesn't matter. Yeah, okay, well, no, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I guess this bit. Yeah, put team section into it. Yeah, team section and like because like the thing is, it makes sense to talk about like teams and how you play the teams together, right? Maybe we can put gear in the first video and just talk about teams in the second video. Okay, let's like see how that looks page-wise. We like make this bigger so the subsections are clearer. Yeah, because just like this section we just wrote is fucking 8 pages long. Yeah, that's like huge. Just by itself, just talking about all of the nuances of like battle skill and ult usage and everything is like already huge. Let's move this section. Okay, that makes this 8 pages, which is pretty reasonable. How long is the gear section? "14 pages. That's more reasonable for an intro video, but I also have to have a part about, like, going over the basics of the team stuff. Let's see, this is gonna be very in-depth. Now, when we finished writing this script on stream, it ended up being 28 fucking 28 fucking pages long. So this is gonna be 2 videos. And as much as I like to yap, that would literally make this video well over an hour. So there's gonna be 2 videos. In this video, we're gonna... Yeah, let's like... Let me put this at the beginning, that makes the most sense. Just running through this and it being 28 fucking pages long, especially like, yeah, we are. So in this video, we're gonna talk about Ember. Ember and why stagger spam is literally what she's designed for. Play her. What are the sections? Ember's design. What the team is. How to play Ember. Basics on the team and how to gear. In the upcoming video, we will be discussing much more in-depth nuances about her teams and the variations. Physical team is most fleshed out team in the game with lots of options and nuances within it. So there is a lot to talk about. Team section is my bane in this game. It's so damn expensive to build other operators. Oh yeah, it is. They're very much going in line with Arknights in terms of the investment level required to actually finish up characters. To be fair, in Arknights you also have a 12 operator team, so it's a big part of why it's such a grind to get your first team built. And why basically everyone recommends new players build 3 and 4 stars. Because they're cheaper and help you fill out roles in your team. Preface this by saying... Actually, no, that works. Okay, yeah, that works better. So, talk about Ember's design, what the team is, and basics about it. Move that to the top bit where we're talking about things. I'll see if I can calculate this specific amount of stagger rotation can deal. Let me calculate. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. That's a better place for that to be. Team expensive. With a brief overview on her teams on this team. It does cut this like literally in half. Like just perfectly in half, basically. I don't like how brief this bit about the team is, though. Teams are, though. Like, I want a little bit more than just that. At the very least, discussing always use Chen. Of how to build this team. Sensei picture? Yes, it does. Yo, you got a top operator tag in Arknight's Wolf? Hell yeah, we love that. Congrats. If you get more than one of those a year, you're correct. Not cheaper than infield, though, it seems. Yeah, it's unfortunate it isn't. It would be very nice if characters like Flora and whatnot were cheaper to build. I think games from leveling are larger here. Yeah, in Arknights, a big part of leveling really is just, like, unlocking masteries, talents, unlocking masteries, talents, and modules. Actual levels themselves are a bit more shrug. I mean, really, the only main reason I ever level ops like 260 is because I want that module. Okay, let's see. So it'd be like a brief overview of team members. To keep this section intentionally succinct and brief. Video is going to go way more in depth with this. Scroll through script. My only concern with making a separate video about teams and it being long is that people are going to expect me to do rotation specific stuff. and I kind of feel like, oh man, maybe I need to actually do, like, point out rotations and stuff, but I am gonna just preface at the very beginning of the video, there's not gonna be many specific rotation-based stuff because it is so contextual, so this is more about understanding the concepts and whatnot. It's important to have some understanding. And understanding of... But I think it's important to cover this then so that you can get to building and playing this team. Okay, it's getting a little late, so I'm not going to be able to write this full section yet, but just notes. Always use idiot. Detonators. Always use idiot. Detonators. Boy. Okay, yeah. I think that would be honestly enough, really. It's kind of the main three to talk about, so that's not really that bad. Can't wait for the whoops to pick me up in an hour, smile. Wait, shit, does it drop in an hour? Is Umbral in an hour? Ugh, I don't want to do Umbral, but I have to work tomorrow. Okay, I will be right back, chat. I gotta pee again, grab some more water, and then probably take my sleep meds, and we can, like, chill a bit. BRB. We are so back, chat. Thank you very much for your service as always. Every time I hear this, it reminds me of your HSR days. Hell yeah. Yeah, I do remember enjoying watching your HSR runs back in them days. I have like fallen off a bit with HSR. I haven't done like the last 2 patches story. I haven't done the story since like the Finan quest. And I do want to get back to it at some point, but I'm kind of a little Enfield, and then now wanting to do some content for Enfield that's really eaten up a lot of my time and desire to play. In fact, I should probably be doing dailies on my other gachas right now, but I haven't. How do the weekly reset arsenal work? Is it just all weapons except for the new character ones? We don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know if we know. I definitely don't know. We haven't seen enough of them coming through yet, and I don't know if there was anything in like the betas that kind of suggested it. Well, some weird tooltip I haven't seen, but yeah, I couldn't say, unfortunately. I don't know how many can handle that many gacha at a time, lol. Yeah, exactly, right? It has definitely does cut a lot into my free time, but I don't mind it. I enjoy it. But like working on this video is definitely like cutting in a lot into that. It's kind of why I'm also overlapping it with my streaming time, right? Because then at least I can do both at the same time and enjoy the community interaction and all of that, and the vibing with chat, while also working on this at the same time. I mean, the thing is, like, the gachas that I play are ones that have pretty low commitment in terms of dailies and weeklies, and the ones that don't, those are ones I've already dropped beforehand. So it's kind of more a matter of, like, doing the bigger content things on stream every patch. And I haven't really had that much trouble with that until Enfield 8, you know, weeks of my life. Because, like, you know, with, like, the amount of content, especially a lot of them put out, like, HSR, you have, like, 1 or 2 good sessions, like, stream sessions. Mind you, my streams last, like, fucking, like, 8 hours plus normally. But, like, I'm walking away from the... Okay, shit, one sec, chat. Actually, I was like, I need to grab my vape juice. It's in my bag right now. I don't even know how much of that you guys could catch. I don't know how... Oh, my mic... Oh, I'm watching my levels. You can actually see... I'm across the room and it's still catching pretty well. God, my mic's directional power is insane. So I had to step outside to grab my handbag that has my vape juice in it, because one of my desks is empty. But yeah, I mean, like, with, like, HSR, right? It's, like, 1 or 2 decent streams of, like, doing story, 1 or 2 for event, and that's basically it. It's not that much to go to every 6 weeks, right? Wuwa releases a lot of stuff, but I don't really do a lot of the open world exploring stuff, so it's also kind of just like, hey, let's just do the events, right? But, like, with Enfield having eaten up so much, and now I'm even behind, like, even before Enfield, we were playing catch-up, right? If you look at the stream thumbnails, a lot of them just have catch-up in them because we're playing so much catch-up. And I've been playing catch-up, and then instead of, like, actually doing content before Enfield, I kind of just didn't feel like it. So now the catch-up has become actually just being behind. Enfield's such a time-consuming. Yeah, and I haven't even, like, done all of, like, the companion stories and stuff yet. But it's also just kind of fun to fuck around in the game. So it's been eating a lot of my time, but I don't mind. I've been enjoying my time in Enfield a lot. We just decided to stop working for you this patch. What even start up? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, so it's like... That's kind of the big thing, right? It's just that, like, the ones that I selectively play are just pretty low commitment. So it works out well. But now that I'm behind, it means I have to play actual catch-up, or, like, actually getting caught back up properly, instead of just being like, oh, I have to finish this event in, like, that's ending in, like, 3 days. And Enfield's just... I'm just so much more invested in Enfield right now than the others, especially just because, like, I love Kuro games, and the way they handle Wu is pretty good overall. I don't really have that much love for Mihoyo, so, like, I enjoy HSR a lot, but I don't really have that much love for the company, to, like, give enough of a shit about it. And, like, I still care a lot about PGR and Wu because I like Kuro as a company. I've been playing PGR for, like, over 5 years, and I think they do pretty right by their communities, relatively speaking. I like ZZZ, but again, ZZZ, I'm really struggling with caring right now, just because I don't give a shit about the idols. like, at all. So, like, there's, like, a solid, like, fucking, what, 2-3 patches of me just not really caring about the characters coming up, and possibly not even enjoying the storylines. I can't say that I haven't done them yet. But I'm really enjoying Enfield, and, like, Hypergriff is one of my favorite companies. I love Hypergriff. I love Arknights. I love what they do with Arknights. It's like, Arknights and Path to Nowhere are my two favorite, not just gachas, honestly, they're my favorite games at this point. Like, in history, probably, just because of how good their writing is, and, like, how much I also enjoy, like, their gameplay. But also, like, the writing's such a huge aspect of it, and how they treat their communities is a big aspect of it. Arknights and Path to Nowhere both treat their communities incredibly well. Relative to a lot of the other, like, money grubbing or various other, like, bullshit you see in a lot of the modern gacha industry and community. Like, Arknights... Hypergriff treats Arknights community so well, and Eisno, like, really clearly cares a lot about their community. So, like, they're just, like, the ones that... They're definitely the ones that, just from a company perspective, I want to support the most and always prioritize putting time into. I see, realizing I haven't done my Arknights deck today. So they definitely take the priority for me in terms of, like... Oh my god. I'm guessing you could hear my Arknights opening there. Oh wait, actually I did do my Arknights today, never mind. Right, I did it, like, on my walk to my car, because I had to go take my car into the shop to get an estimate on my, like, headlights missing, which, by the way, chat, I learned headlights are really fucking expensive, so, my bank account's bricked for a second. Arknights, Pump, drones into Proviso, our goats, and then start an auto and con, and on my phone, and we're good, because I already did, like, the main things. Yeah, so I think, like, those are kind of the only two that I've been really good about being fairly consistent on since Enfield came out, about, like, dailies and stuff. I did miss a few dailies on Path to Nowhere, but I can afford to. And, like, I don't know, it's been more of a struggle for me to care about the other games as much. I also love PGR. And I love PGR, but it's also so generous that I don't feel as, like, locked in to having to be really consistent with my dailies and weeklies. This patch and the next are going to be paying for me, but the current ZZ boss is a banger story? Hell yeah. Yeah, actually, shit, what is, like, DA ending? I haven't even done DA in ZZZ. Shrug. Never planned on making a deep dive into mechanics video, I'm guessing not, but just saying you and Tuno were my go-to in Genshin when I played. I appreciate it, Wolf. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Like, right now, I'm really invested in this video. I genuinely don't know how many other videos I'm going to actually make, though. It's just that this one in particular I'm invested in, and if I do make videos, it's going to really be about, like... It's going to be about things that's just, like, that the muse whispers into my ear hole while licking it to tell me to do it. Because, like, I really want to make this video, right? Like, I am pushing through multiple days of writing a 29-page script, and we haven't even gone to recording yet. Or editing yet. The editing's gonna be very minimal in this chat. Like, it's probably just gonna mostly be me putting things on screen and just background footage of doing, like, fucking Ember team runs in, what's it called? In, like, Umbral or some shit. But, like, I am pushing through all this because I really want to make this video. It's the same thing that happened in the only other video I've actually made in the past 2 fucking years, which is the Kalkaro video. Because I really just wanted to make a video about Kalkaro's animation cancels. Because they were really cool. I love Kuro, but I'm just sad Wuwa moved away from, like, the potential they had with the cool quick swap mechanics in their game in favor of pushing towards the more successful and popular combat framework of basically just having optimal rotations you try to execute as much as possible while not getting hit by the boss. That's what Wuwa has become. It's become PGR without as many iframes. And, like, I love PGR too, but, like, the combat really is just about min-maxing your rotation and not really engaging with the boss. It's why I like ZZZ's combat more, because it's more dynamic and about engaging with the boss, but it's also... I don't know. I've been having a hard time with my Hoyo games. I also want to get some time into Honkai Impact 3rd, because I need to build pulls, because they're finally releasing Part 2 Yayi, and that's a good... I'm pulling her, chat, no matter what, but I want to farm pulls, because buying pulls is expensive in Impacts. It's a generous game from like a pull economy of what you get free to play, but it's fucking expensive to buy pulls. If I recall correctly, Lowlight gave out 310 pull just because he got lucky and got... Yeah, exactly. Lowlight literally... Like, I think it was like 2 months ago. Lowlight literally just... he got, like, really lucky on stream with his Uma pulls or something. Or maybe it was Limbus, I don't remember. Or some game. But he got really lucky with his pulls. So he just gave everyone in Arknights a 10 pull. They just gave us a mail like, hey guys, have a 10 pull. Like, that's fucking based. I really hate rigid rotations. I mean, like, some games handle it better. Like, I talk about how PGR, you just don't really interact with the boss because of iframes. So PGR is a game about, like, tweaking rotations, right? You're not just like, this is the optimal rotation, we do this as much as possible. PGR is very much a game about, in the end game especially, so we're talking like Warzone and Pain Cage. It's about tweaking your rotations to squeeze out the most you can based on breakpoints. Like Warzone, if you can just do the quote-unquote best meta rotations, but because of HP breakpoints, and like they very intentionally make it so that the enemies there's a period of time between enemies respawning, so damage gets wasted unless you time things correctly, right? So because of that, if you just do like the pure rotations, you'll score well. But if you really want to push score and you really want to hit the like highest tier of highest bracket, you have to actually very specifically tweak your rotations to match the HP breakpoints of waves dying. And so there is a lot of min-maxing and optimization that goes into that. And same with Pain Cage, of where in some cases you can just do your meta rotation and the thing dies, but there's lots of ways you can tweak things to shave off seconds that push you into into like the highest brackets. You can easily do second highest bracket just by doing meta rotations. But, like, PGR does it well, I think, because they've designed their endgame where there's a lot of room to tweak. Even if there is kind of, like, these are mostly the strict best rotations, there's a lot of ways to tweak it to min-max based on content. And most other gachas kind of seem to do it where you have an optimal rotation, and it's kind of more a matter of just trying to do that around the boss trying to hit you. That's kind of what Wu has devolved into, and it's why Wu's combat has kind of died a bit for me. And like, at the very... It's always kind of been like that with Wuwa, but with Wuwa, the quick swap teams made it so it was more engaging because it's a lot more input heavy to actually maximize the team. But like, current Wuwa teams are dodge so you don't get hit, and then just execute the exact order of buttons you're supposed to, and how fast you clear is based more so on how good you are not getting hit during that, right? Like, and the combat's just kind of fallen off a bit for me. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Hoyoverse, don't get me wrong, they make beautiful games. They really do. Like, the games are good. I like ZZZ and HSO because I like the games, but it's not because I like Hoyo. Hypergriff set the standard for you and Gacha? Yeah, exactly. Like, Hypergriff and Eisno, like, are two genuinely really good companies. And Kuro is too, especially in PGR. For me, Wu was more an issue of me kind of, like, falling off of the gameplay. And for the writing's gone really good, too. And writing's a big part of it for me, too, right? Like, I love Arknights and Patanua so much because the writing is so good. They have different strengths. Patanua still consistently has the best prose I've experienced in gaming and a lot of writing in general. Like the writing, like some of the passages are like actually just poetry. It's gorgeous, but I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I think we're done with script chat. For now, we're probably gonna have to do a bit more, of course, but like the script is... That's all the script writing for the day. Stretch. Alright. At the very least, we need to get, fucking Enfield dailies done, because I still haven't done them, chat. We've just been writing this fucking script, and then yapping while jumping around these goddamn rocks. Clank. Let me clank. Clank. Alright, let's do dailies real quick. fun. Okay, we did buy stonks yesterday after all that. Wooling question mark? Nope. Alright. I should really probably start outsourcing my, like, Valley 4 depots. I don't do them enough. I kind of skip them a lot, chat. Did we do this yesterday? We did not do this one yesterday. Oh, I probably have to do, like, some growth rotations. Yeah, they're maxed out. I need to go grab those. Good thing I have zipline set to everyone! Can't wait for your actual reaction on new Wooer writing once you get into it. Who am I kidding? You'll probably start 3.1 in March. I mean, hopefully not that long, but, like, it's gonna be a hot minute, sure. Because, like, working on this video is eating up so much time, but it's also been so much fun. Like, it's been really nice working on this video. I'm really enjoying it, and I'm really glad I made the decision to work on the script on stream. It's been a lot of fun doing it with you guys, and being able to engage with you guys, and also bounce ideas off of you and everything, and just, I don't know. I hope you guys have been enjoying being a part of the process of it, because it's been fun for me. And they're kind of just nice, chill streams, you know? I'm doing daily missions every day just the 1,000. You know, that's actually a really fair point. The 1,000 credits does add up with how fucking many of them you need. That's, like, actually not a bad idea in this game. The 177k ones never get taken, so we gotta do this now. Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Constant vigilance in every place and situation.
I need to, like, set up the nodes because, like... I mean, I guess it's not really that much reason to. Like, I can just click. It's whatever. It's actually kind of fun to, like, remember where the next one is and click it. I always watch you and watching you do things and simulate things. Aw, thanks. Like, I know that in the past we've done, like, streams, like, back in the olden days, we've done... Wait, shit, I think it's the wrong way. What's up? Oh, no, that way is the wrong way. We're good. Okay. It's just that one zigzags here, so I got a little confused. But I know back in the day we did streams of me like doing testing and frame counting on stream, but I've never really done a stream. I don't think I really did many streams where I was actually script writing. So I was a little concerned people just wouldn't give a shit about that, but it's been fun hanging out, and I'm glad that people seem to be enjoying it. Oh wait, I'm here. Let's see. Bam. Let's do operator. People consistently do the later two, yeah, the credits would be nice. And like I have fucking zipline set up for everything anyway. It doesn't take very long. I'll kind of shrug about it. Like, when it comes to progression stuff, I'm just like, it's gonna happen over time. I don't need to speed it up too much for credit stuff. It's like, yeah, I would like to build other teams, but I'm having so much fun with physical, I kind of don't care that much. Like, I didn't really want to get Surtur, chat. We just kind of accidentally got a free Surtur.
Here.
Like, I'm glad I got Surtur, but, like, I wasn't really trying to, chat. I'm not, like, that interested in playing her team. And, like, I like the idea of Abby's team, but I'm not that interested in playing it, if I'm being honest. Like, I do want to play it, but not so much so I'm like, I have to build the team right now. I'm just kind of hard chilling on that. Oh, you can wait, you can summon multiple at once? Hold up, I didn't, well, oh shit, that changes so much.
It's just some minor gifts, Edmund.
Thanks, Catcher. He's happy that we pulled him out of the bench temporarily to like test his animation cancels for a few minutes. He's just happy to be included, chat.
Thank you for
I need to stop giving him this gift. The willing gifts are more expensive stock bill wise. At least stock bill economy wise.
Come on, don't make it a secret.
Well, I just learned you can do this. That's cool. You can get multiple at
Careful
once.
when walking
Why
around,
her?
Professor.
Literally the one furthest away from me.
A gift. Be careful.
Wait,
when
did Ember
walking
just
around,
leave?
Professor.
Oh my god, Ember just left. She's like, you're taking too fucking long.
It's not easy working with the other open. For me. Grazie.
Grazie.
I'll put it.
Ember actually just walked away. That's so funny.
Beneath the aurora lie the defense lines of the Oathkeepers. When battle erupted, the skies would be blanketed with swarms of hovering Angeloi. My thanks.
Ember gives and takes no shits. Smile. I've had data. I didn't get Oral Barrel's armory tickets or both from. Oh yeah, I mean, and I still grab those from it, but I don't. But since I don't really sweat too much about refreshes, I should probably refresh this though. Aura barrels. Like I can still get the aura barrel. I guess the refresh for a potential another one is nice though, for sure. I could probably just do another refresh, but fuck it.
I heard Fiasco Industries just released a pretty neat wacky
I guess I just need a bunch of sanity, huh?
Still waiting for something?
The battlefield shows no mercy for mistakes. We must.
What was I doing next? I don't actually remember, chat. I don't remember. It's like I could work on weapon essence, but like that's actually RNG when there's gains to be had just from actually like leveling shit for the units right now. I just kind of forgot what I was doing next. I mean, I might as well get this. Fuck it.
I came to Enfield to learn, but
The slightest sleep.
What was my next investment breakpoint I was pushing for?
Watch this.
I don't even use her for that.
The slight.
Over here.
Ah, sure, why not? Yeah, that was it, because I have enough Igneosite. I should just do this with the first time bonus, honestly. Just feels wasteful to buy something at 25 or 50%. I mean, you're not wrong, Grayth. Like, the first two refreshes aren't very expensive. And they kind of give you a fuckload of credits in this game.
A blade unsheathed, it's let's unleash. Cast off as cast.
Ow, I should use my battle skill. Okay, I've not fought this boss before. That is the wrong skill. I meant to press Chen's. Whoops. Ow, what the fuck? Fuck you. Killing this guy first. Never mind. The cat really wants to die. Ling Fong, did you just miss? Fuck it. Summon the boys! Whoa! There they go. There go the boys.
Easy.
I did not know those bosses' attacks. Or those elites' attacks. 5 quick change sports a day, 3 depot runs really gives a lot. Oh yeah. Speaking of which, I need to do those before things roll over. Speedre. You can sell clues you receive if they're about to expire? Really? That's neat. I did not know that. Oh, I can't support port for some reason today. Okay, cool. Grey Earth. Oh, interesting. I don't have you. I mean, it's just Coldrith, but like, I'd like to have the yellow so I can easily tell that it's a community member. Me. True Stagger. See if we get another yellow clue exchange. Doesn't look like it. Since Neo's no clue exchange was low on the list, unfortunately. Oh, there's Valk. Why is Valk not? Okay, I'm just gonna scroll till I see the first yellow now. Ooh, yawn. Okay. Oh, fuck, I have 400 credits. Okay, sure. Oh, I have literally 1 credit left. Funny. Appreciate the production assists, guys. Aw, very sweet for all the production assists. Damn, Miggy, that's a lot of assists. Appreciate it. Let's see. How many Cosmic Oryx to grab? I should probably actually just go grab those right now. Ascent to my name stonks? Question? Mark? Are you saying that your name is Ascent or something? I don't know a lot of the IGNs for peeps. Since I know quite a few people from the Goondola have added me, but I haven't, like, actually. I don't know the IGNs for a lot of the peeps. Okay, let's take a look at what the heck is this. Oh, right, weekly routine. Wow. Oh, as in the one credit left is a shed experience. Nah, gotcha. Yeah, yes. The one credit left, a single cent left to the name. Gotcha. Sorry, my sleep meds are kicking in, so I'm a little sleepy. Which is good. It means that they're doing their job. What was I doing? Right. Growth chamber. Oh my god, these take 70 hours? Oh, my fungi growth is non-existent. I don't have fungi growth characters, apparently. Well, rip, I guess. Oh, I know the pawn is. He's just not here right now. Man's is sleeping! I've hit the T-cred drought. Help, I'm sorry, JD. If you're doing the depot node runs, if you haven't gotten all of the unique NPC ones yet, they do give you 30k credits the first time you ever do them, so that's nice. Daily missions give you 1,000 credits, so that's something. Finishing my food. Okay.
The slightest sleep of mind decides who lives and who dies in battle.
I guess I can just open boxes for that.
All set and ready.
I should really be opening my other gachas and doing their dailies, but I'm not. Yeah, oh, you never just logging much of it. Yeah.
Ready to fight.
Engage.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Fired up. Mine, strike, quick. Mine, strike, quick. In position.
This little fuck over here. Apparently there's a showroom on the ship past the PowerPoint screen. I can show my unleveled character. Wait, what? That really is a character showroom? I wish you can just print T-creds in Dijon instead. You can in... Oh my god. Oh, right. I already put characters on here. Completely fucking forgot about it. Daughter. I remember there was this weapon display one. like that. The little guys. I didn't realize there were 2 of them. I don't like displaying medals. Something something Ian and reading smile. Just showed my level 20 Leviathan besides my 1890 Estella smile. I just realized I have to buy goods. I shouldn't have bought those yet. Whoops. Kinda just waiting for 2 o'clock to come around. Although actually, Path to Nowhere dailies, and then also, oh yeah, that's right. The new banners are up on Path to Nowhere now, right? Might as well throw some polls. I want to get both, but I definitely want Margaret because Margaret makes Bianca better, and also works with Daughter for some weird fucking reason. Yay, reset. One more day and we can finally throw more tentpoles. Hey, cleared the battle pass. Now we just get boxes. New clue. Well, yeah, I can throw a temple to build Pity Lamau. Smile. Armor really only give 1200 aura barrels? Not sure, but that would suck if it was. That is a low amount. I got going on today. Any 5k Andes? Nah. I have a 5k today on pickaxes. Wait, I have a 5k. Wait, can I just sell myself my own pickaxes? Am I actually higher than anyone else? Nope. Someone else got it. But at a high selling rate since launch, time to get more friends, Acid. You just got your second Gilberto dupe. Need those weapon issue? Ooh, I'm sorry. Oh, I mean, I do you once P2? Oh, did you do once P3? Because congrats in that case. One day. This will hit a 5k Andy. Haha. I myself am a 4K Andy today. Wow, god, this is shit. Never a 5K Andy. I mean, I'll take like 4.8 or something, but I'm just holding this shit until then. Rise. Okay, I guess time to do friend things then. Hey, Titans, welcome in. So far, you listed the events plus endgame rewards at the moment, not including the campaigns, since it's technically the release patch. Umbral first half 1200, second half unknown, 500 weekly, 200 daily, 5 ticks per banner. Event 1400, second event 1200. There's still third event next week. Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see how the whole economy ends up ending up working out, because it's not the hottest so far. I really need to give these sooner, because if I do them right before reset, they can't cash them in. So probably best to do these right now. Technically, we can judge the next match since we have loads right now due to it being first. Oh yeah, I'm mostly just curious to see spreadsheets. People make the list of the actual stuff, and I'm just curious to see what it ends up looking like once we actually get the numbers out. I should definitely give Migi one, because Migi gave me like fucking 3 assists yesterday. Everyone up in Gacha Space is so worried about pull economy. I just want to tell Griff, please, we can give more T credit in events. Acid, not everyone got all 3 fucking limiteds in a single 120. Fuck you. Okay, well that's that. Oh, stretch. Fuck. Okay, yeah. Well, it's past 2, so I'll be hopping off very, 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 very soon. Oh, the sleep meds are definitely kicking in, which is nice. That'll help me actually get decent rests for work tomorrow. But first we buy these, not these. These. I do kind of wish that these bundles, like if this was for just general pulls and not for the Angelina pulls, then I would definitely buy this. I actually might still end up buying it just because I do want to throw pulls at Angelina until we hit a 6-star at least. So I might actually end up buying it, but like I want to support the game and I want to save up pulls. But you know, can't really save those pulls. Like, I would have bought the Soda Temple pack, but then we got a free Soda before I got a chance to buy it. So, yeah, that didn't happen. Alright. That is good on Enfield. Let's do a little bit of PTN and then probably hop off for the night. That's way louder than I thought it was gonna be. You then get the units. How are you supposed to build units with crumbs and crackers? By slowly drip feeding them crumbs until they grow up big and strong. Ooh, free tenor. Okay, that's way less quiet. That's way more quiet now. Vanilla stares intently at the malfunctioning damaged clock. Eternal time once again shifts off course. I must repair it. Try changing the battery. Distortion corrected. Could you be the anchor point for my return? Fucking immortals, I swear. It's Belgia! Speaking of fucking immortals. A birthday is like a rising tide in this world's endless cycle. Why is it like pre-immortal Belgia? The tide brings new life to the ocean, and you will always be by my side, right? I don't care about you, Stargazer. Fuck you. No, she was my first 50-50 loss. And I didn't play her event. Damn, that is a fucking skin, chat. Look at that. Holy f... The art in this game is so goddamn pretty. What, you can buy a pack with avatar. Oh, that's why this is the new icon for the game. It's for Zoya's new skin art. Oh, wait, yeah, I think someone in his chat mentioned that yesterday. Damn, these are cute. Oh, this is a really fucking good skin. Holy shit. They went all out for that skin. Holy fuck. Fan art and video contest? Ooh, cute.
Oh, are you here to see me, Chief? Feel free to take the time to look at the new supplies, too.
I will probably buy a lot of those cheap packs. I pretty much always do for Path of Nowhere. I like supporting this game.
Oh, are you here to see me, Chief? Feel free to take the time to look at the new supplies. Oh, are you here to see me, Chief? Feel free to take the time to look.
Oh, okay, I'm fucking blind. This expires in 18 days. Okay. Okay. Temple! I want both, but I definitely want Margaret's because she is meta for support for two of my favorite characters. Nothing. We burned all our gacha luck yesterday, chat.
Let me go! Let me...
I also burnt it on Path of Nowhere like 2 days ago when I randomly threw 2 tenors at Iraya and got a second copy. Damn, we're actually pushing kind of hard towards soft pity now. Gonna kick into soft pity soon. No funny gacha luck. Oh, there we go. Did we lose 50-50?
Put me behind bars.
Honestly, I'm kind of overdue for losing 50-50.
Client manager at Eastside Bank.
According to the legislation, I cannot.
Oh, hello, handsome Mr. Fox.
But I want you to know.
MBCC, is that right? I've heard of your place.
It doesn't matter that Paul economy looks low because you only build one character or patch. Cries.
What are you doing?
Wow, this is late in the temple too.
I knew it! No one can say
Fuck you, oh whoa.
Even folks from the bureau came to see me.
What this is the
Fuck you, oh whoa.
Who are you? Look,
Little shit literally just got basically power crept by Rust coming out too. Alright, well, this is gonna be painful. Damn, min pull too. This is about as bad. Oh, there we go. This is about as bad as when we were pulling from Millie. I haven't had like a 50-50 loss with late late pulls since Millie.
Let me go! A beauty is
Do you know who you just captured?
I haven't done anything bad.
If we go especially lucky, I was thinking about trying to push for multiple shackles
Pleasure to meet you.
on Margaret, but I don't think that's happening.
I assure you, my methods will bring a peace to your operations that you never thought possible.
It's a gorgeous woman though.
This is the Syndicate gangster rap.
Okay, fuck you, Peggy. No one wants to hear it. Alright, it's time for the most handsome man they've ever put in this game, and that's not even a joke because there's like 9 guys in this game, chat. I don't think this even pushes us to double digits. But he is definitely the most handsome man they've put in this fucking game. He looks like a lad's unit. He has funny self HP consuming. Ah, shit. I'm not burning my hype. I'm not burning these. Damn. Pain, Pecco. Wow, 1 pull. Oh shit, I should probably. That's interesting. They don't normally give you banner specific pulls in this game. That's new. Ooh, it's cute. That's a cute skin. Alright, well, since there is Handsome Man, let us see Handsome Man's gameplay.
A bit of theatricality in battle. It's practically second nature.
Wait, they give us Darren to use? That's interesting.
Okay, fine. I'll go.
Huh, BlueStacks is visually glitching out a bit with the game.
Rest assured. And listen, the rain is coming.
Oh yes, man, kick and punch. He kick, he punch.
Good show's about to start.
Oh right, she doesn't have fucking thing up yet.
Hold still, my friend. Hold still, my friend.
Good show's about to start.
Listen, the rain is coming.
Good show's about to start.
What does this ECP do?
Good show's about to start.
Listen.
Good
Yeah,
show's
this has been
about
kind
to
of
start.
buggy
Good
since.
show's about to start.
Hold still, my friend. Hold still, my friend.
Good show's about to start.
Listen. Listen.
Whoops.
Rain.
She did. I am playing this trial incredibly
Hold still,
poorly.
my friend.
Good show's about to start.
I think I was supposed to hard nuke him during the during his core break phase because the new one's not coming up.
Hold still, my friend. Target's down.
Who's standard
I could use a
P1 be
drink
best
after
use a
that.
selector on? Last one
Here
is
to
bad.
join.
I don't really know what the other P1s look like. I mean, Li Fong's is good, but I know you don't play male characters. Let's go, Bianca!
Ready? We're going on TV now!
If in case you were wondering where my starting stream line comes from, it's Bianca. We're going on TV now, chat.
For the purest form of peace.
Where am I even supposed to fucking put this to hit everyone? Hold up. Teehee, global damage funny.
Here comes the breaking.
For the purest form of peace. May peace guide.
Well, okay then. Let's go, Uber Hag.
Hanging in position.
Fucking snipers, I swear.
On my shot. On my shot.
Literally just a true damage sniper, huh?
On my shot. On my shot.
Oh.
On my shot. On my shot. On my
Do they
shot.
only take true damage? I guess so. Huh.
Target's down. If I head back now, I can still make it in time to bake treats for the kids.
Hell yeah, girl. IRL bartender never removes the alcoholic from my team. Hell yeah.
I'm staying up so I can see you. As
We love Bianca. It was still just so great in... It was just so great to God. I forgot how nice, like, Serpent's arrest art is. So it's very funny in her event story, realizing that the cans of apple juice she was drinking the entire time was actually just fucking liquor. Oh, cool. First of all purchases, each saves 300. Oh, that's really cool. I own all of these. I own this skin. I own this skin. I own this skin. I own this one. Oh, it's a Shin skin. Ooh, I actually like this one a lot. Ah. Neat. That's a neat system. Okay, I need to put Margaret in here.
Heading out to gather some intel. Pack 3 memory cards this time. Should be enough.
The consequence of an avid Yuri gacha. Enjoy. Did it hold your message to Dunce because you said Yuri? Yeah, I guess I'll probably just chill a little bit on pulling for Rust until I get all these pulls. I'm not like desperately needing to build him or anything. I just do want to get him before the banner's over. Four days left on this one.
Oh, are you here to see me, Chief? Feel free to take the time to look at the new supplies.
Oh, it's swapped over to these alternatings. Oh, that's cute. Chief just chiefing. Man, the art in this game is just so pretty. It's the whole fam! Look at this one. Also the whole fam. Daughters. What is this? Is this Hamel? Yeah, it's Hamel. Okay. Shackle. Oh my god, it's like a garbage Shackle too. At least Shackle 3 is good. God damn it. Ah, shit, my special attention's maxed out. We're gonna pull off special attention. Guess Hypatia, I don't really care. Oh, I'm building Hypatia though, so I kind of need her up there. Probably Augustus, honestly. I'm not nearly as attached to her as like so many people in the community are.
One's repertoire can never be too broad. I pray our foes are wise enough to recognize the cliff's edge before they feel the need to test. One's repertoire can never be too broad.
One's repertoire can never be too broad. This should not be this slow. Blue Stacks is struggling a bit with the Path to Nowhere update. Did it? Did what? Sorry, I wasn't really paying attention. I think everyone is struggling. I use Moo was having issues. Oh, really?
I pray our foes are wise enough to recognize the cliff's edge before they feel the need to test the fall. One's repertoire can never be too broad.
Repertoire. Lamau, many boxes. Oh wow, I'm one off. That makes one blue. So I need 2 of these. I can't math, chat. I need 1 of these. Mental math hard with sleep meds in the brain. Do I feel like burning my extra stamina on this? Fucking sure. Okay, this is gonna cost way too much. Never mind. Fuck it, we're already here. Hypergriff is making Link set usable next time. Oh, really? How so? Alright, what does your max promotion not look like? Oh, that's pretty.
Of peace. I pray our foes are wise enough to recognize the cliff's edge before they feel the need to test the fall. I pray our foes
Chat,
are wise
I think
enough
she
to
prays our
recognize the
foes.
cliff's edge before they feel. I pray our foes are wise enough to recognize the cliff's edge before they feel the need to test the fall. I pray our foes are wise enough to recognize the cliff's. I pray our foes are wise enough to recognize the cliff's edge before they feel the need to test the fall. I pray our foes are wise enough to recognize the cliff's edge before they feel the need to test the fall. I pray our foes are wise enough to recognize the cliff's edge before they feel the need to test the fall.
Of course, I'm just really short.
I pray our foes are wise enough to recognize the cliff's edge before they feel the need to test the fall.
Her ACB isn't super necessary. How many copies did we gotta get? Oh wow, only 3? It's very weird that they made the new A rank a true damage DPS. A rank DPSs are a bit cope in this game, chat. There are 2 good ones, but there's only 2. Ooh. Oh, I finally hit level 90. Holy crap, I only just now hit level 90. God, it's so slow in this game. Dear Chief of Minos, the Ninth Agency has prepared a comprehensive agent training course for you. Only by understanding the principles that agents operate by can you better counter infiltration attempts by enemies. The course is adapted from real events experienced by senior agents of the Ninth Agency. For security purposes, you will first need to sign an NDA. They present you with the NDA. You begin reading through it carefully, starting from the first clause. All content presented during this training, including but not limited to curriculum design, infiltration manual, case debriefs, agent codenames, and operation details, is classified as confidential information. Without permission from the Ninth Agency, you may not relay, display, record, or reproduce any calls content to third parties in any form, including verbal, written, visual, or any anomalous memory medium. All simulation records, behavioral patterns, choices made, error logs generating the training will be automatically archived by the Ninth Agency. This training is designed to strengthen your counter-infiltration capabilities and will not negatively impact you or the Minos Bureau of Crisis Control. Should you encounter infiltration activities in subsequent operations that closely resemble cases from this course, you are obligated to notify the Ninth Agency immediately without disclosing details of this course. We will provide assistance in assessment and response. This agreement shall take effect upon your confirmation of the acceptance and remain in force until formally rescinded by the Ninth Agency. Read through the NDA carefully. Though it feels somewhat stringent, you accept the Ninth Agency's invitation nonetheless. Soon enough, the first lesson begins. Cover identity, maintenance worker. You must infiltrate the legendary Minos of Bureau of Crisis Control. Sneak your way into the archive and obtain the supply office records of the past month. The Ninth Agency's agents have infiltrated the Bureau before. These lessons are adapted from real events. The particular agent may have infiltrated another organization. The Ninth Agency should already have copies of our work files anyway. Even if you had indeed infiltrated us, it wouldn't have been a big deal. We digress. The first lesson is mastering disguise. Of course, by disguise, we don't mean changing your face and your clothes. For a competent agent, there is only one standard for disguise. Convince the others you belong in the place in the first place. Is this just like text-based? I don't feel like reading right now, chat. Shen-chan Yu solo no damage Umbral Monument video is already up because of course it is Asia. Of course, smile. Oh, we got a new rod. We love rod. Who is the boy BFL? Whale? Fuck it, let's do like a funny single run. Actually, you know what? Let's use our new sinner, even if she's not fully invested yet. Could use it with Hella for funny Hella interaction.
The mood is so perfectly put together. Now, they will behave.
Rest assured, and leave it in my hands.
Fucking sure, why not? Enough praise can get enough energy for this fast enough. It's good.
Love and pain. Love and pain are intertwined.
Oh, I leaked.
Love and pain are intertwined. Across the board,
Listen. The rain is coming.
For the purest form of peace.
love and pain are intertwined.
For the purest form of peace.
Listen.
Listen, listen to its whispers.
Across the board, limit up. Love and pain are intertwined.
Lamau.
Winner takes all. Picking you.
So there is a funny interaction between the statue that the new character summons and the Cresta Heller, our daughter, where the Cresta Heller has this mechanic where she creates this like fake core on an enemy that she can break in order to do, because whenever like a core damage happens, she does this. She does like those multiple spears flying around follow-up attack, and for whatever reason, she can also apply the core to that statue, and she attacks, and like it's attackable by her. So every time the statue gets hit and the boss gets hit, she gets an extra follow-up attack, which is why it died so fucking fast.
Oh.
Funny, very strange. Oh my god. New chief outfit. Oh wait, I don't own this Hestia skin, but I kind of did want to. OG daughter skin. Maybe I should get that one just because it's hella. God damn, that is a fucking skin though. Holy shit, the Zoya skin. This frozen land, engulfed by desolation and despair, shall welcome this lost sovereign of the snow plains, the lord of snow wolves, returned from legend. I've been looking for Guide Maker. I remember you. Happy to see you selected and really damn excited looking at Ember 2 as I'm looking forward to. Go for the video cheer. Oh, thank you, Selfie. Appreciate that. Or South Channel. Thank you, appreciate that. Sorry I didn't see a message earlier. I am sleepy medication. Oh, sleepy, and should be hopping off now. I'm gonna hop off now. Yeah, you can do that, or just put part 1, part 2 for team section. Yeah, sort of really half-ass answers, just like send you Yu-Gi-Oh card. It's a great mechanic in Yu-Gi-Oh! Loma. She's new VA. That's been this goes about an EM, but I don't mind the change. Really, she does? Huh. Oh yeah, she's a reforge. I'm gonna have to build her reforge. This is really old art. I forgot about this one. Zoya is a 1.0 character, by the way, chat. So she is very, very old.
Sending out so many cops just to catch a syndicate gangster. Your subordinates are honestly beyond useless. It's not enough to simply possess power. You must also put it to good use. I've been waiting for so long. Your boss keeps switching my guards. Are they really so scared? Scared of an imprisoned sinner? Or a mediocre syndicate gangster?
I don't really notice that much difference. I also realized I haven't heard her voice in like fucking so long. I kind of don't remember like it too well. I don't quite remember her voice all that well, honestly. Oh, the change is only with the skin. Oh, for now. Oh, I was about to say, like, she sounds the same to me, from what I remember. How do I...
Oh, are you here?
I've carved the names of everyone I've lost into the glaciers.
Oh, that is a different VA.
They deserve to be remembered. Unless, of course, the ice melts in millennia. But by then, I suppose all of us will have been forgotten in time anyway.
I actually kind of prefer this one. Her voice is a bit husky and less sharp, which I feel like fits Zoya a bit better. This one I actually feel fits her a little bit better. Huh? Fragment Redemption. Wow. I have so many gold tickets. Holy shit. Holy shit. One day I'll use them. I've pulled a lot in this game, clearly. Oh my gosh, stretch. Okay, yeah, it's time for sleep. It is definitely time for sleep. It's been a lot of fun though, chat. Thanks for hanging out. I'm glad we got to... Well, we finished the script, and now we changed up the script, so now we have to add a little bit more, but we figured things out. Maybe after work I can fit in a super short stream, but I want to hold out breath on that. Either way though, it's been a very fun time, everyone, and if you had a good time tonight, then the Discord server to got... No, wait, wait, shit, I forgot the whole line. If you had a fun time tonight, and you want to hang out with a bunch of other gacha degenerates, the Discord server, the Goondola To Gacha Hell, is in the description of the stream, or the VOD if you watch the end of the VOD for some reason like this, you weirdo. We love Hags here, and don't forget to look respectfully and goon from the heart. Bye!